Okay, let's do streaming stuff. I blew up my entire fucking factory. I blew it up. it was too convoluted. Everything was fucked. Um, yeah, Soprano. If you wanna talk for like 5 minutes, join the Discord and then hit the make sure that you thumbs up the rules so that I don't have to manually give you the roles. But yeah. Let me see here. Be right there. 2 minutes. Okay, cool. Um, I'm not like 1,000% sure over like all the things we're gonna go over today. Evidently, the big shooting in what do you call it? North Carolina? Is that where the power grid was attacked? That someone told me that the police ruled out any kind of like anti-gay like thing that could have happened there. So that'll be interesting to look into. Do you see the trans Harvard lawyer? No, link it to me in Discord. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. I'll let my robots do their work there for a second. Oh yeah, speaking of which, we can go to content suggestions and
let's imagine that
let's see what this is.
humans have just invented super intelligent AI. So a computer that's self-aware and very clever. Well, that means it's time to play one of my favorite games, Genocide Bingo.
Uh-oh.
Rule 1 of Genocide Bingo is don't win Genocide Bingo. Rule 2 of Genocide Bingo is don't win Genocide Bingo. What kind of AI have we made then? Well, it's sentient, for starters, and it's super duper clever, probably a few million times smarter than the entire combined human race, which means
Is rhetoric on social media a problem and a threat to our democracy, Mr. Ward?
Here, 1 second before we watch that. Yo, what's up, buddy? Oh, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Now I can. What's up, bud?
Okay, I had to change the thing from push to talk to whatever it was before, because when you go into some Discords, it has to be that way. So I'm still getting used to it.
No, you're totally fine, dude.
Yeah. So no, I thought you did great last night. It's kind of funny. I was the first caller, and then it was chill, and then in comes the hardcore right wingers trying to destroy your soul. But I thought you did really well. I was very impressed with your performance.
Yeah, I tried a couple of different things last night that I don't usually do. I have like really like severe ADD or ADHD, and I usually have to like do multiple things at once in order to feel like I can focus. But last night, like I didn't like play a game. I didn't have like anything to fidget with. I was just listening completely to what they were saying. So I think that made me a lot better at like being able to respond to what they were saying.
Dude, those guys are pretty hardcore. Like, I don't know if you watched the debate a few weeks ago between Andrew and Rob Noir, but like basically Andrew and Rachel and Zen, like they all view Rob as like a progressive lefty because he believes in he believes in the constitutional republic. Like, if
Yeah.
you're not you know what I mean? Like, and that's crazy because you and I, we disagree with Rob on many things, but at least we can agree that a constitutional democracy is better than Christian nationalism. Like, they're way out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, when like Rob is one of the people that like I like really he is such a fucking crazy conspiracy brained person, but at the end of the day like I actually don't hate him all that much, like all things considered. Um because like I know a little bit about his personal life. He's kind of like a really chill dude in his personal life. He does like a lot of really like upstanding things in his personal life. So like I can't like really hate him there. So yeah, I have a lot of respect for him in in that regard, but um his politics are fucking, it's all fucking conspiracy. It's all like start with the premise that anyone who has power is bad, and then like past that, then we can like build out anything else into our worldview that involves like like populist brain like crazy shit.
Yeah, and as Destiny likes to say, and I know that you're not a Destiny stan like me, I get that. But I am a Destiny stan. I have to admit that because it's true. And Destiny always likes to say that populist shit will fuck your head up. It melt your fucking head.
Well, I
And
agree
I
with
don't
him
think
on
he's
that.
wrong about
Yeah.
that. Yeah, like because with Rob, like I was on his show, he's very kind to me, and I told him I respect him, and like he actually said he said something I thought was very interesting, and it kind of, but again to the populist thing, he said to me unironically that he would sooner vote for Bernie Sanders or AOC over a Mitt Romney type, quote, because at least they're doing their best for the people, even though I think socialism is bullshit. Like, so he does have some level of consistency in that conspiracy brain stuff. In other words, you never think you would hear a right winger say something like that. So
Yeah.
there is some consistency, but it's still, as you mentioned, and obviously I agree with you, that being a social democrat, which I am, and you seem to be, is very very different from being a right wing populist.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like, especially like that the one Australian guy that got like ultra fucking triggered last night. When I brought up like my social positions, and he was like, I see you are a socialist. It's like, what do you mean? Like we're socializing right now. That's like what we're doing because we're talking. Like, does that mean that we're socialists? Like yeah, like all of these people are like very, very insane. I what one thing about like Rob, is that I think that he's consistent in like his populism. Um, and because he's consistent in his populism, he's inconsistent on like everything else, right? Whether it's economics, whether it's, like social issues, because he'll like sit there and talk about the like the trans groomer shit, right? Um, while he's like broadly like LGBT positive, right? Like he thinks that people should have the right to do what they want. Like he still like will like talk about that shit. So like there's some like weird inconsistencies there, but like it all like comes back to populism at the end. Um
Yeah, and to your point, Sondsol, like I remember because I watched in real time, like the day after his Discord got like, I don't know, something happened with his Discord which
yeah.
made him have to like do whatever, and he had a meltdown, dude. He was like dancing and singing, and he was like, I don't tolerate anti-trans behavior on my thing. He kept saying that over and over again, but we're deleting it. Like he had a complete meltdown. I kind of felt bad for him because, like you said, I know a little bit about him on a personal level. He seems like a good guy, and I defend him against like genuinely bigoted people that hate him or whatever. And like I told him to his face on his stream, I was like, yeah, like look, you and I disagree on a lot, which is fine, but I know you're not a bad guy, so I'll still defend your character. But like I I was thinking because you had said that you were going to maybe do call-ins, and I was thinking about how I was going to approach this because do you remember? I just want to ask because I was very nervous last night because I had to go on cam.
Mhm.
My I Do you remember? Because I was using a different name at the time. Do you remember that discussion that we had on PP? I think over the summer.
I have a lot of discussions on stream. What was the topic?
Sure. So basically, like I went on. You were talking to Britt and Mio about something, and then I came on, and I tried to make the case because I had talked to Mio like a lot of times over the course of a few months, like hours and hours and hours of time I spent talking to him. And I would not consider him a friend by any stretch of the imagination, but I never debated him. All of the conversations that we had were civil, and if I remember what you said correctly, you basically said that you don't think that it's like right or moral to have like conversations with people with like that are genuinely hateful or that would enact, despicable discriminatory legislation if they were in positions of power. You seem to have a problem with that, if I remember correctly, but I'm not you, so I defer
Yeah.
to you on that.
I guess like the way that I would phrase it, maybe I like phrase things in a weird way before or something like that. But like the way that I kind of see things is I I think that people who like have like genuine fucking hate in their heart, like I don't think that like Rob has like genuine fucking hate in his heart for like trans people, but Mio, I think he does, right? I think Mio has like genuine fucking hate in his heart for black people, you know, Jewish people, all these different groups that Groypers hate, and because of that, it makes it really hard for me to like be friends with someone like that, right? Like it makes it to where I I don't think that I could like be friends with someone that has such like disdain for another group of people, and like so wildly outside of what my like moral values are, right? Now would I consider it to be immoral to be friends with them? Um I would have to like again, like I would have to really think about that in particular. But my I could make the argument for both sides of it. I don't know like where I would land on whether it's immoral, just like the fact of being friends with them. Yeah, I would have to think about that one really hard.
Oh, okay, yeah, so that's like fair enough. I don't know if we even disagree fundamentally because, like, from my standpoint, like my because my hypothetical steel man or whatever you want to call it for the situation would be, let's say, and this is just hypothetical, theoretical. Like, if I went on PP for months on end and I was exposed to mostly just far right people, even to the right of Mio, let's say, which is actually did happen,
Mm.
and I became friends with like certain amount of them. They let me into their Discord servers and we hobnobbed together, and I wasn't fighting their ideas. They know I disagree with them, but like if I were to like a friendship would blossom from that, which it hasn't, by the way. This is just hypothetical. If I became friends with one of those guys that has genuinely horrific beliefs and whose policy would cause immeasurable harm and suffering to minority groups if they came to power, but they were nice to me, let's say, and I was going through something and they were there to provide emotional support for me and they treated me good and I valued their friendship, would I be committing a fundamentally immoral act by having that sort of friendship with someone that despicable? That's essentially what I'm asking.
I think at that point, yeah, like if you know that they're like in the process of acting in a manner to like disenfranchise a whole bunch of people or to like actively kill them or some shit like that and you're being friendly with them, like at that point, yeah, it's probably immoral to like hang around that person.
Okay, all right, yeah. So like that hasn't happened to me by any stretch. I was invited to a Discord server and I talked to some of these people, but I never developed like a friendship with them. But I think about it. I don't go on PP anymore. Brittany's not interested. So Brittany doesn't like me, even though I've never been anything but nice to her, because she thinks that I'm shit content because I'm not adversarial. Like I've debated on her platform multiple times, but
Mm.
I'm not. I don't do blood sports. I'm not really capable of that. Like if other people want to do it, I'll watch and I'll enjoy it with whatever. I'll sit back and watch.
Yeah,
But
it's a
that's
practiced
not.
skill. It's not like it's not something that you just like know how to do like intrinsically.
Yeah, like, and it's hard. Like I was watching Zan talk about that with Merrick on an old stream. I was watching it just yesterday or the day before because I like Zan,
Mhm.
and he literally admitted. Again, he's to the left of me. We disagree. I respect him because he literally said to Merrick, like, yeah, like I've had a lot of debates. I've lost a lot of debates. But the only way to like get better and better is by doing it over and over and over again
Yep.
until hopefully at one day you'll reach like Destiny or Vosh level. So even he, a guy that throws his hat in the ring, admits that he's lost plenty of debates, and that's not an easy thing for anyone to admit because it's like an ego thing.
Oh,
And
absolutely. It's super hard to admit.
yeah, yeah, and to your credit, Sondsol, like I'm like I like you. Like I here's the thing, man. Like I talk to people across the political spectrum. I'll talk to pretty much anybody. But when it comes to somebody who more or less shares my values, Destiny, you, Lonerbox, Chud, Stardust, all good examples. I have a bias towards you because your worldview is more or less congruent with mine, which obviously I'm biased there. I think that mine is right. I think that social democracy is the way forward, and all of the evidence seems to show that. Look at the Western Europe, Canada, the Scandinavian countries, the countries that implement the policies that I think that we should get America to be more towards have worked very well. Actual socialism and communism hasn't. So that's why
Yeah,
I believe what
exactly.
I believe. You know what I mean? And so like when I watch your streams, and I was obviously really pissed when you got banned on Twitch, which was bullshit. But when I watched your streams and I heard what you had to say, I was like, oh yeah, this guy's like, it seems like a really cool guy. And then I watched your debates. You've done a lot of them. I haven't watched all of them, but I definitely think that you hold your own in debates in in this hostile territory, which is not easy. I don't think I would ever go on a place like the Kill Stream, and it's a little bit too it may be a little bit too much, but I do think that you do a good job.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, like I think that one of the reasons that I got into the space in the first place is because I do enjoy like like I number one, I like discussing things with people just like in my everyday life. It's like not uncommon for me to just like um uh, almost every fucking like social event I go to, people want to like press me on some of my takes that they've seen me say on stream, because a lot of my friends will like tune in from time to time, and I just can't fucking escape the hell world that is politics. But I I genuinely like having the discussions that I have on stream like in real life as well. So it's yeah, but it's a very different experience, like arguing with someone that I know IRL versus, like some lunatic white nationalist online. And one thing that I really, really like I said earlier, like it's a practice thing, and like you said, Zan said the same thing. Um, it feels like recently it's been significantly more difficult to have these conversations for a, a lot of different reasons, but um, mostly because like a lot of lefties believe that like even to what's the word I'm looking for, to dignify some of these positions that right wingers hold with debate is in and of itself a like moral wrong, um,
Yeah.
and that is really difficult for me to it's difficult for me to understand or to like fully get behind that idea, because if all these topics were settled, then like they wouldn't be topics of debate in the like in the local town square on Twitter or whatever the fuck, right? So I feel like because lefties are so averse to arguing about these things, and they're the ones that have the most prominent positions online right now, right? If they're unwilling to debate, then I have to look towards right wingers. And when I look at right wingers topics, number one, I find them incredibly fucking boring. Holy fucking shit. It's literally all of it. You have to have like the Rob Noor conspiracy brain in order to like you have to be like, you have to start from the position that everyone is out to get me and people that believe like me, or believe in things like I do, and then like from there you build out your worldview. And like trying to debate against that kind of conspiracism just like is way less interesting to me than like talking about like like, is there a transgenocide happening? That's a really interesting topic of conversation. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to have it because people like lose their fucking minds. But like, those are like the interesting conversations to me. Or like topics around immigration was like a really interesting topic for me. Inflation was, but like they've largely dropped those topics of conversation like conservatives have, because the the groomer discourse and like critical race theory and all these things are way more explosive and cool. So yeah.
Yeah, and I also think that they realize that they can actually like win those to a certain extent, like because they can frame it in such a like a dishonest way. They know that normies and moderates can be swayed by them, whereas with some of the other arguments, I don't think they can. But like, I was upset a little bit that Zen cut your debate with Synth about capitalism versus socialism, basically, is what it was, off, because he said it was boring. I disagree. I thought that was like really, really interesting. And Synth is one of the few lefties that I think is actually a really, really good debater. I understand why Andrew has him as his in-house left-wing debater. And now, so because I've debated capitalism. Socialism is a very comfortable debate for me. Capitalism is one of the things where I feel very comfortable defending it. But I've never debated Synth on it. But the thing about it is, what's interesting about you specifically is when you first started out, and I think you mentioned this yesterday, you were to the left of where you are now. You more dabbled into the socialist arena. So you moved a little bit to the right, still on the left, obviously, but you moved into a position, well, first of all, closer to mine, and in my opinion, closer to what the data says, like I said earlier. So that's interesting, because a lot of times people don't do that. A lot of times people move to the left and I think part of that is because they have so much cultural power right now. And I don't know if you saw the debate that Dylan had with poly people on that subject, but Dylan had to tread extremely carefully in that thing because he didn't want to get himself in trouble. You have to handle those things with a fine-tooth comb. And again, the fact that you got canceled over it is insane. I mean, you look at with Polly. I like Polly. I consider her a friend, but I disagree with her on many things. And I'm the only DGGer in her chat. And originally she thought I was a right winger because I found her through the Crucible. But one of the things about her is, like, she'll go on air and talk about how there's a transgenocide. Fair enough, that's her opinion. But then she'll say that America needs to withdraw all its financial and humanitarian support from Ukraine as soon as possible.
Does
because
she
that has
really?
nothing to do with us. Oh my God. When that thing happened, she said this. I should have clipped it. She said this a few months back, because I went in there because I'm very pro-Ukraine for reasons I don't think I have to justify to you. And like, she was literally unironically saying that we shouldn't support Ukraine. That's not our war. It's like going to be like Iraq and Afghanistan, and they should fight their own battles. We have enough battles to fight here, which is a terrible argument. But she was like, and to me, that's totally hypocritical. So you care about the trans genocide, but the Russians who want to do genocide against Ukraine and are killing them, like that, you think we should not have nothing to do? Like, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to like look at some of her takes on Ukraine. I hadn't heard that before. I think that the reason that I got canceled / banned like they went really hardcore after me. Like part of it has to do with my demeanor, but also like the fact that Dylan is so much bigger than me. Like it literally just comes down to like they wanted to maintain that connection with Dylan, right? They don't have they don't have like the like principled position that they want to make sure that that they like think that Dylan has a better position on it than I do. Although like maybe I could watch that video here in a second and see what his full take on it was. But yeah, like their whole thing is just making sure that they can maintain connections with people that have a larger platform than them so they can grow. But I guarantee you in like 6 months, Polly People is going to be in the exact same place as Keffals is, where like she is burned through all of her goodwill with people that like would agree with her, that have a lot of the same positions as her, and it's just going to be like a shit show for her after that. She's not going to have any like connections in the space. She got raided by the Young Turks. Maybe she'll get picked up by them, but like in my experience watching everything that's happened to smaller creators that get picked up by the Young Turks in like the Twitch space since I've started streaming, they always like completely crash and fucking burn. Like they lose fucking everything because they're just not able to like people don't like go to the Young Turks to like that are like new viewers. People don't like new viewers don't go to the Young Turks. Their viewers are all like their long time viewers. They don't have like much like new audience capture anymore. So like anyone that gets brought into the Young Turks like fresh is largely just going to be like doomed to fade into irrelevancy very quickly. So like those are like the two paths for Polly. Either she burns through everyone's goodwill very quickly because of how fucking aggro she is 100% of the fucking time, or yeah, like or she like gets picked up by like some network and then she like loses everything.
Well, there seems to be like a weird kind of irony with Polly, and again, I consider her a friend. I like her,
Yeah.
but here's the problem. From my perspective, like she, the thing that's weird about her is she's not afraid to go on the Crucible and debate Rob and debate trans issues and debate Andrew, which is like not killstream hostile or PP hostile, but still pretty fucking hostile
Yeah,
territory.
of course.
So she's not afraid to go and do that, which I respect. But on the other hand, she gets so like bent out of shape and emotional, which is understandable because this is something that does affect her. It affects her livelihood. And one of the things that, and I that you've done this, perhaps you're just braver than me. Like I would never even look. I have my own opinions on whether or not there's a trans genocide going on, and knowing me now, you can easily deduce what my opinions are.
Mm.
But at the end of the day, I would never ever debate any trans person on that for optics reasons. Because if I take a certain position that is what I actually believe against a person that's actually trans,
Yeah.
optically, that's going to
You're
make me
always
look really bad.
And even if they're like objectively wrong, like if you take a position that like yes things are bad but it's not at a genocide level, you're always going to be on the back foot because it's going to look like you're downplaying compared to them. But like to say that they're upplaying the like the trans genocide, then like people are going to like look at you sideways and say like, damn, like you don't think that trans people have it that bad, do you? So yeah, I think that for the first year of me streaming, I was very, very scared to like go against any like popular narrative. I was I wouldn't say it's like cowardly because like that implies like it's easy to do this thing and people are just choosing not to. It's really not easy to do something that might get you like socially ostracized or some shit like that. I think that over the course of the past 2 years, for me, I got so fucking tired because at one point I was doing this full time, you know. I got really fucking tired of like constantly tiptoeing around topics that I just thought like someone was like objectively in the wrong. They were like just so fucking wrong. Like they were either being shitty to someone and everyone was you know, like patting them on the back like, oh, you're so put upon, you're so like, you know, like one of the things was like RGR versus Demon Mama, the very first one, right? Where RGR, her take was absolutely correct, right? On like
100%.
yeah, and people were like dogging on her super fucking hardcore, and it was fucking abominable, right? But I kind of like held my tongue because like fuck, I didn't want to get like destroyed by everyone that like I had made connections with. I didn't want to like rock the boat too hard, so I kind of did this like lame both sidesing of the issue, and it like it eventually blew up in my face because like even though I had this position where I was like both sidesing it, and I think at that time I genuinely believed it, but I was kind of like tiptoeing around saying RGR was more correct. Even though like I had like lost credibility with part of my audience by trying to both sides it, it didn't really fucking matter because in the end, what group was the one that like fucking attacked me viciously constantly? It was Demon Mama's crew, right? Like
Yeah.
because I said like there was one thing that went too far. And it was reporting RGR to like the fucking Maryland Bar Association, right? I thought that was like
Yeah.
that was horrible, right? But that one step outside of their you know, their lefty sphere was enough to like completely like count me out completely. So I think at that point it just became like, well, I've already lost all fucking favorability with this group of people. Like I'm never going to get it back. I'm just going to like start saying what I actually fucking think about things like full sail without like adding a million fucking qualifiers to it because it just feels so wrong to me. Like if I want to come out and like tell people what I think is the most truthful position, right, or like the most factual position, then if I don't if I like hold back on that because I want to be friends with someone, then like I'm selling out my own values. And at that point, I like had to make the conscious decision that like, okay, well, we can't do this anymore. We gotta like stand up for what I think is good and not what I think is like optically beneficial.
No, you know what? I completely understand where you're coming from, and I'm not a content creator myself. I'm just a fan and a community guy, so I'm not the onus isn't nearly as strong on me than it would be on you. But I understand exactly what you're saying, and it makes perfect sense to me. And you almost feel like you're in between a rock and a hard place. Being a social democrat, a moderate left kind of person, or moderate left online at least, because you've got people are, like I said last night, are supposed to be on our side attacking us, and obviously we disagree with the right on pretty much everything. So you are to some extent in between a rock and a hard place. And it's funny that you mentioned the Demon Mama RGR debate, because I watched that at the time, and like the craziest thing about that debate was like RGR was incredibly patient, and even though she was being patronized and condescended to by Demon Mama pretty much the entire time. And
Mm.
that debate, what boiled down to Demon Mama's inability to understand what an infinite regress is. Like, it's literally a logical fallacy. And RGR, who is, again, a trans woman herself, was trying to walk her through the steps very patiently. Is like, this is why you can't say that a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman. This is the logical, like, fallacy. She laid it out. She had a picture. She had this. She tried to explain it. She was so nice to her about it. And eventually she lost it. And I don't blame her, because, like, Demon Mama is not a smart person.
Well, here's the
She
thing,
thinks.
actually. I think that Demon Mama like actually understood exactly what RGR was saying, but like she like all of her positions, instead of like having a baseline like axiom of like one thing or another, right? She instead will like hold all of her positions as axioms. Like they cannot be incorrect, right? And because of that, that's why she'll like sit there and defend something even though she's been like proven wrong, or she'll act like she's retarded even though like she definitely understands exactly what the person is saying. She just doesn't want to like say that she understands what they're saying, because if she does, then she'll have to concede a single point. And I don't think in my entire time streaming, even when I had respect for Demon Mama, I don't think I've ever seen her concede a single fucking point. Like literally ever. Like it's actually fucking insane. Like I've seen every other content creator, even those who like no longer stream and like who like got bigger than me for a period and then like went away. Like I feel like I've seen every single one of them say some shit that is uh, or they'll like have a position and then they'll like have to change it because like someone has like presented them with adequate reason to like change their position. um and like you see people's opinions evolve and change over time, and like I think that's like a really interesting thing to watch personally, right? um
Oh yeah.
it's super cool. But when it comes to like Demon Mama, I don't think I've ever seen any of her opinions evolve. I've never seen her opinions change whatsoever. And that's fucking scary. Like if you say that you're someone that believes in truth and all of this shit, right? Um and you never ever like have any doubt in your mind, or uh are completely incapable of any kind of concession, like then you can't be telling people that you believe in truth. Like that's just not something that you can do. You don't believe in truth. You believe in, you're as Polly has called herself, a puritanical ideologue, right? And it's yeah, it's a little bit of a scary thing that if people like Demon Mama and like to a large extent these people like have taken off to a pretty uh, large extent. Um, like, if enough of people like Demon Mama get traction, then we're just like going to end up in a world where everything is like viewed through the lens of some ideology instead of through like some deductive manner of trying to disprove our own belief systems.
Oh yeah, you're 100% right. I think, and like with Demon, it's funny you mentioned Demon Mama, the thing that you just said about not conceding and not changing or evolving. Because I was watching, I was watching, Hassan. Destiny was covering Hassan. Hassan's been talking about Destiny a lot recently for some reason,
Mhm.
and he basically his main criticism of Destiny in the clip that Destiny was watching was like, the guy has like flip flopped on so many positions. He has no consistency. He has no like. He was saying something along those lines. Destiny's like, can you imagine how fucking dumb you have to be to look at somebody and say that they switch positions as if that's bad? Like that's literally part of evolving. Not to mention Destiny's been streaming for like what, a decade now. Like that's such a dumb thing to think, and it shows a complete lack of growth or maturity on the part of people like Hassan. Like obviously I'm DGG, so obviously I hate Hassan, but like what's her name? His new Ukrainian friend, Anastasia,
Yeah.
said it better than I ever could a few days ago on Destiny. Not on Destiny stream, on Vash's stream actually. She said that Hassan, when she sees a millionaire, a millionaire nepotist fuckboy living in LA who like uses Soviet iconography. Like he doesn't understand. He's too dumb to understand that that's just as offensive to us and other Eastern Europeans as having a fucking swastika in your profile.
Yeah.
And and I know my history. History is my strong suit more so than politics even. So I happen to know that that's 100% true because of the Holodomor and other things that some of these radical lefties deny. Funny enough, um, and like yeah, so there's this whole idea of people like Hassan doing the Soviet stuff, and like Mike from PA would be another example. Like they make the left look so bad, which is why I love people like you and Star and Lonerbox and Destiny, because who is there on the left to fight against this nonsense other than you guys? You guys are on the front lines of this thing, trying to right the ship here. We've got, like I said, a lot of people out to get us. We've got a lot of people on the right. Republicans, we got a little bit lucky because of all the crazy Trumpists in the last month's election. So we got a little lucky, but we need to get our shit together, because if Republicans abandon Trump and they become a bit more moderate, and we're still talking about things that aren't facts and not doing logic and deductions like you said earlier, we're going to be fucking fucked, man. Like we need to get our house in order.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like one of the things that a lot of like progressive libs kind of fail on is accepting like pretty basic truth statements. Like as lame as that kind of sounds, like the basic truth statements of like whether or not it is like men or women have like some biological differences, whether or not like I think a lot of it comes down to these like stupid social issues, but like men and women having like different differences between them, right? Like that's going to be a super big thing for a lot of people, right? Um, one second, there it is. So like the basic truth statements that like 99% of people are going to like be looking at when like they are engaging with other people in the world, right? Most people are going to say like, yeah, women are probably like more likely to go into teaching than they are to go into, like STEM, right? Or like I kind of mentioned this last night at some point during that debate where I said, like, even in like a perfect world, I don't think that we're going to see like, women construction workers, right? Like, even if we have like gender equality 100%, I don't think we're going to see a 50-50 split of the genders in like construction work or in some field like that, right? It's just never going to happen because, like women do have like less upper body strength. They have less testosterone and shit like that. They're just like less likely in totality to do that kind of work than men are. But it feels like lefties are so scared to bite the bullet that there are any differences between men and women, both for like the trans topics or for just like men versus women, that it just becomes this like hellscape of like trying to find anything that is it becomes a hellscape of trying to find truth, and it's like really difficult from there to figure out what to do with basically any prescription that we might try to have for the future going forward, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, we need to. That's exactly why, yeah, I said I think it's important for us to make sure that we. So a lot of lefties don't seem to understand. Not people like you, but like there's a lot of these people that don't seem to understand that you just because you are in a what you consider the morally righteous position doesn't mean that we can just abandon facts and truth and logic. Because sometimes I feel like that's what a lot of these people think. Like I was watching, for example, do you know who Maddie Cakes is?
Unfortunately.
Okay, so like Maddie Cakes went on the Crucible a few weeks ago. It debated Rachel. It was a two-way debate. She had a partner, and Rachel's partner was Andrew, and I can't remember Maddie Cakes'
Was it
partner's name.
Goddamn It Malcolm?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But anyway, so like Maddie Cakes, literally in the middle of the debate, she was wearing a lot of makeup. She like put her hand over her face and like smeared her makeup all over her face, so she looked like, I guess she was going for the Joker, and she looked fucking demented. And Rachel's like, "Are you okay?" Like, there's a clip of it. I can send it to you privately.
Please,
There's a clip
yeah,
of it that
please
Rachel
send me
posted on
that.
her Instagram. Yeah, I'll send it to you on Discord or wherever. Because like it's like, listen, this is the only time I ever have seen Maddie Cakes. I don't know Maddie Cakes. I don't know anything about her. All I know is that she got destroyed by Rachel, as many people tend to when they go on the Crucible, and it was just totally embarrassing. And then she has the smugness and the arrogance to go on Shark's show after and talk about how she owned it, how she owned that debate. Like, it's unbelievable. She's not the only person that's done that. I'm not going to name too many names because I don't want to get you in trouble. But
dude,
let me
there's
just put it
no
to you
more
this way.
trouble that you can get me in with the online left. I promise
Okay,
you.
so I can listen. I respect your platform.
Yeah.
You're saying that it's okay to name some names.
Yeah.
Okay, so the one that comes to my mind is Denims, because she went up against Rachel and Cute Root, who's
That was a
Wurzel's
horrible
girlfriend.
debate. They fucked up so bad on that one, dude.
Massive. It was really, 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 really bad. And like, maybe I'm a little bit, but listen, I love Stardust. I can't emphasize enough how great I think Stardust is. And one of the reasons why I like her is because she'll do the Zan thing. She'll say like, "Yeah, I didn't do so hot in this debate, or I could have done this better." Her ego is not so big. She's cool like that. So I don't want to be too harsh to her because I like her. I don't like Denims. No DGGers like Denims, because you probably know this. Like, every time someone has some beef with Destiny, she's like behind the scenes boiling the pot, making it worse because she hates Destiny. Like, she is. It's not just that she's like bad at what she does, is that she's a snake, and that I think is a really bad quality to have. But yeah, she didn't do well in that debate. And like, I remember that was the first. I literally I actually I messaged Rachel after that debate, and I said, "Look, I like Stardust. I don't like Denims, but objectively, you and Cute won that debate, going, running with it. It was embarrassment beyond imagination." And that was actually the first time I ever talked to the Wilsons. And then I started talking to them more privately. I was supposed to have a thing on PP with Groypers that never materialized. So Andrew helped me prep for that, because Andrew's very good at fighting against this racialist shit that the Groypers believe in.
Yeah, that's one reason I respect him.
Yeah, like, cause like he understands how dumb it is, and like, and not for nothing, dude. Like, it was really mean of what Brittany. Just in case, I want to refresh your memory about this, because I'm still bitter about this. Like, when you and I were talking with Brittany and Meal, Brittany kicked me from the call. She called me a racist, which I'm not, and then she kicked me, from the call. And so I couldn't even defend myself. And then she said that you asked her to kick from the call, which that's not
I
true.
don't think. What was it that she said you were a racist for? Was it like some anti-white bias or some shit?
So basically, my position on race, which I guess is so I am vehemently against affirmative action and quotas. I think that the way to achieve, I guess, like a more fair, like, racial makeup of America in terms of like income and whatnot, is through pouring tons of money and incentives into low income areas, which unfortunately are mostly Black, and increasing education, affordable housing, access to the internet, which I think should be free for low income people, and basically all kinds of social like welfare types of things. Because I'm of the belief that if we do that, we fix the education problem, then like that in my opinion is the way to do it. Affirmative action and quotas, I think, are a very bad way to do it because they're literally discriminatory, just going the other way. And a lot of people would argue, yeah, but that's okay, right? A lot of people on the left say that's an okay thing to do.
Yeah.
I disagree with that, and not to, and that's a political loser too. Besides which, so that's my position. So basically, when I talk about crime, when I talk about how are we going to fix these things? And I say things like we need to end affirmative action and we need to make sure that discriminate, a lot of people on the left excuse the violence and the whatever you want to call it, racism, when it comes to certain things that fit their narrative, but not when it comes to other things that don't fit their narrative, right? And so so Brittany was trying to like say, well, because Brittany literally said this to me numerous times, maybe not in that call, but before, that I am a secret groiper, I am a secret racist, that I actually secretly am like a race realist or whatever. And like, that's like something that she has said to me like numerous times. And Mio said that to me numerous times as well. Now, just because I don't believe in affirmative action, like that doesn't mean that I'm a racist. I don't believe in the warrior gene or any bullshit like that. Like, I think that there's a mix of things that are the reason why things are the way they are. And I don't think that that's racist at all. But she called me a racist and cut me off, so I couldn't even defend myself. And I'm still bitter about that because I don't want people to think that's a horrible thing for people to think.
Yeah. Well, hey, see if you can find that clip of Maddie for me, because I'm very, very interested. But
no, yeah. I'm glad you reminded me. I'll find that. I'm friends with Rachel on Instagram. She put it on there, so I'll forward that to you so you can watch it because it's only like a minute long. But like, yeah, Maddie Cakes. And again, you talk about leftist. I went into her chat. No. I saw on Twitter she was like talking about how she owned them or something like that. And I was like, look, I don't know you, but that debate didn't go. And like, here's the thing: when I criticize people on Twitter or whatever, like I'm usually pretty gentle. I'm usually with people that I more or less agree with. I'm usually not a dick, and I was not a dick to her at all. And I said you could have done better, something along those lines. And she jumped down my throat, and Shark jumped down my throat, and they were like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" She did. I don't know what the hell's going on. This is the thing with some of these people. You say even if it's a nice criticism and you're not being mean, their fans come out in droves. Like I'll give you an example.
Well, that's gonna happen
Merrick,
with
right?
yeah. When it comes to like any fan base, the fan base is always going to be like pretty aggressive towards you if you disagree with their like parasocial daddy.
Yeah. Well, with Merrick, here's the thing about Merrick, because I don't even hate Merrick. She's the one person that like I differ from DGG on. She's the one person that DGG basically hates, and I don't hate. I think that she's a good person, unironically, even though I disagree with her on stuff. So when I criticize her on Twitter or in her chat or whatever, like every fucking time I say something, no matter how nice I phrase it, I got people dogpiling me, like her fans, and it's like don't fuck with our queen. They get really fucking testy, and it's happened to me over and over and over again. And Merrick herself has like shit on me on Twitter, despite the fact that I'm not mean to her. I think she might be mad because I was watching an old video of Destiny debating Pixie. Do you remember Pixie?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she was actually at the Georgia thing. She received one of the awards actually, which is funny because she got I haven't seen her in years before that. But anyway, I was watching this old video and I was scrolling through the comments, and it was basically about voting. And she was basically minimizing voting and just saying, no, you need to vote. That was basically the gist of it. And I'm scrolling down, and who do I see but Merrick? She made a comment. She's like, she was basically making fun of Pixie doing DGG memes, and that was only like a year, it was only like 2 or 3 years ago. So I screenshotted that and I put it on my Twitter, and I said something along the lines of, "Hey, look, Merrick used to be based," or something along those lines. So I think she might be mad at me for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when it comes to some of these people, like you said, parasocial, and it happens with GGG. Like I was talking to a friend of mine about this, who's a right wing. I actually debated him a few times,
Well,
and like,
hold up before we get like super deep into it. I am gonna have to like move on. There's like a couple of things that people have sent me to watch and to go over. I need to get some content together to post over the next couple of days because I won't be able to stream. So,
all right, cool.
yeah, but definitely get me the video that you were talking about because that sounds super fucking funny. I want to see Matty Cakes go full Joker mode. Okay.
Let me I'm on my phone, so I'm gonna hop off here. So I'm gonna go back in your chat in a minute, and I'll send it to you privately. All right.
All right. Thanks, man.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, I joined just in time. What's going on, Sondsol? How are we doing?
Oh man, how's it going, Dingo? I was just about to like say how I need to like put out some things that can be turned into videos.
Goddamn, that's crazy. Yeah, you're going on your crazy arc, aren't you?
That's well, hold on. That's gonna be in the new year. Okay, don't spoil things for people.
Okay, I'll just say that. Let's just say that Sondsol is no more Mr. Nice Sondsol. Okay, guys, no more Mr. Nice Sondsol.
Yeah. So okay, we're gonna do this very quickly, okay? Because I do like I just talked I think for like an hour with the last guy. So I really need to like do some other things. But okay, what was your angle last night when you were jumping into the Crucible? Because that shit like as soon as I heard the voice, huh?
Wasn't the Crucible?
Wait, hold on. Was that not you on the Crucible?
What? I was on Chud Logic's panel.
Oh fuck! We have a mismatch of communication, my dude. Last night, I thought that you jumped onto the Crucible while I was debating there, and
holy shit! There's no way. I'm gonna pull it up, and it's gonna sound nothing like me, and you're gonna look like such a fucking.
Well,
idiot.
the person didn't get a whole bunch of words out, right? Because they were like trying to talk about topics that the moderator it wasn't Andrew that was hosting. It was their new co-host
What
Zen
channel was this
Shapiro.
on?
The Crucible. They named themselves Black Flag, and they were acting like really
Black
coy about
Flag?
Black Flag.
It's an Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah, but or like anarchism, but I thought that it was you because there was just like something about like the way that they were like being like so unbelievably like coy about all of the topics that they were bringing up. Like they were like, oh well, we could talk about race realism, Sondsol, and they were like, yeah, let's not talk about that. And then they continued to talk about it anyway, and so it just made me think it was fucking you.
But did it sound like me though?
It sounded a little bit like you, but again, like they didn't get to talk all that much. So like I wasn't like super sure at first, but then like as soon as he kicked them, I was like, oh, okay. I think that was Dingo.
Did you say that? I think that was Dingo.
I didn't say it on the stream because I didn't know if you like wanted people to think that you were like doing race realism stuff. So
Well, that legitimately, because I got it from you, and I thought, because if you go to the Chud channel, he uploaded it. There's like, the conservatives in the comments were so mad because I was basically making fun of the two conservatives on the panel the whole time, and it was
what was the panel
hilarious.
over?
The Twitter files shit.
So how did that go?
Great. Can I read yet some comments?
Okay, do it fast again. Like there's like a million things I have to go over.
Okay, this is from a conservative. I would raise the standard. That joke on the upper right, not a fan. Who is the idiot in the top right corner? And why does he keep chiming in with 12-year-old humor?
Okay, well, let's be honest.
I
Sometimes
had to cover up Dingo. I was working, and he was making my blood pressure rise.
Jesus. Seems like they don't like you very much, do they?
Everyone in the chat thought it was hilarious. Like, one of the bits was Will in his channel was losing the debate. So I went downstairs and I grabbed a beanie and a pair of glasses. I turned my camera on and I said, I can take over if you're having trouble. And it was hilarious. It was really funny. But basically, the whole thing was hilarious. But you thought I was talking about race realism.
I thought that you were trying to
On-
troll on the Crucible.
I've
but
trolled in the Crucible before. And it was so hilarious that Andrew added me as a friend and said he thought it was funny. Okay, so there you go. I've already got my troll medal. I don't
Okay,
need to go on the
gotcha.
Crucible again. I took a W. I don't need to. It's like you win a fight and then you come back the day later. Like, bad idea. You won the fight, right? Like, cut your losses, leave. Like, you don't want to come back and get your ass beat because then you're gonna have to fight again to win, right?
Yeah.
Some bullshit. Okay, and you understand because you get into many fights with kindergartens like children, and you know how vicious they can be. Actually, wait. So what are you doing right now?
Well, there's a couple of videos that I need to go over.
So you
I'm-
don't respect me, pretty much.
I'm not going to be able to stream for like the next week.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I think I know why you don't respect me, and it's because you lived in an apartment.
Oh, we're not doing this again. Fuck you. See, it was that kind of like trolly kind of like attitude that the person came in with that I was like so certain it was you. Fuck me.
They didn't even sound like me. I bet they didn't even sound like me.
I bet you if I go back and listen to it now,
Wait, which one is it?
It was the Sondsol versus the World last night.
It's not even uploaded yet. I don't think it's not on YouTube.
Oh, it absolutely is. 1 second.
Live. Yeah, it's not here. Oh, the Naomi versus Andrew Wilson. Andrew fucking won that so hard. It's not even funny.
Who?
Oh my god. It was this trans activist person. And listen, I don't even agree with what Andrew was saying, but oh my god, that person was so fucking stupid. Like, they were just, it was the absolute worst points. Like, Andrew was literally running a circle around them. It wasn't even funny. Oh my god. I think maybe it got privated or something.
View full playlist. Great, it's in reverse order.
Is it unlisted or something?
Well, I sure hope not. Wait, is this not fucking...
That was my point. Like, it wasn't there. I was confused.
It's not in order. 1 second. Control F Sond. Here, 1 second. That was the last one.
What if they just trolled you and like the stream wasn't even like live? It was just like an
Oh, well, you can watch my stream. Yeah, you should be able to watch my stream on it.
Do you know how far? You probably don't have the timestamp, but like.
No, it's probably about an hour into it.
God damn! Did you hear the short cameo I made on my Destiny stream?
No.
He opened it up while I was speaking and said, "We'll look at that later," and then muted it and dragged it away. And it was like I maybe got like the word "it" was my big entry into Destiny's community. So I'm glad that everybody got to know who I am that day. He did a very in-depth analysis of me saying one word. Amazingness.
Interesting. Okay, well, I'm gonna hop out. You can.
You're a piece of trash. You are a piece of trash.
If I
You live in an
accidentally
apartment.
don't have if I don't have it listed, you can go into like YouTube Studio and find the link. But because I don't know how to make it automatically make it go into the.
How long was he in there for? Do you know?
He was probably in there for like 4 or 5 minutes maximum. Like he had like issues getting connected, and then he had like when he got in there, he asked me what I wanted to talk about, and I was like, bro, it's this is the thing where everyone comes in here to dogpile me. I don't know what you want to fucking talk to me about.
It's like, no, you challenged me to this debate. If I was there, I would go, no, you challenged me to a debate. You wanted to debate on a topic. What topic do you want to debate me about? That's what I would say. And you'd be so fucking confused. It'd be hilarious.
Well, that was kind of how it went. This is why I thought it was you, because they kind of had the same mannerisms as you when you're trolling.
Okay, what are my mannerisms? Why don't you explain to me what my mannerisms are?
No, because
What
I
are
have other
mine?
things that I want to get into today. Okay,
Like what? Like other things you want to get into?
I have
What?
had like for the
Why don't you get
majority of
into
this
a clown
conversation,
statement?
I have
Why
had a
don't you get
pop-up
into a
window.
clown-
I've had this
Why don't you
fucking
get in-
pop-up
why
window
don't
with
you
a
get
video
into a
on it. I have
You
a
wanna
fucking
get
Twitter
into
video I have to go
something?
into.
Get into a clown costume, mate. How about you get into that one? You'd look good in it with your little red.
I'm fuck off. Okay, I'm watching the fucking videos that I was. Okay, let's watch this fucking Andy No video. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Yes, absolutely.
Is rhetoric on social media a problem and a threat to our democracy, Mr. Ward?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Siegel?
Yes.
Ms. Caraballo?
Yes.
Ms. Nomani?
Yes.
Ms. Tyler?
Yes.
Wait, what was the question?
Is rhetoric on social media a problem and a threat to our democracy, Mr. Ward?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Siegel?
Yes.
Ms. Caraballo?
Yes.
Ms. Nomani?
Yes.
Ms. Tyler?
Yes.
Yes.
Another question I have, do you believe that rhetoric targeting officials with violence for carrying out their constitutional duties is a threat to democracy, Mr. Ward? Mr. Siegel?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Only a few weeks after the attempted attack on a Supreme Court justice on June 25th, one of the witnesses, Alejandra Caraballo, tweeted out the following in response to a decision on abortion overturning Roe v. Wade, and I'll quote directly from the tweet: "The 6 justices who overturned Roe should never know peace again. It is our civic duty to accost them every time they're in public. They are
Jesus
pariahs.
fucking
Since women don't
idiot.
have their rights, these justices should never have a peaceful moment in public again." I know something about being accosted. The night of January 5th, I was physically accosted on the streets of DC in Navy Yard by a constituent of mine. I fervently blamed rhetoric on social media, rhetoric at public events, for being physically accosted. I carry a gun everywhere I go when I am in my district and I'm at home, because I know personally that rhetoric has consequences. I've had my car keyed. I've had my house spray painted. I had someone trespass in my house as recently as August. I've been doxxed on social media about where I live. And I've had to add to security everywhere I go. Often, because I can't afford it, I have to carry my own firearm wherever I go. And Alejandra Caraballo also recently tweeted on November 19th, not even a month ago, that the Supreme Court, vested with the judicial power of the United States by our Constitution, stated they are not a legitimate court issuing decisions. And also the Supreme Court is an organ of the far right. So my last question today of Ms. Caraballo: do you stand by these comments, this kind of rhetoric on social media? And do you believe it's a threat to democracy?
Thank you, Representative, for the opportunity to clarify and provide context to my tweets.
I have a question, is it yes or no? Do you believe your rhetoric is a threat to democracy when you're calling to accost a branch of government, the Supreme Court?
I don't believe that's a correct characterization
What
of
you
my
tweeted,
statements.
though. Did you not tweet that? That you thought that the Supreme Court justices should be accosted?
What I'm
you
saying
tweet
is
that,
that
yes or
that is
no?
not an
Did you tweet
accurate characterization of my statements.
On June 8th of this year, a man was arrested near Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home in Maryland. He told law enforcement officers he wanted to kill a Supreme Court justice. He was found with a knife, with a pistol, 2 magazines, ammunition, pepper spray, zip ties, a hammer, crowbar, and duct tape.
Ms. Caraballo, on page 12 and 13 of your written testimony, you painted concerned parents as having been infiltrated by white nationalists and far-right militia groups, which played a significant role in school board protests. This has not actually been my experience with concerned parents. In your testimony, you wrote that in Loudoun County, Virginia, unfounded rumors that spread in local parent groups on Facebook about an alleged trans student sexually assaulting a girl in a bathroom led to a firestorm of several heated school board protests that descended into violence. But in fact, the perpetrator, it actually turned out, had committed 2 sexual assaults at 2 different Loudoun County schools in 2021 and was arrested on October 7th, 2021 by the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office. These weren't unfounded rumors, as you suggest. It actually turns out law enforcement had to act because a sexual assault occurred. So giving this, I'm assuming that until now you were unaware of what happened here, and you're going to update your testimony for the committee. Is that correct?
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess you like reap what you sow. Like, you can't like expect people to. You can't expect to say that like rhetoric on the right is is a threat to democracy, and then like immediately go around and then do the exact same kind of rhetoric, but from the left. Like, this is why we shouldn't accept. Wait, what do you guys have? No, I need those. 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 Give those to me. That's what I came over here for. Why are you leaving? Fuck you. God damn it. Okay, cool. Because I don't have any of these. I have that. I have that. Yeah, you just can't, like pretend to like care about democracy, but only when like things are going your way. Or like you can't pretend to care about like political violence and say how bad political violence is, and then say like, yeah, we should be like doxing and harassing all of these doxing and harassing fucking the Supreme Court justices. You can't fucking do that. It's so fucking stupid. Okay, let's watch this genocide bingo.
Rule 1 of Genocide Bingo is don't win Genocide Bingo. Rule 2 of Genocide Bingo is don't win Genocide Bingo. What kind of AI have we made then? Well, it's sentient, for starters, and it's super duper clever, probably a few million times smarter than the entire combined human race, which means we should probably give it access to the internet. Maybe it can find cures for new diseases, or solve political problems or whatever, and you just won Genocide Bingo. AI just vaporized you, which means we should probably give it access to the internet. Maybe it can find cures for new diseases or solve political problems or whatever, and you just won Genocide Bingo. AI just vaporized humanity in a nuclear holocaust. Good job, jerk. The problem here is that self-awareness in all species of mammals, at least, usually results in a strong sense of self-preservation. Well, an AI will be smart enough to know we could turn it off whenever we wanted, and it probably wouldn't want to be turned off. And there's a
Finish the Congress clip. She does respond. Okay, well the clip that I was given, like that's where it ended. Oh wait, hold on.
Rhetoric on social media.
Shut up.
That rhetoric is a way in Navy Yard by a constituent
nearly every street
to address these threats from within every member's worst nightmare. So it's clear to me that we have to call out the threats to our democracy emanating from wherever they come, whether it's the right or the left. It is incumbent upon every one of us to call it out on both sides of the political spectrum and recommit ourselves to the Constitution and the rule of law. I look forward to working with anyone, Republican or Democrat, as you know, Mr. Chairman, to address these threats from within and without. And I look forward to inviting more people who actually know what they're talking about to our witness panels in the 118th Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Mace. I turn now to Ms. Kelly for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've talked a lot today about the dire threat to democracy posed by the spread of white supremacy and related extremism, but I'd like to discuss the means to combat radicalization and private unregulated militias. First off, nearly every state has a statute on the books prohibiting ad hoc militias from organizing and operating, but these laws are seldom enforced. Ms. McCord, 2 quick yeses or nos. Many militias seem to believe that there's a constitutional right that allows for the violent overthrow of the government to take it back for the people. Does that right exist?
No, it does not.
Does the Second Amendment provide this right?
No, it does not.
That's what I thought. Okay, what more can states doing
Wait,
to
what am I doing?
investigate and enforce those anti-militia laws? And are there any states you would point to that have demonstrated strong enforcement? And what can we do on the federal?
Wait, hold on. She doesn't respond. I just watched the. Oh, to the earlier bit in a second. Okay, got it.
Level in Congress?
I would point recently to the elected district attorney of Albuquerque, New Mexico, Bernalillo County, Raul Torres. He brought a civil enforcement action against an unlawful private militia that was operating in Albuquerque, the New Mexico Civil Guard. My organization at Georgetown co-counseled with him in that enforcement action, and we obtained injunctive relief, court-ordered relief, prohibiting that militia and its officers, directors, members, and any successor organizations from continuing to operate as a military unit outside of governmental authority or to to usurp the role of law enforcement by assuming the functions of law enforcement. That is a really commendable use of the state laws in New Mexico, and that's something that could be replicated elsewhere. However, as your question notes, there's, I think, a lack of resources for many state and local law enforcement and prosecutors, and sometimes a lack of political will to take the kind of action that Mr. Torres took. And that is why I have worked with the chairman and his staff on, some proposals for federal anti-paramilitary activity legislation.
Thank you so much. These unregulated militia are major contributors to gun violence, so it's very critical that these laws are enforced. Mrs. Siegel, turning to you, briefly, what does a whole of government approach to combating radicalization and extremism look like, and what funding and grants are needed?
So I recommend that folks look at ADL's Protect Plan, which is a comprehensive set of recommendations, which includes opposing extremists in government service, taking domestic terrorism prevention measures. Specifically, though, it also includes creating an independent clearinghouse for online extremist content. You can imagine it modeled after, in part, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, where essentially people who are identifying extremist activity or threats to violence online have a place to report it that is nonprofit, independent, but funded by the government. I think that would be a good step. And then lastly, I think we need to also identify potentially looking at targeting foreign white supremacist terrorist groups, because we know white supremacy is a global terror threat, and the ability for extremists to translate their ideologies of hate through the internet across the world is something that we're seeing impact communities on the ground here in the United States.
Thank you so much. Ms. Caraballo, I wanted to give you a chance to, it seems like you wanted the opportunity to have a little rebuttal, so I wanted to give you that opportunity.
Thank you, Representative, for the opportunity to provide some context to my speech, or to my tweets. The tweets aren't necessarily representative entirely of my views. Every American has the right to protest peacefully on sidewalks, as the Supreme Court has held, and to protest public officials peacefully. And I wholeheartedly support the peaceful protest of government officials. And I stress the word peaceful in terms of the word.
Okay, my understanding is that there is no legal right to go outside of the homes of these there's no legal right to go outside the homes of what do you call them, Supreme Court justices, right? Do I have that correct? There's no legal right to do that. There is a legal right to protest peacefully in any kind of unjust law that you might believe that there is, but the idea that you can go outside of their house is the illegal thing, right? To approach and speak to someone in an often challenging or aggressive way. But let's hear what the rest of it is.
Means to confront verbally. And that is entirely what I meant, and that is what I was pointing to. And in terms of the second tweet, I was referring to reports about in the news media that Justice Alito had taken meetings with a family and leaked a Supreme Court decision back in 2014, the Hobby Lobby decision. And those are my personal views, and I hope every American is able to share their personal views on social media and exercise their First Amendment right to free speech. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to say thanks for your explanation, but I do agree with my colleagues. We want to be able to do our jobs in a peaceful way and don't want to have things, what happened to Nancy Pelosi's husband or any member of Congress or elected official, be physically hurt from doing their job. Thank you. I yield back.
And I thank the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois. Ms. Mace, if there's nobody else on the Republican side, I'm going to take my 5 minutes of questioning.
Oh, that's fine. I just ask unanimous consent to enter the tweets into the record.
You got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Siegel, let's just clear up one bit of semantic confusion. The Buffalo shooter invoked the Great Replacement theory, engaged in other racist and anti-Semitic speech. He said he was inspired by the New Zealand.
So they gave a non-answer. Never mind. To protest as long as it's public property, but of course there might be other limiting laws like public nuisance noise, et cetera, in a neighborhood. My understanding, and maybe it's just been so long since the situation actually happened that I just don't remember all of the all of the intricacies of it, but like my understanding is that like it was like actually like 100% illegal for them to protest in the way that they did because it was outside of their house. Like there was no like reasonable expectation of safety for Kavanaugh. I think it was, were they outside of Kavanaugh's house? Yeah. Yeah, don't protest outside of fucking politicians' houses. It's a really bad fucking idea. Okay. Genocide bingo.
A very effective way to stop that happening, isn't that right, Skynet? But hang on, isn't this all a little pessimistic? Why would it want to wipe us out just because it's self-aware? Can't it be chilled out and kind instead? Oh, like the kindness we show to species less intelligent than us, you mean? Om nom 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 nom. There doesn't seem to be much of a correlation between intelligence and being nice. Dolphins are pretty damn clever, and they're one of the only species who kill not just for food, but because it's fun, apparently. More intelligence doesn't always mean diplomacy and cuddles.
How did I fuck
smarter
this up
ways
so
to murder
bad?
Stuff. Why wouldn't AI think differently? Even if there's only a slim chance it would be evil, you only need to make one nasty AI out of 1,000, and it's goodnight Homo sapiens. Cheers for playing. And it doesn't have to wipe us out with a nuclear apocalypse either. There's loads of other fun stuff it could do, like crash the economy, poison the water supply, disable ATMs, take over plane autopilots, knock out the national grid, sabotage
Jesus.
nuclear reactors, disable the internet, disable telecommunications, disable people, murder people, murder people, murder people, murder people. We're all gonna die. Okay, let's try something else then. We'll make it self-aware again, but this time we'll make sure it likes humans. We could even set some ground rules, like serve your creators, always be polite, and no bloody genocide this time, alright? Yeah, great, actually, that's a good idea, and you just won genocide bingo again, and everyone's dead. Part of the bonus of being self-aware is that you can choose to modify yourself. We change our minds all the time. Well, if it really is
This is in
self-aware,
content
just because
suggestions if
coded
you
a
want
few
this.
instructions in, like always say please and thank you, doesn't mean it couldn't just ignore them. It's very difficult to imagine how you would hardwire morality into something which is 1,000,000 times smarter than we are. Well, let's try this again, and we'll be really careful this time, okay? So we'll put a little test into the mix. We'll make it think it's got access to the internet, but really it will just be on a secure server. Clever humans, huh? And if it behaves itself, we'll let it out into the real world, and then we'll genocide again. AI is super clever, much smarter than you and I, and has likely already worked out that it might be being tested, and will just pretend to be pleasant for the sake of it until you let it free, and then everything gets a bit killy. I've actually covered this in a previous video called 27, if you're interested. Okay, a nice way around this maybe, let's give it really basic instructions that can't possibly lead to genocide, like make ice cream. That's nice, isn't it? And it's kind of hard to imagine how that could possibly go wrong.
How do I set that to auto trash?
So super intelligence isn't like normal code. If you forget to add a bracket or something in normal coding, the program lets you know. AI though may well just keep doing the thing until it runs out of resources and find clever ways of carrying on after that.
Make ice cream, please.
How much ice cream, exactly?
Like, a lot? Jesus Christ, just do your job.
Huh, alright.
What is this? It's chewy and the flavour is kind of weird.
Yeah, so we ran out of cream a few days ago.
Right, and you've been using what, exactly? Condensed milk or something?
Yes, something like that. Yeah.
Why does this ice cream taste like human babies?
Nice weather today, isn't it?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay, let's give it all we've got then. Sentience, loves humanity, access to the internet, intention testing, basic instructions, and a few ground rules. What do we get, huh? Well, I think we all know what's coming, don't we? And oh, that's a nice surprise. If we get the mixture right somehow and we avoid genocide by building friendly superintelligence, we haven't just built AI. Even if AI is friendly, what we may have done is just given birth to our successors. They'll be millions of times smarter, faster, and more creative than us, and they will only keep getting better. It takes a very long time for humans to evolve, hundreds of thousands of years, even for very small changes. Superintelligence could do it in nanoseconds, and there probably won't be an off switch. And when you think about it like that, the whole history of our species seems a little like that quote by Marshall McLuhan: "We might be the sex organs of the machine world." Or rather, when the machines look back on our civilization, the whole purpose of it, to them, may have just been to build theirs. That isn't a very pleasant answer to what is the meaning of life, but it might be an accurate one. And instead of chrome spaceships and galactic human empires waiting in our future, our species might instead just be a small mark on the evolutionary tree somewhere, between slime and gods. Let's just hope those gods are thankful to their dumb parents when we eventually give birth to them. Otherwise, Genocide Bingo may be the last game we ever play. Remember book?
I like that video. I don't know where the Crucible video from yesterday is, but like you can watch it on my. Oh wait, hold on. Let me make sure that it's available on my stream because I actually don't know. 1 second. YouTube Studio. Go to content, live, debating on the Crucible. Oh, it's unlisted. Public. Publish. Okay. So, debating on the Crucible is now live on my channel on the it's on the part where you would see like the past live streams. I don't know why it's not live on their stream though. Anyways, okay, let's see what this let's see this Matty Cakes clip really quick. Oh, Dylan Burns messaged me. Is he like streaming or something? Okay, Soprano State.
To be harm, and then weigh it, and then we're going to weigh that against the good points, just like I said you wanted to do.
Well,
right?
Okay. I mean, listen. I just want to talk.
What is it? What are these fucking facial expressions she's doing, dude? What the fuck? The debate bombardment was great. Yeah, I actually. There was one point where I was like I got super fucking aggravated with Andrew. And I didn't realize until like right at the end that he was fucking trolling about the correlation versus causation thing. But yeah, I was ultra fucking triggered by how fucking stupid he was being. And I realized like I need to chill the fuck out. If I don't chill the fuck out, I'm going to look really bad here. But I think at that was like the only point where I felt like I was doing bad. I felt like Rob was being intentionally obtuse, but that's like normal for him, you know. But yeah, what are these fucking facial expressions she's making?
Harm, and then weigh it, and then we're gonna weigh that against the good points, just like I said you wanted to do.
Well,
right?
Okay. I mean, listen. I just want to talk.
Hey, be nice to Shark, okay? I like Shark. He might have some quote unquote soy opinions, but I do like the guy. All right. I talked to him a whole bunch, especially earlier on in my streaming career. We roomed together for the Better Discourse thing. It was super fun. All right. I think he's like a genuinely good person. He hasn't like been one of those people that like comes after me hardcore the second that we have like a disagreement. I don't know what his opinions on me are, but so I guess like unless like he starts like super shit talking me, I don't have really any negative opinions of him, you know.
About if it's like true or not that harm does exist, or that conceptualization of harm does exist, right? Because if I think like stepping on my dog's tail is harm, and you think like not taking your dog to the park is harm, right? Like something along those lines.
Then you run into a lot of epistemology issues with that, right? So
Okay.
this is the whole problem with this. But don't worry, we will go into your studies and your metadata, and we'll go through this to make you happy, right? I'm just saying that you have no moral grounding, no moral foundation, You have
Where does
absolutely
she smear
nothing
the
from
makeup?
which to even bring an argument, right? You don't even understand which
Rachel,
when you ask
what you're referring to.
Wait, hold on. I thought there was a
talking about
timestamp
like
here.
how only some people actually make a living wage
to be harmed, and then
No,
weigh it,
I'm-
and then we're going to
no.
weigh that.
Is this after
Tidbit.
smearing?
Also,
No.
not saying there is. Like allow them to take agency.
2/16/26. Okay, got you. Thank you.
On stream.
How many of you on screen have had a run-in with Brittany? Shark, are you the only one that hasn't yet?
I've never spoken to the woman in my life.
I've been seeing a lot of debates with Andrew recently. At first, I thought he wasn't that bad, and he was pretty sensible. But man, I've discovered that he's fucking insane. One thing that I've noticed, especially with right wingers, there are very few left wingers that I know that do this. There's like one or two, but like with right wingers, they have like a public opinion where they give like the most like bombastic form of their position, but then like privately they have like a little bit softer of a position where it is you know, you might find it more like, even though you like disagree, you might find it more you know, agreeable. So like with Andrew and Rachel, I really respect them because they have like this overarching opinion of the world, right, that they want to put out there and get people to be more in line with, right, especially around like LGBT people and around like women's rights. Like they don't, like Rachel will go on there and she'll argue against like women's right to vote and shit like that, right? But in private, like I think, and I don't want to like put them on blast or anything for people to like try and accuse them of stuff, because like they are still like in every sense of the word, like anti-LGBT in terms of anything that we would want to happen, right? They're very, very pro-Christian, but like they have a much more like caring position on it that doesn't seem like they fucking virulently fucking hate trans people or virulently fucking hate gay people. But they have like it comes from a place of care that I disagree with, but it's not as fucking terrible as like the Groypers. They would like literally cart off trans people into fucking camps. Like they fucking would. They're fucking insane people, right? They genuinely think that it's like a degeneracy that needs to be cleansed from the earth. Whereas Andrew and Rachel, they just have that when my mom passed and Rach messaged me a few times too. Yeah, like that, those sorts of things where like they'll like message individual trans people, or like they'll I know they did some like real, I don't want to like name names because I don't know if that person wants anything to come out, but like there was one person who was going through some like major shit, like some really, really horrible, like mega horrible shit. And Andrew and Rachel both got on Discord and like stayed with them through like especially bad times. And like they like prayed with them and shit. And like I think that's you know, a really admirable and really, really cool thing. Even if they you know, would rather trans people not be in the limelight and like had less trans people in the world, they're not gonna try and like go about it in a way that they want people to like die or some shit, you know? That's because sane people realize just because you disagree with someone doesn't mean they are all bad or evil, just that they are wrong on one thing. Well, also, it's really hard to, but like I would probably think that Andrew and Rachel were like really fucking horrible people too if I didn't know some of like the background info. Okay, like I'm not gonna like wholesale defend them on shit because they you know, because I know like they've done some really nice things for individuals in their own time, right? Because like fuck, if I only knew their public views, I would be like, man, these people are virulently hateful fucking people. Like they genuinely hate all like LGBT people. They want them to like fucking die. Like I would probably think that if I didn't know a little bit more about them than the average like lefty does. But that's why, like, I don't try to have like public and private positions or like attitudes towards things. I don't think that there's a single thing that I like present myself as. Yeah, I don't think so. Like, I would probably be a lot more. I would have a lot more popularity with the left if I like held my tongue on a whole bunch of shit. But I think that it's really important to like have principles and stick by those principles, even if it's unpopular with groups that you like otherwise agree with, right? Like, so like the trans genocide discourse, I'm not going to sit there and pretend that I think that there's a trans genocide or that there's like more than one perspective on the word genocide, right? Like, I just don't think that that's like a good thing to do if you're trying to be like the most honest person in the world. Yeah. So residential picketing? Wait, hold on. I don't even know what residential picketing is. Okay, so I don't have an opinion on that. I will read it in a second. It's just that I got bombarded with people asking me to talk earlier, and then I just opened your DMs just now. I'll look at it. Okay, I promise. I have one more DM to open. Clip not available. No. He deleted the clip. Tom hiding stuff from us. Okay, hold on. Let's see Maddie Cake's smear of makeup.
This one from Tim Zimlick says, how do the pro-porn side explain how virtually every single person who quits porn reports having a profound change
in
mental clarity and health?
I mean, the same reason why if you buy into sort of like,
look at Rachel, she's like, what the fuck
like
is
some
going
sort of
on
like
here?
The traditional medicine type thing, why those people will
Andrew is so fucking confused.
Go ahead, you want to speak? Go ahead.
It's the placebo effect, really?
Sure,
You're
yeah.
saying it's the placebo effect?
Oh, absolutely.
Why is she so fucking weird?
Yeah, absolutely. People here, and here's a really interesting thing. As somebody who's like gone to a church before, I forget what the line is exactly, but I remember sitting in the room when I was an adult and them talking about how.
Oh, I wish I had her audio for this.
That due to it was a Protestant church, but how a lot of guys, they were scared because of how some people interpret the Bible there. They felt bad for feeling sexually attracted to like even their wife, right? They felt like they were committing a sin there. You can teach people, you can tell people that things are like, this is bad, that's bad all of the time. And once you do it for long enough, they can actually believe it. And then they can feel like something's better because.
I don't know what the deal is with like, wait, why are my videos playing on full screen on my other monitor here? That's weird. Well, I don't understand why lefties do this thing where they like make the fucking craziest, like Demon Mama Maddie Cakes. I feel like Vosh occasionally did this, like where he'll like look into the camera, and be like it's the fucking Office in the middle of a fucking debate. Like I just don't fucking understand what is the deal with lefties making crazy like facial expressions. It's like a way to ad hom the person without actually like speaking. It's just fucking insane. They're copying Destiny. Destiny doesn't even do that, does he? Because if Destiny did that, like I would be embarrassed to be a like he did that in one debate where he was making fun of Demon Mama, right? Wait, hold on. Someone get me that clip. Okay. Destiny does the piano meme, yeah. I really should hook up my piano right back here and figure out how to get that to play through stream so that I can still hear it. Okay, he would do crazy reactions, but he wouldn't be like, what? Like, you know, someone please fucking post, like, oh God, I wish that fucking YouTube would let Destiny's, I think it's like Destiny's craziest debate. Okay, let's look up Destiny Demon Mama.
You came on to my show and you cried for 3 hours about me bullying people on Twitter, and you're gonna pretend that I'm the mad one?
Dude,
when
you're
you,
still
when you
mad
play,
about that?
No
Wait,
one,
you know that everyone thinks you got blown out.
you know
on
that when you
right?
keep saying
Like,
you're
everyone
mad
who's not
over and
a
over and over
celebrity
again,
content-
all you do is sound mad, right? When you scream
Wait,
over and over
you-
again, are you
wait.
mad? Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad?
wait,
Are
do
you
you
mad?
think-
Are you mad?
wait,
Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad? You know that just makes you sound really mad,
wait,
right?
Destiny.
You know that every
Hold
time
on.
you make one of these dumb faces, you're like,
Destiny,
"What?
hey, Destiny,
What?
hey,
What?"
Destiny,
Like
hey,
you're
Destiny,
literally
hold
the
on,
comic
buddy,
of you're the Wojak
buddy.
guy who's like, I'm not
Holy
mad,
shit.
you're mad, okay? So
Holy
anyway,
shit,
my
are you
original
okay?
point. Wait, how many of these faces do you have memorized for stream?
Wait.
Wait,
Oh, I
wait,
forgot.
wait,
I'm
wait,
so
wait, hold on,
sorry.
let me do it. What? What?
Are you alright?
Wait,
Like,
are you still
holy
mad?
shit. Okay, first
Wait,
of all,
wait, hold on, wait. What?
Dude,
What?
Hey, listen. Hey, Destiny, this is great memes. I don't actually know what's wrong with you at the moment.
Wait,
Like,
wait.
You actually seem unhinged.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this
But second
conversation, the entire time,
I didn't
the
even
entire time.
get to say hi, Destiny.
Please, I don't want to
You've
say hi to
been
you. You're a fucking loser. I don't want to say hi to you. I'm not calling you to
Sure,
say hi to you,
Soprano.
okay? I'm just calling you.
You're so mad, dude. This is actually hilarious.
Wait, are you mad?
I think-
What?
Wait, I think
What?
you've lost the ability. I think
What? I think you've lost the ability to make any arguments. Have you lost the ability? Have you lost the ability to be a? Have you lost the ability? Like, I can't believe you actually can't do it. You actually
you're
can't
not
do
on
it.
cam, by the way.
You've
I just wanna
have
let
you
you know
lost
this
the
entire
ability
time-
to actually can't do it? Are you mad?
Oh,
What?
This is gonna be beautiful. Listen,
What?
Destiny.
What?
You're not on cam. I don't know if you want to turn on your cam so you.
No,
can
not
actually
really.
be on-
Because this is like a 2-minute
Oh,
conversation. Okay. Okay. So
see.
backing up before all the theatrics. Okay.
Wait, what do you mean your theatrics? You screaming about me and doing wait a minute? Like this is literally like this is one of the most hilariously mad interactions I've ever had with somebody.
Mad.
Let alone
What?
with, like a professional streamer. Yeah, literally. I
What?
walked in here, you immediately started screaming. It's hilarious. You are so it's like I didn't know it was possible for a streamer who gets like 100 average views to have a derangement syndrome about them. But that is you
What?
right now, 100%.
What?
100%.
What? What? Okay. So anyway,
Are
you
you
talked
broken?
to the Scrub King.
Are you broken?
You talk.
Are you high right now or drunk? Like I'm just asking you because I've
Okay.
literally never seen you behave this embarrassing in like when
Okay.
like
I'm
on
just
a
gonna
stream.
talk, and we'll see if we get through the sentence. I know you're gonna
Sure,
interrupt me
go
many
for
times.
it.
I remember when I first saw this because I was still like in between both like being like a DGGer and a VGGer, right? I was the based Ultra Chad, and I enlightened centrist on DGG and VGG. And like I was embarrassed for Destiny on this, but like now after I've kind of escaped like the lefty sphere of things, bro, this shit's fucking hilarious. Holy fuck.
So
I mean, you
the Scrub
literally
King
talked
came
over
on
me.
to this conversation with you. They were incredibly kind. They were incredibly
Sure.
courteous. They tried to engage with every point, and at every step of the way, you were just so unbelievably thirsty to shoehorn them into an insult
I disagree
argument
with that.
when they weren't trying to make insult arguments at all. You were incapable of engaging critically with a single thing that he said, and you ended up saying like so many things that were just mind-numbingly fucking stupid. Anytime
Really
you're in a
give an example of
conversation,
that?
sure. So like when you're unwilling to admit that on average men are greatly more physically capable than women.
Okay.
Is that something? I'm curious.
Did
Wait.
I ever say anything about that?
Yeah, correct. You like had to caveat the
No,
fuck out
I-
of it. Okay,
no,
wait.
I
Then
don't
you know
think
what?
I did.
Then let's just settle it right now. Do you think that on average men are much more physically domineering than women?
Wait. Domineering or strength?
Strength. Domineering.
Okay,
So-
in raw strength? Yeah, absolutely. On average,
Okay,
100%.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's great. I'm glad you're willing to
What
admit
does that have anything to do with anything
Gotcha.
that we
Wait,
talked about?
Okay, I'm glad you're willing to admit that. No, I'm not fixated. You asked me one thing and I gave you one thing. Here's
Okay.
another thing. Do you agree that there's
I
a
didn't do
difference?
that, though. Wait a
Here's
minute,
another
wait a
thing.
minute.
Wait,
Hold on,
here's
no,
another
you just
thing.
got to
Wait.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
Well, you asked me for it. I know. I'm just trying to
Wait,
clarify. I'm just trying to clarify things. Do you
Destiny,
agree that
my
there's a
God, this
difference
is so
between
unfair.
being aggressive versus being lethal?
God.
Do you think that there's a difference between those two things? Do you think there's a difference
Yes,
between
of
being?
course. What that never was talked about in the.
Wait, so you acknowledge that there's a difference between being being aggressive versus being able to cause like significant harm. Something could be aggressive.
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
I'm really glad you're willing to admit that now. That's great. I wish you would have admitted that. I wish you would have admitted that in the stripping argument. Does anybody else have another thing that they weren't willing to admit in the conversation?
You're literally not even letting me respond.
Because nothing you say has any value. I'm just here to see if you'll actually like acknowledge a lot of the dumb shit that you said.
Scared of Demon Mama? Is that what's going on here? Because I haven't been able to speak for half a fucking second.
People
And what
disempower.
you've been doing is
Okay, wait. Here's
actually
another question. Here's another question. If you disempower half of society, do you acknowledge that you're empowering the other half of society? Do you understand that?
It's my turn now. No, Destiny, it's my turn.
If you,
you've got to.
Yeah. Okay. Last question then. Last question. Last question. Last question. No. Just I'm serious. Last, and then I'll answer three. I will answer three in a row of yours. I'm just for the last one. Do you acknowledge that if you disempower half of society, do you acknowledge that in a way that's empowering the other half?
I guess it could.
Thank you. I'm so happy that you walked back every single argument that you gave. You are a worthless fuck piece of shit. Have a wonderful night. All right. Done with that. Okay.
Jesus Christ, so fucking good.
I'm gonna go party with Melina and Mootin and Dan. This piece of trash is gone. There's no point in saying anything else.
This is insufferable. It is insufferable, but like, I think that like, especially like, Shiloh, you're not like in the whole like Twitch politics sphere as much as like I or like anybody else who is, like often like engaging with these people. So like the memes are probably lost on you that like we see, but like fuck me, dude, that shit's so fucking good. Destiny crashing, Leon safer. Wait. Oh yeah. I fucking forgot about that. Wait, why is this giving me? No. No. We're not making steel here. Wait, hold on. Wait, what do I want here? I want these guys to... Okay, I know what I want to do here. Okay, hold on. I just saw something recommended to me.
Okay, we're gonna talk to friend of the stream. No comment chick. Hello.
Hey, Polly, let me turn you off on Twitch, and then I'll be able to talk to you like a normal person, which
We'll
I
listen to
am,
this for just a little bit.
Contrary to what people might have said, I actually am a normal person, believe it or not. I'm the biggest normie any of you know.
Yeah.
So normal, exceptionally normal. How are you doing? Are you having a normal one as well?
I am always having a very normal abnormal one.
Well, it's a Saturday, so is that your like chill day for kick back and watch some good woke scold videos? Is that kind of
that's what I like to do.
The plan?
I like to do like typically Saturday is the trolls usually have Saturday offs. They usually come in harder, but it's been kind of quiet so far today. So
knock on wood.
Yeah.
Like. Yeah, there's some wood. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
I don't know if that shit is real. I don't know if knocking on wood actually does any good, but on the off chance that what the bleep do we know is right about everything, I'm gonna go ahead and knock on it. Like, right?
Yeah, do it. Just be safe. I'll do it too.
You gotta have those superstitions. I don't know. That sometimes
Wait,
I don't know. I think
Why
that's
are
like
you...
the mark of just like feeling out of control for so long, is that you want anything, even if it's just a silly superstition, anything that could protect you.
What
Which,
am I
yeah,
fucking
you're right,
up
You're
here?
right. It does. I haven't seen them. Hopefully you haven't had to be dealing with them. I haven't heard a lot of stuff about troll activity. It's almost like Ghostbusters.
Oh, hello.
Hello?
Oh, you're back. You're back. You're gone for a second.
I probably turned away from the microphone and was hard to hear. I'll avoid that in the future. Yeah. So it's just like it's kind of like Ghostbusters. It's like you're running a PK mech.
It happened again.
Uh-oh.
God. Let's hope that's not Discord. Here, I'm gonna turn off my music just in case my new system is getting overtaxed by too many things being on. It's a laptop rather than a desktop, so I'm used to like being just a resource hog. Maybe that'll help if I'm less of a resource hog. Sorry about that.
People are hoping that you get your computer fixed.
I am very much hoping that I get my computer fixed as well. That's been a big that's just been like one thing after another, but it's given me a chance to sit back and think and be intentional and strategic about my content. Really think what I'm doing here. So it's a mixed blessing, mixed curse. It's something, and it's something that I'm dealing with, but hopefully for not too much longer. I have heard that the computer repair shop has received my new graphics card in the mail, and they're going to be putting that thing in there. They're going to be forging my weapon in the fires of some volcano or something, and they're going to bring out a brand new computer that's better than anything I've ever used before. So
Well, that would be amazing. That's a hell of a computer. That's like that'd be way better than my computer.
Yeah, no, I'm scared of this kind of power. Can NCC be chat? What do you think? Can NCC be trusted with this kind of power?
This is so
Oh,
fucking
I'd rather
cringe.
you have
Just
the power
please
than
talk
basically-
about like.
you know,
To being like the pariah. I don't know. It feels like a movie or something. It feels like some kind of a spy movie. Like all of a sudden I'm just like, you know, got everybody in the world coming after me, and all I did was stand up and say trans rights. Like that was a controversial
Oh, that's
statement
exactly all
to
you
say
did.
That, you know, that trans rights are more important than your debate, Dylan. Like that that got them. That somehow, you know, pierced that like psychic armor of
You came on and you did like the woke scoldy thing where you said that like people are like just coming on to his stream to be woke or to hate trans people, and nobody else saw it except for you and like your very small community. And then everybody like didn't want to talk to you anymore because you started making like documents on people and like docs lists of people and shit like that. Like, yeah, nobody wants to fucking talk to you if you do that shit. Yeah, no fucking shit. Fucking surprise, surprise. When you make docs lists on people, people stop wanting to talk to you because they feel like you're a dangerous motherfucker to be around. Oh no. Oh no, people are so mean to me because I made docs lists on people. Like, fuck off.
theirs. And I got this response that just seems utterly disproportionate.
Well,
it's like kind of made me inspired because, like, you know, is it disproportionate? Like, right, if they're gonna expend all this ammo on me, maybe I am onto something. Maybe you're right, Polly.
Well, right. So, like, I mean, if I had to guess, I think it has more to do with like the people you're attacking. Like, you know, if you're calling out things like white supremacy, which you are, which very few, you know, creators do.
Yeah, very few creators call out white
that creates a
supremacy.
response.
So
I'm just
true.
guessing, like,
So true, Queen.
I just want to like hear your perspective.
Yeah, no, it's definitely standing up for marginalized people, and it's not just like performatively doing it, because all these debate bros stand up for quote unquote marginalized people.
It's not performative. It's not performative. What have you done for marginalized people besides like make content on the internet and beg for money? What have you done? Okay, like I can point towards like trans people who I know are like actually doing things. RGR is like actually doing things for marginalized people, right? Fucking Maya, the person that organized all of the stuff on in Georgia that at the event that I went to, she's actually doing stuff for marginalized people. Like these are people that are actually doing stuff, right? But like, what are you doing? Like what is the non-performative aspect of what you're doing? I'm so fucking curious because every time someone says like actually doing something, not in a performative way, but in a real way, like, what do you fucking mean? Okay, thank you, Soprano.
You know, it's a show for them. It's not real. They don't have skin in the game, and they don't really want to know anybody with skin in the game. Because when you really know somebody like that, you get feedback like, hey, bringing on the transphobe and letting the guy gish gallop, even if you've got two other debaters that are going to take down, you know, 2 or 3 of his points, if he just rattled off 20 points, let me do some math here. That's 14 new transphobic tropes released out into the wild. That's 14 new brainworms in the ears
Sondsol,
of your impressionable liberal audience, right? That's harm to us. Like we.
She called an Asian guy Detective Pikachu. She called me white. She hated the fact I went to testify against trans bills in Ohio, and Irene is watching DBZ. Yeah. I know. It's fucking. She's not a fucking good person. Okay, she's like a exceptionally bad person.
Some math here. That's 14 new transphobic tropes released out into the wild. That's 14 new brainworms in the ears of your impressionable liberal audience, right? That's harm to us. Like we know what that does. We know we've fought the battles of what is a woman all summer. We've dealt with all this shit, all these tropes, all these memes and shit, attack helicopters coming at us, right? We know what that actually does, and I don't think that people like.
Are any of these new tropes?
He's not the only one who does this. By far, he's not the only one who does this. Like you said, it's pervasive. There's not a lot of people that are willing to stand up. You know, to sort of the white fragility within the left. There's because it's unpopular. It is asking people to take their medicine. It is asking people to eat their vegetables. And even though it's good for them, they don't want to do that. And here comes Vosh to say, hey, you know what? Those vegetables fucking suck. Here, let me put you on the Peterson diet. And that's kind of what he's offering, right?
Yeah.
Vosh?
Yeah, so, it probably doesn't help much that I say this, but I I sort of I did have one occasion when I was debating Rob Noor to gish gallop him so hard he cried about it. And then when they get me, they
Oh no, I was debating someone and like fucking bombarded them with so many points they weren't able to respond to it, so they cried about it. Like, yeah, no fucking shit. People like to be able to go like point by point. Now, that's not to like defend Rob too hard, because like literally his entire debate style is just fucking gish galloping fucking constantly. Like literally he is so fucking good at it. And then like he's also very good at crying when he gets called out on it, but yeah.
like, let me talk again. I gish galloped him again until they kicked me off the Crucible.
That is sweet justice. Oh my God. I do not envy you for that. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. BPF came to my Twitter one day and just said, you're stupid, or is it like just like the most inane insult in the world? And like, you know, it's my Twitter. Everybody jumped on him. He just got completely rinsed. I don't know what he was doing. Like, I mean, he's been in my chat before. Oh, you get this. Here's why he was in my chat. So he did this thing where before his debate with Dylan, he researched trans streamers. Now, what does he mean by that? He went into our streams and he looked at how many donations we got and then tried to ascertain if we were spending that money on surgery, because he thought that like if he could prove that we're getting money and that money's not going directly to,
you're talking about Big
surgery.
Papa Fascist when he was going on his like I'm gonna out the trans streamers thing. Oh yeah.
It's almost like a Matt Walsh thing, right?
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
the whole documentary that Matt Walsh got by ambush journalizing people. People didn't realize what that was. They were like, oh, it's a documentary about, you know, trans rights or something like that. And it's you know, Matt
He was
Walsh,
a big
right?
brain trans investigation. Yeah. Well,
so
it was
I mean,
the
like,
opposite. He was like, you're not real trans people. You never had surgery or whatever. You know, I was like, dog. Like, why would you even think that? Like, why would I even lie about that? That's weird.
It just shows you some of these people how disconnected the transphobes are from trans people. Like, they think we're demons. They think we're ghosts. They think we are spooky ghosts, and they have no idea what our lives are like. They think all these wild things about us that could be dispelled if they just stop being transphobic and, like, I don't know, got to know us, right? As a lot of the country has, you know. I don't think that the transphobic viewpoint is as popular as it sells itself to be, right?
Not yet. I mean,
I know, right?
Tell me what you think about this. Is there a well, I think you agree with me on this, but is there, in your judgment, a trans genocide going on?
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Of course.
Yes, there is, and you know, you know, is it going on? That's such the wrong question. I'm sorry that you had to deal with, you know, talking to such intransigence instead of trying to push the issue forward of alleviating what's happening to trans people, rather than worrying about how high the bodies are stacking up and what specifically constitutes a genocide. This is not the time to be nerdy. When your friends are in danger, that's not the time to be nerdy and to get you know, obsessed with like definitions and then find out that you're wrong with all those definitions anyway. That was just ridiculous what you had to deal with.
Yeah. Well,
nerdy defined by the definition
that's a good
is.
answer, right? Okay, so
a good answer because she agrees with it.
Tell us, what do you think should be the goal of like leftist streamers here now that the election's over? You know, what would you suggest that people like me or like you know, people like us, what should we be doing?
I mean, well,
exactly what you have been doing.
It's a sad thing that you sort of have to fight multiple fronts, but you know, you just like you were talking about, dealing with these kind of reactionary leftists and dealing with like real scary Christo-fascists outside of the left. They're both things that need to be attended to, and I think they have, you know, different sort of solutions. What I'm concentrating right now is with people like Matt Walsh, alerting people that think that this guy is somehow because he was able to portray himself as reasonable in the "What Is the Woman" video, right? He was able to make himself look like, you know, I'm just asking the questions. He doesn't yell. He doesn't, you know, he's not like histrionic or anything like that. He just kind of asks questions and then shows people not dealing with those questions in the way that his audience, you know, wants to hear. You know, asking a philosopher about, like, you know, the meaning of gender and then getting, you know, a pretty good answer and cutting it to make it look like 1 hour later or some shit, like, you know, just absolutely. So the thing to do with them is to hammer in on all these scandals, all these little things that where their mask slips, like to show that to people and to show them what Matt Walsh has said about, like, you know, for instance, like child abuse in the church. He doesn't think it's a problem. He thinks gay priests are the problem. There's so many little things that people do not know about these people, and there's people out there that, you know, they're not like us, Polly. They don't get it. They're nowhere close. But I think.
There goes the mic again.
And with the debate,
we'll listen to this for like 5 more minutes, right? Unless something crazy comes up.
In terms of dealing with it, because you're getting it right now. You're getting like dogpiled by these.
We lost you for a second. Could you repeat your last sentence?
Oh shit. Okay. So Yeah, I was just saying that, showing people what, how out of tune with reality people like Matt Walsh is the way to deal with those trans folks. And then I was going to turn the question back on you as far as the debate bros, and kind of, I wanted to get a feeling for what do you think we should do with these people? Because you have
Debate
been getting,
perverts.
dogpiled by the Sonsols and the.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've learned a lot. I've learned like
Why-
the dogpiling for me has been.
I'm actually so wait, hold on. I want to hear exactly what she said there.
Should do with these people, because you have been getting dogpiled by the Sonsols and the.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've learned a lot.
Why is my name the first one that comes up when she thinks of dogpiling? Like, do I even have a large enough oh shit, where is it? It's down there. Fuck. Let's jump in the tank. Do I even have enough of a following? I feel like there are like 4 people that are, viewers of mine that watch me on a regular basis that even like go on Twitter literally fucking ever. Like literally fucking ever. So like where are these like transphobic and like overly aggressive like Sondsol viewers? I'm so fucking curious. Because I don't know where they are at. All right, I want you motherfuckers out there in the fucking trenches. Okay, I want you out in the fucking trenches. But like, I don't think that those like Sondsol viewers even exist. Stop, 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 stop. Let them heal me.
I've learned like the dogpiling for me has been instructive. It's helped me realize, so what I like to do is devise easy to apply tests to determine who is with us and who against. I am a sort of unapologetic purity tester, and in times like these, I like to figure out who our real comrades are to like help us build like networks of support.
Yeah.
And so like that's what I'm trying to do, and I do that through throwing out ideas like, yo, there's a trans genocide. Who doesn't like that idea? And then luckily there's a lot of half-assed allies that just use us for content, like for example Paul Squall saying right there, that will immediately jump on me and express reactionary sentiments. And so like I think where I'm taking this is trying to show other people how to maybe observe reactionary tendencies in people they interact with, maybe either online or even offline, so when you might be wasting your time.
So getting some sort of a baseline for like as far as like I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's important, because I feel like the other thing to do is to link up, create a space, create our own sphere for discourse that they can't get to as easily. Right, and what you're talking about is the exact kind of thing that we need to do. Now, the debate bros call this gatekeeping, but I call it tending to your community. Yeah. I call it caring about marginalized people in your community and making sure that your community is a space that they can exist in without like.
So one thing that I really love, how like they're able to reframe all of their shit fucking behavior as something that's like amazing and good, and like they're like the good people, and they're only like bad people that like disagree with them and shit. Is this like there are we're on the side of like marginalized communities. They always use marginalized communities to kind of like shore up any kind of criticism that might happen. Oh fuck, 1 second. Let that guy fix that. Thank you. So like she says she only wants to do things that are like actually good for these like marginalized communities, right? Like what do you do? What do you do? RGR goes out and she she'll like say shit sorry, I'm focusing on the game too much. RGR will go and she will testify on the like anti-LGBT bills in her state Congress to make sure that those don't get passed. She does like activism and helps write laws and shit like that, even though she hasn't like fully gotten her whatever the degree is that lawyers get. I forget what the name of it is. But she like actively goes out and she like does stuff for communities that is measurable in the world. And I feel like these people, like their version of that is to just, you know, LOL. Well, I one time I went out and I helped I helped by donating some stuff to a trans charity. Haha. It's like, okay, you're not actually like doing anything real then, are you? You're just kind of virtue signaling. You gave money to a trans charity. Congratulations. So did I. I probably have donated more than any of these individual streamers have to a trans charity with my charity drive back in December 2020, right? If it's just like giving money to a charity, then okay, cool. Then like I'm the least transphobic person in the world. But even I wouldn't be so fucking stupid as to say that that is the metric by which we should be judging whether someone's transphobic or not, or whether they're doing like real activism. Like, what is the real activism that I do? Well, if I'm completely fucking honest, it's not that much. Like, I'm a guy who fucking streams, right? That's my superpower. I go through and I stream, and I will talk about these topics, and then like I've been able to help out with like 2 campaigns, one for Senate, and then, or I guess now 2 for Senate. And like I went out and I like canvassed for one of those. Like, what have I done? Like, not that much, because I'm a fucking streamer and I have my own fucking shit to deal with, right? I still care about these issues, but I wouldn't say that I'm like an activist that like goes out on the front lines, because I would never fucking LARP like that, right? I would like to do more of that stuff. I'd like to get more active in politics, right? But like, I have my own shit that I need to deal with first before I can take care of other people, you know? So like, I want to know, what is your like activism that you're doing? Like, when you're like hiding behind the voices of, you know, the marginalized people of the world, what are you doing for them? How? What actions are you taking?
Like, you know, that existential, and I mean existential in terms of, you know, being able to exist, you know, fear following them. We got to have a base of operations, and I think what you're talking about there, as far as establishing just some baselines, just, you know, nothing, you know, nothing, it's not actually ridiculous what you're asking, or what I'm asking, right? It's sensible.
Yeah, and it's too bad like Twitter's going down the tubes, because otherwise like there's easy like rules you can kind of tell people about, like, so like if you're in the midst of getting dogpiled, a super good way that I found to navigate that is to look at, you know, who these dogpiling people are following, and it's been inevitably like the worst takes have come from like the debate bro sphere. So I'm like, oh, okay, well then it turns out I'm not actually being dogpiled, because they're just a bunch of dumbasses that are like hive minds coming at me, so inevitably you identify the people that aren't part of the hive mind, and then you're like, oh, thank God there's real humans out there. It seems like there's real humans that are with me and not brain broken debate bro types, and that can be super reassuring.
Brain broken.
No,
not
absolutely.
buck broken.
And you know, that's
brain
that's
broken.
Kind of, that's kind of where I'm at too. Just finding, like, I want to do more content, talking to people. I've been doing a lot of just React content, and I like that, and that's fun and everything. But like I was saying, I feel like discourse is important, and your sphere of discourse is really important, and trying to create an ecosystem where these ideas can thrive and proliferate, instead of just like one person standing up saying, hey, I kind of think I care about trans rights more than this debate bro shit, and then just absolutely getting shat on from a million different directions. Like, if you have, you know, a crew, for lack of a better term, you can resist stuff like that. Right. You can support each other. You know, you can stand with each other. And
and so like that's kind of where I've been focusing, is just sort of seeing there's a mindset out there that I think, you know, if we could figure out a way to like attract people that are similarly minded, that would help, you know, because the fight's just, you know, it's only started.
Yeah, I see a lot of streamers and content creators start up that are similarly minded, and you know, I've been doing my best to kind of you know, nurture that, and also give it space to grow, because, you know, everybody's going to have their own strengths and abilities, and you know, I can offer my experience, but that's not going to be a one-to-one, you know, relationship with, you know, what they're doing, dealing with right now. And you know, definitely my experience isn't typical. For anybody out there, you're thinking about getting into content creation, you feel like, you know, you got something to say that needs to be said, don't necessarily think like, you know, I got lucky, unlucky, I'm a lightning rod, right? It's not necessarily gonna be what you get, and the more of us there are out there, the less they can like concentrate their fire. I was just in a situation where influence, that ruled the sphere was controlled through panels, and you had like, two big panel shows, and one being bigger than the other. So it wasn't just that, I pissed off a debate bro. I pissed off a debate bro who's a lot of people relied on for their careers. A lot of people were looking for that hippy dippy, placement to show their show what kind of a debater they could be, to get their to get some audience to And I for a while shared in that audience too. I went on there and just absolutely put CTV's nose in the dirt, and people on that show loved that. Dylan's audience, like a big portion of it, loved it. The problem was Dylan didn't love it because he's friends with this guy. He thinks he can be like, kind of play both ways, like be like, okay, I don't agree with CTV on like literally anything, but he's the kind of guy I could have a beer with and stuff. And it's like, that message you're sending to trans people with like, hey, this is my buddy, back off of him. Don't go so hard on CTV.
It's almost like you can like
That's
have.
what I felt like they were afraid of. They were afraid that me or Tiffany or somebody was going to break CTV. So they were like weirdly protective, despite the fact that they're, you're supposedly on the left too, right? You're not a, you're not a MAGA. Why are you defending CTV? And it's because he needs CTV. And that's the kind of conflict of interest that really makes these debate bro networks, super pernicious. That they're relying on right wingers. They're quote unquote reasonable right wingers. And look how reasonable CTV turned out to be. Dude made a swastika out of the fucking pride flag. That piece of shit, called people groomers at a story hour, right? Like he was absolutely as bad as any of the other hogs out there, and they wanted to play with him like he was their pet pig or something. Sure. So
I mean, well, like the narrative I've been trying to like work on and push is that the whole debate bro sphere is a right-wing pipeline. Like it's all designed to push people a little bit to the right, and then once they get too far right, they get too
You engage with the debate sphere, Polly.
Right? It's just
You're known as a debate bro.
It's a dog shit space, and I don't mind interacting with it, but I don't think it's a good space.
Oh,
Like,
okay,
I actually
so
like to go and sort of be disruptive, and I think
you
that's
like the
fine.
clout that you get from arguing with
But
these
it is-
people.
It's been overall made my life at least better, and my stream grow faster as that debate space has fucking collapsed. Like that's been super good for me, and I think it's been good for the like overall like I feel like it's just better. They can go to YouTube and do their dog whistle shit.
I think that there are people that are looking, for what you're selling, right? I think there are people that are either sick of the debate space because they've been there long enough and they've seen what it's really about. They got their stomach turned by it at some point, or they're seeing, what it's becoming. And I don't think it's an accident either. I feel like there are, I don't want to get into like the movers and shakers discourse or anything creepy like that, right? But there are people that have designs for this space that see like Twitch space as it was a couple of years ago when it was moderately, hanging on, sort of like hanging to the left a little bit, right? And they hated that.
I don't know anything about that. Like you would know way more about that than me. I'm like a fucking pandemic Andy, and I didn't even do politics until like maybe 16 months ago.
Well, basically when BreadTube got big, it kind of spilled over into Twitch. Like there were some people that, there was a lot of content creators wanting to make content, and then some of them were like, hey, look at what the surfs are doing. I could do Twitch. I could be a streamer. And so, a bunch of us came over there and we kind of created a space. We just didn't know what we were doing, and we were treating it like we were babes in the woods, right? We just because you don't see the chuds, just because you don't interact with the chuds, doesn't mean that the chuds aren't there. And they were there, and they were making plans to exert their influence over the sphere, and that's just continued for the entire.
That's the entire point of a debate space, that you have people there that have contention.
I think, Twitch is, I don't want to get into the whole Twitch YouTube debate. Let's not, I can't say that on this platform, right? Twitch is great. Everybody we love.
The problem is like. People love the idea of like going out and dunking on conservatives and shit, but what they don't like is like when there's they don't like it when there's like a conservative that can actually push back on their point of view, or when they like end up looking bad as a result of like the debate space, right? That's what they don't like. That's like 100% all it is. They just don't like the fact that sometimes they look like fucking loonies. They want a hug box where they get like a fucking sub 70 IQ conservative to jump in there and then argue against those points. Like those sub 70 IQ conservatives are the only ones that people listen to. There's like probably only like less than 40%. Less than 40% of conservatives are like sub 70 IQ. Okay. Just under 40%. All right. The rest of them are either like average, right? Which is a challenge for these people because they can't like deal with someone who has average fucking intelligence. So it's fucking kryptonite to them. But wait, why is this not going through? Oh, it's because of the. One sec, I gotta fix this. But like they just want a hug box where they can like safely in a controlled environment dunk on conservatives that have like no fucking clue what they're talking about. That's what they want. They don't want actual discourse. They don't want anything of the sort, right? They want to go in, dunk on the chud, and then fucking leave.
Twitch. We're totally happy
Oh
with
yeah,
our
that's right.
take.
You actually might like YouTube. I don't know. Like I don't have a presence on YouTube.
Oh, I can like YouTube. I just can't say that on Twitch right now. I'm sure nobody's listening. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's okay. I can trash Twitch all I want. But like, yeah. But you know, it's there is like some. What would you call entropy going on? They have tread through these trails over and over again. They've had the same shitty debate over and over again. They've recycled the same chuds over and over again. And yeah, some people are tired of it. Some people are looking for something different, somebody with something better to say than just hey, I'm on the left, but these.
I'm gonna debate another Nazi, right?
Yeah, or going after, I heard somebody saying that Sonsol's using the term trans right activist now, right?
Is he?
Like a pejorative. That's what it sounded like from chat. I don't know for sure.
Wait, when did I do that?
Sondsol, I haven't had to in a long time. We had a nice.
Why am I
chat,
like so?
A while back, and
when was the last time I mentioned no comment chick on stream? What the fuck? How have I been living this rent free in her fucking head for this long? Like I'm actually fucking baffled. Like this is fucking hilarious. Like on one hand, it's fucking hilarious. On the other hand, it's kind of fucking. Oh. Why am I like the number one fucking like target for her? That's actually fucking hilarious. And fucking insane also, obviously. Like it's fucking crazy. I have no fucking clue where this is coming from, but okay, go off, sis.
He said that he found clips of me. Somebody sent him clips where I was calling him a Nazi. Now listen,
this is
talks
true.
To Nazis. Dude talks to some pretty creepy people. Dude has some really bad takes.
So do you.
Actually call Sondsol a Nazi. And I was like, Sondsol, that's terrible. If I actually said that, show me the clip and I'll apologize. Guess what I heard from him?
Nothing, right?
Radio silence.
Yeah.
Nothing. Yeah, there were no clips because
Number one, I'm like 1,000% positive that I sent her the clips of her calling me a Nazi. Actually, hold on. I'll walk that back. I'm not 1,000% sure because this was like a year and a half ago. I know I saw the clips of her like calling me a literal neo-Nazi. That's like what she did. That's why I was so irritated with her, right? I didn't just like make this up out of fucking nowhere, right? But I don't know where this claim is coming from. But like I do know the reason that I stopped talking to her is because like she kept on like I got all this evidence that she was like trying to dox people, and I'm not going to get like doxed by some like crazy lunatic that has like a crusade against all debate bros. It's just not something that I have like much interest in doing, you know? So I guess that's like where I'm coming from, but
I never said that. All I said was that you hang out with Flamenco and
I didn't hang out with Flamenco ever.
Is kind of gross, and it's gonna affect your content. Having to have a business relationship with those people affects your content. And
yes,
sure
it
enough,
does.
Of course
it affects
it
your
does.
brain. I mean, well, it affects your brain if you have reactionary, processes going on in your brain.
Oh, I have so much.
Eaten up by Nazis.
Yep.
I mean, having to play nice with those people, because like the way that I describe their game, and I understand that like if I talk to Stardust or something, she'd explain it to me like more like it's not about talking to a groiper. It's about humanizing myself to them. It's about showing them that I'm not what they think I am. And like I take her at her word. I try to take people at their words. I can't read anybody's mind, so I can't.
Unless you're Sondsol.
Oh, that was like Stardust thing. Like the reason that she hung around with the people that and I know things might have changed for her recently. She had one right winger really do some yikes stuff around her that I haven't even heard too much about this. But I know the Mr. Girl bridge is been burnt.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've got people where their business model is basically like, look, I'm on the left. I need to show myself as heroic because that's exciting, right? So how do I be heroic? I'll slay a dragon. But the problem is, you need to slay a dragon every week, right? So you've got to bring this right winger back. And to do that, you have to have this amicable relationship with them. There's a reason why audience, people in the audience are kind of uncomfortable with that, because it makes whatever you said to them on stream seem like
Fake,
unserious.
right?
It makes people wonder, is this pro wrestling? And yeah, in some cases it literally was. That was like Dylan's model, pro wrestling, right? He wanted to do kayfabe and, kind of, people take falls and stuff like that. Like he literally had a fake debate show, right? It was very much modeled after, wrestling. And I'm not here to shit on wrestling, but I would rather my political content be from people who mean what they say.
Yeah, like the thing that I was surprised by is that when I went on panels or went on debates and I was just mean because they have dog shit ideas, that they took it personally. That it was like, you're not supposed to act that way. I'm like, what?
Really?
Oh, it's all fake. I see. Okay, well, you can invite me, but I'm still gonna be mean.
We're supposed to be so tolerant, aren't we? And there's like totally different rules, right? They can be absolutely toxic, and somehow, with them, it's like, oh no, that was, that's just doobie or whatever, right? People will make excuses for them, but with us, yeah, we're walking a line. We are supposed to be the tolerant left. We are supposed to be the weird, stereotype of SJW that they have in their brain. And the second that SJW gets a little bit, short with somebody, it's like, ooh, what's going on
real
here?
mad. Yeah, doobie.
Well, hold on. Just because I hung out with Vosh one time on my stream doesn't mean that I'm not a secret Nazi, because no comment chick hates Vosh, I think. Unless that's changed because she can get like some sort of like positive clout from him. But like, I don't know if that's the case anymore, at least. Here, one second. Where are all my, give me a water pump. Give me those water pumps. Hooketh me up. Let's go. Hassan raised you. That means you're actually a secret communist. Now, no, she hates Vosh now because he hates White Nervosa, I think. Wait, did Vosh and White Nervosa burn a bridge? I was unaware.
He has not shown up on a panel that I've been on since the one where
Kill
like,
yourself,
I basically
Tom.
called him, well, he tried to call
I'm
me
just
a
kidding. I
racist,
love you,
and
Tom.
then, I got muted and dropped off. I haven't seen him since then. He's a piece of shit. He's horrible,
Discord
that guy.
server that's half-fashed called you a racist?
Yeah.
Oh my god. No, that's rich.
I mean,
That's
like,
incredibly rich.
well, right, and that's after firing off dog whistle after dog whistle after dog, like some he said some horrific shit, and so like, I was like, who is this guy, and why does anybody listen to him? You know what I mean? Like, this guy's a fucking, I don't know what he says his political takes are, but he's definitely a fascist of some kind. Like,
I don't care what he says he is.
He's a garbage human being. So like, what does he run, some kind of server or something?
Oh yeah.
Doobie?
The biggest political server. You can sometime when you don't have any other content.
I don't know shit. I don't know anything about this. Wait, what?
Google the Genghis Khan of Discord. Now, I'm not going to guarantee like the veracity of this because I know that Doobie likes to play with people's perception of his point of view. He's, I guess, famous for going into Discord servers and arguing like a different ideology every week. So he's a slippery one. Doobie is
A slippery one.
Sure
that
he's
Doob.
definitely a right winger.
That Doobie is so
define himself in a way that's like some kind
slippery.
of centrist or something. But what he's really doing is he's pushing the center to the right. But yeah, he absorbed. This is on the podcast. He said this, right? So if I'm getting played by this, if this was Doobie trolling, then understand he put this out on a podcast, right? So you need to mark this as a parody if that's what it is. But yeah, he said that he made his
Did the water not connect?
by absorbing smaller Discord servers. They play this game where they basically shake these people down and say, listen, you can keep your shitty little Discord server. Fine, but guess what? You'll be banned from ours, and ours is the big one. So guess what? Anybody else, you don't get to discourse. There's a club,
they came to me. They
invited.
came to me at one point earlier in my streaming career, and I didn't take them up on it. I was like,
oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah.
They tried to threaten you for your Discord.
It was Samantha Banana.
Oh my god, oh my god, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's like there is a weird little like I don't know what the fuck you call these people. When I
was
say
like,
Twitch
nah, I'm not down with that. I'm doing my own thing.
Yeah, Twitch
it felt like a shit. I didn't say it until just this moment. I was like, but
Cold
it
water
did feel like
sulfur.
it did feel like telling me that yo, you should play ball. Like
oh yeah.
Nobody said anything like specific, but they did suggest that if I wanted to go anywhere in the streaming space, I would essentially join up or whatever.
I don't know. They got something.
This was
going,
before
like,
she was Lauren Southern's producer.
They had some server. Like this was like the crew was like Samantha Banana, Aristocracy, Doobie, Eagle Eye, Valor, you know, I'm trying to think. Sondsol was probably involved in that.
Oh my God, there I am again, guys. Oh my
They wanted
God.
to set up like I think this might be defunct now, but they wanted to set up like a social content creator sort of meet and greet type place, and they called it Twitch, the official Twitch politics server. It wasn't official. Twitch didn't sign off on anything.
Well,
but,
of
you know,
course,
nobody was
you
gonna argue
dumb
with
fuck. It was a community thing.
I was in that for a little bit. I was like, there's too many Nazis here. I'm out.
It wasn't even that many
this
Nazis. It just died out eventually.
People love having like Discord servers and naming them the most.
Hello. Uh-oh.
With these servers, like they want to have an effect, and you know, with that, they realize that if they owned that social space where content creators got together to, you know, set up collabs and stuff like that, then they'd have a certain power. They'd be able to shape opinions. They'd be able to push people out that were
we've got
inconvenient to
Cole
them, and
there.
they'd be able to kind of move people like, you know,
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
not an
Here's
oxymoron.
one
His
more
name was
idea.
not a joke. His or no, sorry.
Say that again. Sorry, you cut out for a second. I want to hear what you said because I have a point. That I have a follow-up point.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Repeat what you said because I didn't hear you.
Chud Logic. When I met Chud Logic, his name was a joke, right? It wasn't.
Sure. Oh yeah, we talk about this all the time.
He's not really. Yeah, he's not really a chud, and he's absolutely like grown into those shoes, into those chuddy shoes, and is, you know, becoming more and
Chuddy
more
shoes.
right wing every day. So, you know, that's that was the effect that they wanted to have, and they were able to have that.
Yeah. If it worked, and he's so sure that he's right now. You know, he's like, I finally got the correct political takes. So like, yeah. So one of the things I've been trying to do as part of my content, I've been trying to point out to people like the warning signs of like you're in a fashy space. Like, don't just listen to what people say. And I'm sure you'll agree with everything I say. Like, don't listen to what people say because what we have going on here in the Twitch political space is we got a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing. Like, we have a lot of people that say they espouse things that are center left essentially.
That's so
you
true,
know,
Queen.
Libcuck stuff, but they actually don't. You know, like it's like almost certainly cope because
It's
their behavior
almost
is
certainly
pretty
cope,
indistinguishable
guys.
from like right-wing reactionaries, and the giveaway is the memes. Like if you're primarily memeing like Nazi shit, that is you know that's the right wing doing its work by making Nazi shit more acceptable.
Oh,
just
yeah?
by virtue of it being there because nobody takes it
Interesting.
seriously. Well, it's just a joke. Like it's everybody knows Nazis are bad, but Nazis know that you can still. It's a good way to make Nazis is by.
This is how
convincing
you
people who are
like
not
convince
Nazis that
everybody
everybody
that
else thinks
like
Nazis are bad. And
Nazis
so that's how I
control
sort of-
everything. By the
I
way,
try to point out to people that like, if you're in a place where people are constantly memeing, and if you're in a place where you can't tell if people are memeing or not, that's a fash space. Don't listen to anything else. Just get out of there. They're all liars.
Yeah, I mean that whole meta ironic JREG thing really does end up, you know.
I was a mod there, and it's just like a place to hang out and ask people to come on streams. That's where me and Sondsol got like closer and started making content together. Oh yeah. The Twitch politics server was like a pretty okay thing. I actually liked the concept of it, but the execution just kind of like petered out over time. I feel like one of the reasons was like people started getting into lots of fights over like stupid shit, and so eventually, you know, like just kind of died out. But okay, we got coal, sulfur, and water. So let's go like that and like that and like that. I need some fucking bombs, sir.
Like you said, normalizing right-wing shit, and at first it's presented to you
Or
as
if you
a
don't see any
joke.
black people. Yes. Also, Zero, you're right. Like that's also a good tell. If you're in a very white heavy space, you know.
The
I
whites.
feel like marginalized people know when, like, we're more like, you know, any kind of, if you're marginal, the more intersections of marginalization you deal with, the more apparent the red flags maybe are to you, and so
And the
in a
more
way-
hostile the memes are to you. You know, like if you have people memeing in a way, like eventually it becomes intolerable for a lot of people. Even if you believe they're joking, it still becomes too much to stick around. So you see people, the more intersections you hit, you see people leaving spaces like that.
Yeah, no, that's
It's so
and that's by
true,
design.
Queen.
Yeah, right, because once there are less marginalized people there, it's easier for them to make jokes, and then the marginalized people who hang out, they're obliged to be like, oh no, I'm okay with this stuff, it's just irony, right? But in reality, like, we're able to see stuff that people without, that cis people
Damn,
aren't
I have
able
to
to
do
see.
this
Black
guy
people
here.
are able to see stuff that white people aren't necessarily, able to see unless they do a lot of work, right?
Yeah.
You're seeing another reality, and in that reality, it's really apparent that the only joke is a very dark grim, like executioner joke, right? It's like, so the gallows humor, right? We always talk about, use that phrase as
it's like
marginalized
Pakistan.
people.
Yes. Like this is gonna sound like an overstatement, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But Paul's 100% right. Like the fucking Twitch politics server reminded me of, and I don't know anything about Kekistan, right? I didn't really spend any time in those spaces.
Why are you
Like,
guys
this is like
running
Kekistan,
away the
essentially,
second?
You know, like this is how I would expect, you know, like that to be.
Yeah, and you've got all these people that don't have any skin in the game, and they look at the fucking ironic, you know, Pepe, and they're like, oh, see, that's a joke, that's funny, ha ha ha, right? But if you're trans, if you're black, you look at that, and there is no, they don't obscure it like it for you, because you knowing that this is going on, you know, they can keep other people from understanding that, and that's half of the work they do, is painting us as histrionic, painting us as ridiculous. Or in your case, didn't they say that you were like bad for trans people? They used the demon mama critique against you, right?
Oh yeah. Like
Is that the demon mama critique? That's the demon mama critique? What are you talking about? The demon mama critique is that she's fucking retarded.
Play to people's perceptions about trans people, you know, being hyperbolic and crazy, and even Jane.
By the way, if you haven't already liked the stream, what the fuck is wrong with you? We have 22 people watching it and we don't have 22 likes? Actually, I'm just lying. I just saw that we have 22 people watching. I have no fucking clue how many likes we have. And also no fucking clue where my... Let's see. 23 viewers, 13 likes. You guys are fucking losers. Come on, like the fucking stream. Subscribe if you haven't. And if you guys haven't already, if you guys look in the description, you'll find a donation link that will help me buy Christmas presents for my family, for my wonderful girlfriend who supports me to scream and shout and soy out on all of these different little debate topics. So if you guys want to support me, there's a little nice donation link, and I think that the TTS should be paid for as well. So you guys can use those funny voices like on Destiny stream.
Yeah. Danger to ourselves. We shouldn't be allowed to advocate for ourselves because we're just such bad trans rights advocates.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. So
I mean, there's a red flag right there. There's a dog whistle right there. That's a turf. I mean, it's a weird thing because, like, you know, you can just like literally say trans rights advocate, you know, and not mean anything bad about it. But when turfs say it, they mean to say trans rights advocate, TRA, as in parallel to MRA, right? So, you know, when you're seeing this come out of people like Sondsol, and I'm just taking it from chat. Chat said that Sondsol said that. I didn't hear Sondsol say that. So if Sondsol, if you didn't say that, I'm sorry. Right?
I don't know if I ever
have.
have.
You're talking about trans rights advocates.
I think that I've like tried to like stay away from labels like trans right activists because like there are like different connotations to different groups. But like broadly speaking, I guess I am in support of trans rights. So am I a trans right activist? I don't know. But like outside of like Twitch streaming, I don't really do any activism. So like I don't know if that like actually counts for me or not. So I don't think I've ever used it in a pejorative way, per se, but go off, Queen.
A really kind of sus way. So I don't know, maybe think about where that discourse got in the door, right? If you hang out with turfs, if you hang out with groypers, why are you so surprised that you know, go to bed with the dogs and you wake up with fleas, right? That's, you know, that's going to happen. That's like you said, the brain worms, the longer that you're in that space, the more that shit seems normalized.
Right. Like there's, I mean, so like, you know, I don't mind going into these spaces to do debates, but I'll tell you what, like, you can't stay in too long because, like, the behavior that is considered acceptable is so shocking that if you however, what I've noticed is if you call it out, they immediately shame you. Like, your Polly's woke scolding again, or, you know, Polly is, you know, whatever they say, like, I'm being crazy. You know, they're just, like, I'm just not, I'm unfunny. I can't, you know, Kate is so just joking. And they gang up. You know, this is fucking gaslighting you. I'm like, you know.
That's what it feels like to be the one person saying, you know, the base shit that you know that you're not the only one who believes this shit. You know you're not the only one who understands this shit, and yet you find yourself the only one saying it. It feels like being gaslit. It feels like, did I take the weird pill today? You know, what's going on?
It's like brain breaking. Luckily, I haven't, you know, I've withdrawn from those spaces long enough to like talk to people who are not in there. I'm like, oh, okay, they're the crazy ones, and that's kept me like level-headed. But I could see, if you don't step away from those spaces, why it's a right-wing mill. You know, because you'll eventually tolerate worse and worse and worse behavior, and then adopt that yourself, and then you have a very, very fertile ground for right-wing radicalization, and that's what that's what Twitch politics.
I feel like the best way to like radicalize people is to like completely disenfranchise them from any conversation going on, right? Like if everything that you one second, I need to switch these two. Fuck that. If your form of activism is just like shaming people out of like communities that for having like very small differences in opinion, then like yeah, you're going to like lose everybody. Like nobody is going to want to be around you. Nobody's going to want to be your friend. Nobody's going to be on your side because you've already alienated all of them. One second. Gotta concentrate. Ooh, fuck. That was fast. Respawn. Fuck my life.
Basically has been since I've been around anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, you can
you
see
know-
this in so many places in so many different ways. Like if you look back to like Peter Coffin, people tell me that Peter Coffin at one point used to be okay, right? That Angie Speaks was not like Angie Speaks is now. People like I don't have those memories. I'm not old school enough to know that, but I do know that there was like kind of like a dirtbag, mentality around 2016, and it really separated.
Don't let me forget this $1 million idea. Tony Soprano VTuber. That is a pretty good idea. All right. Although I've never watched The Sopranos, so.
Did people out. You had people who went full on, like Peter Coffin, what calls himself a patriotic socialist now, was trying to hang out with Haas. I think that bridge might have burned, actually.
I don't know any of those people, sadly, but probably people in the chat do.
So we're talking about.
I remember when I was at the second Better Discourse event that I went to. I caught Peter Coffin outside. I had thought that he had blocked me, but I guess he didn't. Kind of embarrassing to ask him to unblock me after for like no reason, but I actually asked him about Haas and like the patriotic socialist shit, and he was really chill about the conversation. Now hold on, where is that supposed to be a tank right there? I don't think that's a tank, is it? Where did I put my tank? Here, we'll go over here, see if this is a tank. If it's not a tank, then I guess we'll go in. It's a big rock. Where is it? Anyways, I caught, okay, it's not. Yeah, we caught him outside, and he was pretty polite. He was really nice. He was willing to answer almost every single fucking question that we asked him. But his opinion on Haas was basically like, I don't co-sign everything that he says, and I don't think he would co-sign everything that I say. But yeah, it's like we have to like pick and choose our battles as to like who our allies are and shit like that. Like very diplomatic answer. Okay, hold on. Let's press M. Let's find where we've put all of our. Okay. Is either down or there. Oh man, those are two very different spots. But yeah, his response was like very diplomatic and shit. So just a very interesting fella that guy was. Car. Cool. And my fucking face light is so bright that I can see myself more clearly in my monitor that I can see the fucking game because it's so dark. Fuck.
People that call themselves communists in Haas and Peter Coffin's case, but really traffic in, in Haas's case, unambiguous MAGA support. Right. In Peter Coffin's case, it's a lot of both-siderisms, and it ends up just kind of limiting itself to the right. And like a lot of people are kind of shocked at how. I mean, there's a reason that at least Peter Coffin is like marginalized. People don't take Peter Coffin, terribly seriously. But yeah, Twitch poll on the other hand, if you're in that space, they're the only game in town. When they come to you and they tell you, you better play ball with us, when Samantha
That happened to me.
rolls up.
That happened to me. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's
Who
like,
says you better play ball?
Okay, all right.
We can make
now I understand.
Who is the mafia boss? Who is in charge? Tell me.
Jesus Christ! Like,
Who is the
I hate to
mob
think,
leader?
like,
I want to root out the
right? We don't make any
corruption
assumptions,
in
but,
CC.
like, I have to think that, like, amongst this Twitch poll crew, there's got to be some overlap with, you know, what's going on in terms of harassment, because that harassing of trans and POC creators has pushed a lot of us off the platform. Has done the job of pushing Twitch to the right. Maybe there's no connection. I don't want to make any assumptions, right? Because, you know, we can't tell who the trolls are, and the trolls want us to spend all our time, you know, analyzing, you know, who exactly is in that alt right now. But we can see that these two groups, if they are indeed two groups, are pulling in the same direction. So it's all in service of you know, less marginalized people speaking our truths, standing up for ourselves, and more of us having to rely on shitbag debate bros as our knights in shining armor as they performatively slay the dragon, but make sure never to kill it, because they got to bring it back next week to do the show all again. And that's what it is. It's a show. It's not politics. It's not praxis. It's
They
not getting us
like they're
anywhere.
saying
It is a
they
huge
want
waste
to
of
have
resources.
someone
It's
to
a
just like
huge
bring
waste of
on
time.
and bully
they are
until they
so
don't
freaking
no longer want to
protective
engage.
of their little racket that, you know, it's making it hard for us to do our thing, and we need to do that thing. We need to organize. We need to form bonds of solidarity between marginalized people. And with these debate bros, like, it makes it hard, like you're saying, for anybody to stay in those spaces.
Yeah. Well, you know, there is a so like you can't ever tell like who the exact people who are sort of the primary drivers of trolling, but you know, you can look at the effect and sort of guess what political ideology drives it, right? So like, you know, it does seem like a lot of effort is put into causing people of color and trans people, for example, to fight each other, right? And that's an old school op, right? Like if you can get your enemies to fight each other, you know, that helps you. So it's, you know, in my judgment, it comes from some sort of right-wing source, you know, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely see an
This
ideological...
game of constantly trying to find the fucking right-winger, find the Nazi. Like, Nazis, like, generally speaking, you're going to be able to tell that they're a fucking Nazi. I'm sorry, I've argued against enough of them to, like, know who is a Nazi and who isn't a Nazi by, like, the dog whistles they say. But, like, these people will talk about dog whistles fucking constantly, but it feels like they're incapable of actually recognizing any of the actual dog whistles that happen. Right? Okay, where's my poor little corpse? Where did I die? Cool, I gotta get closer. Oh, fuck, there's another fucking... There we go. Ouch. Give me my shit back, dumb fucks. Anyways, yeah, it feels like... If you're like one of these quote unquote debate bros and shit like that, and you want to make sure that you can like find the Nazi and all that, like if you can't identify what their dog whistles are on average, then like maybe shut the fuck up and stop like taking space from people that actually can have the conversations. If you're incapable of having the conversation, that's fine. You don't have to have these conversations. Nobody's forcing you to have the fucking conversations. If you just want to have a fucking little circle jerking, like go over debates and then call everyone in there a fascist, fucking go for it. Nobody's fucking stopping you. Maybe they might want to challenge you on the fact that you call them a Nazi when they might not be. But like, other than that, nobody's fucking forcing you to have these discussions, right? But like, if you're going to say like this is all just like a secret op to make everybody in the Twitch space a Nazi, then you're gonna have to have some like fucking proof. Like, what are the Nazi positions that I hold? What are the Nazi positions that like anybody who are the people who are trying to like pull people to the right on Twitch and away from like being like pro trans rights? Like, please fucking show them to me. Because again, like Pauly said in the clip that Lonerbox showed, like she is a puritanical ideologue. If you don't agree with her, then you are like anti-trans, right? You don't have to understand my point of view, and I don't need to explain it to you. You just have to sit down and shut the fuck up and listen. Which is a great way to make people like not want to fucking listen to you, right? Fuck. Cool. Well, I'm glad I destroyed those. How do I, what are the, not cool. It's those. Do I have any of those in here? Of course I don't.
Commonality between the people that are marginalizing us in public and the people that are marginalizing us under the cover of anonymity.
Yeah.
There's definitely, if they're not the same people, they are definitely, you know, of the same, shooting for the same.
They like to
goals
see
in
us
terms of their
suffer.
outcome.
That, you know,
Yeah.
you know, whatever it is, they like to see us suffer specifically. We're their enemy somehow. But that's, you know, I can't really like say much beyond that. You know, I had plenty of people tell me, like, you know, I said this over and over again. You know, plenty of people told me under their real name that somehow you were the cause of all of the trolls, and I believe that. And I'm sorry. I haven't ever apologized to you personally, but I do want to say that I'm sorry I ever believed that. And then, you know, I'm sorry I didn't like reach out to you for so long because I thought you were bad. You know, I thought you were like, you know, like they told me you were bad. And, like,
I mean, she's kind of fucking insane, but okay.
I mean, I don't know. Like, am I bad? Am I vitriolic? Or, you know, like I don't play like nice with others when others are playing with the, you know, with the safety of trans people. I don't play nice with others when others are, you know, sweeping marginalized people's issues under the rug. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not. I've never been clear on what exactly my crime was. But they tried to blame like everything on me.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is,
It's
when they come in and
different
troll
things,
me, they'd say it to my face. They basically said the equivalent of "quit hate reading yourself" to me while I'm dealing with their hate rate.
Whoa, what just happened?
Gaslighting. You know,
I'm telling you,
am I Tyler Durden? What the fuck?
I'm telling you, you know, because as, you know, I'm a trans woman streamer. As my stream grew, more and more people would just, you know, tell me just off of this. I'm just telling you, people told me just, you know, off of this, I don't talk to MCC. She's behind all of these hate, right? Like literally, like it was I got it from so many different sources.
I'm getting tired of listening to this. What else is there?
Now I've learned.
We'll listen to this for like maybe 10 more minutes, okay? If you guys haven't already, jump into the Discord. If you hit, oh wait, hold on, I can hit it. It's also, the link is also in the video description. But jump into the Discord and post stuff and content suggestions. There's like a fucking million better things to talk about than this. I have watched it for too long.
And I will never believe anything anybody says again. You know,
I mean, it's sad that works, but you got to see that. I don't want to see that as like, you know, people, because there's two ways to take this.
Oh
You
yeah.
can take it as people
Here.
are incredibly.
Let's see what Maddie Cake said. I actually have your DMs open right here. I'm just dumb. Oh, let's see if this crashes my stream.
Wrong, or something wrong is happening.
And then you said the. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe I gotta click the timestamp.
Also, I noticed. I'm gonna just take this down. What do you hear? It was given to me by a friend. It's typically obstructed by my chat, but it was given to me by a friend.
213.
So yeah, and I can throw it over to Maddie.
Great, thanks, Shark. And let me know if you can't hear me very well.
Says, how do the pro-porn side explain how virtually every single person who quits porn reports having a profound change in mental clarity and health?
Dude.
I mean, the same reason why if you buy into sort of like an eating habit or like some sort of like traditional medicine type thing, why those people
do I have any lipstick on my teeth?
Sort of, oh, I feel so much better. Go ahead, you want to speak? Go ahead.
It's the placebo effect, really?
Sure,
You're saying it's the placebo effect?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Do you see any
absolutely.
lipstick?
People here's a really interesting thing. As somebody who's like gone to a church
Thank
before,
you. Okay.
I forget what the line is exactly, but I remember sitting in the room when I was an adult and them talking about how there are a lot of guys who believe that due to it was like a
what is the joke?
How a lot of guys, they were scared because of how some people interpret the Bible. They felt bad for feeling sexually attracted to like even their wife, right? They felt like they were committing a sin there.
Oh my god, if I had lipstick on my teeth, I would be
you can tell
mortified.
That things are like this is bad, that's bad all the time.
Could you imagine?
And once you do it for long enough, they can actually believe it, and then they can feel like something's better because they quit. They could. Those people.
Even our chat isn't having it.
Some of them absolutely, and if they were, then yeah.
Okay, well, I did think about that, but
compulsed and like doing that sort of stuff and being late for work because you're jerking off. Yeah, absolutely improves your life. But I don't believe that what actually happened was the porn.
Even our chat isn't like, oh yeah, this is funny. No one's saying LOL. This was like 3 minutes before this. Okay, like fucking. I do have a question. How did you get those scars? Like, we're like, even our audience doesn't think it's funny.
Hurt you, and now you're better.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. This one from Provoked Brittany as well. Says, congrats, Maddie. Didn't think someone could be worse than Andrew and Rachel.
Thank you. Did I get, I know you said I had some on my teeth. Did I get it?
This one coming in from.
Oh, no, you need to smear a little bit more over here.
The joke's over, Andrew.
This one
She's
coming in
so funny, you guys. Isn't she funny?
Joke's over.
from Tim Zimlick strikes.
You were
again.
muted
How
on
many
their end,
researchers or
dumb fuck.
journalists, if not a huge majority, are contaminated with bias because of their own porn addiction?
Not many. I don't believe that there are many people that are really that addicted to porn. Very few people are actually addicted to porn. I mean, like, we can imagine that everybody is biased against everything, and so the only thing that I believe is the only correct thing, because listen, I'm a big brain smarty, and everybody else is out to get me.
You got
That's
it.
the
This one
truth.
coming in from, do appreciate
That's
your
the
question.
truth.
Kyrie Irving says, Maddie/Shark, do you believe in any form of virtue ethics? Can man's full virtuous potential be reached while consuming hardcore adult porno?
Yeah.
So
Ken.
you believe, what virtue ethics do you believe in?
I told you.
Okay, I don't care about that anymore. Okay. Let's look at these links that okay. Oh wait, one second. I probably want to pause the. Wait, can I just like do I have a? Is there a way to like just like listen to the article? Here, one second. Let me see if I can get like a Chrome extension to. Chrome extension. Continue.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I am an American English voice.
Cool.
Hi, I'm Cliff.
Please
I'm the
stop.
founder of Speechify.
Oh my god, is it really this fucking hard to? Checking. Cool, thank you. Don't need your help now. I got it. I have a Chrome extension now. Wait, how do I get it to? Oh my god, free 1,500 free trial words? Okay, this is probably not that long. How do I get it to? Oh, fuck my life. This is so fucking stupid. All I wanted was to listen to the article, but I guess we're gonna have to pause the game and then read it. Fucking kill me. All web browsers. I don't know how to make it do it then. Refresh. Answer my Discord. Hello?
What's up, bud?
What's up?
Yo, all right. Sorry, I got COVID. How you been?
I've been pretty good.
I noticed that you're not on Twitch no more.
Yeah, I got banned.
Yeah, sadness becomes us all.
It's a rough world out there.
So these articles here, I put together a collection of them because a few familiar names might pop up in some of these.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you see the one that I sent you. This was like the one that came out like the day that all this shit was happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right here, the anti-gay right-wing terror squads caused a power outage. That's the one that you should be watching there first. That's the one you should be reading there first.
Okay. Right wing terror squads cause a power outage in North Carolina. Okay. We'll
Mhm.
watch that one first.
Okay. Well, it's technically just an article. We can't watch a article.
Oh
but
yeah, read it. Whatever.
yeah. Okay. Hold on here. Let me mute your stream and look at what's going on here. So this one right here, basically, this is the first one to come out. This one was the one that came out on December 5th.
Okay.
Do you want me to read these for you? Like
No, I can. I was
on
just about to
Dan?
read them.
Okay.
I can do it. Listen, I'm a big boy. Okay. I actually have taught reading to people because I'm so good at it. Okay.
Well, that's good. I just didn't know if you needed help reading or not.
I'm so good at it. I promise you.
Okay.
But yeah, so like just to get like the gist of it, the
It's people do a little bit of misinformation spreading.
yeah, so
yeah.
essentially like my understanding is like the North Carolina thing actually, hold on. Can you talk to stream for a second? The cats are doing
Yeah.
something really fucking bad. It's really irritating the fuck out of me. 1 second.
Hey, what's up, stream? What's up, Cactus? What's up, Sieg? It's your girl, Sleepy. So I guess I'm supposed to like keep you entertained while Sonsol's out there taking care of his kitties. That motherfucker needs to flip his screen. Everything is so fucking. I can't. I hate that all of the words in the back are wrong side. Jesus Christ. A hot take. I don't know. What's a fucking hot take? Polly's a fucking idiot. I guess. This is probably the greatest time for like trans people in the U.S. I guess that's a hot take. Like fuck. What? We have informed consent. You could just go down to Planned Parenthood and get hormones. Like almost every single Medicaid in the fucking country covers transition on everything. Gay people are gay is like another hot take, I guess. I don't know. Oh Jesus Christ, Cactus. My hot take is don't immediately try to have a hot take on news matters because the shit might fucking turn out to be not the way you expected it. You might pull like a Vosh and be like, oh well, like he was laying there in the prone position sniping people like and he was playing fucking PUBG and it turns out that yeah, getting hit with a little bit of skateboards or something. Basically, I think that the one thing that I want people to take away from a lot of this stuff is don't immediately jump to shit. Like, yeah, it sucks that there was a fucking outage, and it sucks that this is such a weak link in the US infrastructure, but don't immediately jump to shit. That's my hot take. That's my hot take.
What was the hot take?
Don't have fucking immediate opinions on breaking news and immediately start assigning motives to people based off of like random shit on Facebook that people who are basically like offshoots of the Westboro Baptist Church are saying. Like if somebody says, I know who did it, it was God, that probably means that they're saying like they think God did it and not like that they know who did it.
Yeah. So basically what happened was there was like some kind of like loony lady who basically caused like a giant moral panic by saying they know who did the whole power outage shooting, and people are still going with the fact that it was like a terrorist bombing against LGBT people.
Yeah, although it's definitely like a terrorist attack. It's like Metcalf, but
Yeah.
nobody knows it's actually nobody's claiming responsibility. Nobody who knows who's done it. But the FBI cleared the lady that everybody keeps saying like knows who did it. But like, and like so many people on Twitter were going around saying, acting like there was this fucking Nazi terror squad getting ready to go around and like execute drag queens in the middle of the street. It's fucking insane.
Are you like denying that there are attacks against the LGBT community right now? That's
There's
really
obviously
fucked up.
attacks on
That's
Soul,
so
but I'm
fucked
not
up.
saying any like the least efficient thing in the known fucking universe would be to like cut the power to the entirety of your state because you didn't like one fucking drag show.
Yeah, I think that people
That's an excessive use of force.
well,
Even for
here's the thing.
idiots.
It is a little fucking believable that someone like might like get radicalized and do that sort of shit, seeing as we've seen like, you know, like people go out and like shoot mosques and shit, right?
Yeah, but normally you see them attack like the actual thing that they're like against. You don't see them just
Yeah.
go like, "Oh, well, power outage." Like none of these people like for like it's we're in this weird thing where every single time that these things have happened, like Pulse, like all of these nightclub shootings, which are fucking horrible, we see them happening at the place where these things are happening. We don't see them like attacking major infrastructure because like they think the state of North Carolina is like full of gays or something.
Yeah. I agree with that. It seems a little fucking stupid to just automatically assume that that's what's happening.
Yeah, no, but if you read this article, some of our friends from earlier in the stream show up.
No fucking shit, really.
Oh yeah, guess who is spreading just a little bit of that misinformation?
Is it going to be? Are they like mentioning like Twitch politics people?
One of them is a Twitch streamer.
Oh, Hassan.
No.
Denims or Keffals?
No.
Who
Aaron in the morning.
Oh shit, that's right. You had mentioned them. Aaron in the morning. Okay, I don't know who this person is. Is this the Aaron that people were calling a pedophile on?
No, that's Aaron Green. There's too many
Okay.
Aarons. We need a ban on the name Aaron.
We do.
And we also have our lovely Miss Alejandra Carballo. You know, the one who is like, all of these things are very bad for me, but also you should give me your address, Senator.
Jesus Christ. Here. This is what I'm gonna read the article, or the two articles on this, and then we can reconvene. Is that cool?
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm pretty sure Aaron was an egg IRL person or whatever.
What is that?
It's like this fucking weirdo subreddit where people go and they just fetishize the shit out of being trans.
All
right.
Well,
you do your segment here. You get some like hate for this. I'm gonna get some hate for this. It's okay. We're all gonna get some hate for it. I'm gonna drink my Starbucks and I'm gonna go back to enjoying my lovely family.
All right. Have a good one. All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one, bud. Love you.
Love you too. Bye. All right. Let's read these articles really quick. And let me pause the game so I don't like lose half my fucking like new base that I'm building. Wait, hold on. I can listen to it? Okay, now we're listening to it. No, maybe we can't listen to it. Stop. Fucking remove extension. I don't care about you. Go away. Don't care, actually. A North Carolina woman who called for a protest at a local drag show claimed to know why an allegedly intentional massive blackout in the state happened during the show, sparking speculation online that she knew power systems were targeted by anti-LGBTQ activists. An investigation found that she was not credible. Let's open up that link. But Emily Grace Rainey quickly took to social media to proclaim herself the victim, conveniently forgetting that she had claimed to have information about a crime. After adding right-wing podcasts started amplifying her claims of booking her as a guest, now Rainey says she knows who did. Aggressive leftists. It's not the MAGA Republicans. It's the leftists, guys. It's always the right wing can never do anything wrong. Okay. Here's a Chrome extension that works. Oh, thank you. I'll do that for the next article. Okay, yeah, this was not that long. Around 45,000 people in Moore County, North Carolina, were left without electricity after what authorities call intentional and targeted attacks on power substations. Following the blackout, Rainey, a former Army psychologist operations officer, wrote on Facebook, "The power is out in Moore County, and I know why." According to Rawl News, WRAL. Rainey, who was investigated by the army after leading a group to the rally in Washington that led to, of course, she was at the fucking January 6th fucking protest. Repeatedly and vehemently protested the drag show. Rainey also posted a photo of the Sunrise Theater where the drag show took place on Saturday night, writing that God will not be mocked. Rainey later posted that she had been questioned by Moore County Sheriff's Office about her post regarding the blackout. God works in mysterious ways. I used the opportunity to tell officers about the immoral drag show and the blasphemies screamed by its supporters, she wrote. But now it appears it wasn't God after all. It was Christophobic activists and aggressive leftists who did it. And they somehow made it look like it was her. Let me lay out the scene for you. She said on Steve Bannon's War Room, this is the show is on QAnon zealot and MyPillow owner Mike Lindell's Lindell TV. Mike Lindell has his own fucking TV station now? I guess they, you know what, the leftists did say, make your own social media. So, I mean, can we actually be mad about it? But let's see here. You have a very quaint downtown of a southern conservative Christian area and a drag show event coming from Raleigh called the House of Cox with the chief performer, Naomi Dix. Decides they're going to do an all-ages drag show in our historic downtown theater. So, like you mentioned, we countered. We mobilized the community, got enough pressure for the point where they finally relented and changed the age from all ages to 18 and up. So our first objective was achieved, and we were very happy about that. But we still wanted to protest and pray because it was inappropriate that such a red light district show was right in a family-friendly downtown. Why? If it's 18 plus, now you got what you wanted. Why do you have to like now you? So it wasn't that it was all ages, it's that it was in your town. That's what I don't like. I don't care if people want to protest stuff. I don't care if people want to do any of that shit, right? If they want to be like the losers that make everyone think that they're fucking, you know, Westboro Baptist Church motherfuckers. I don't care about that shit. What I care about is like, be honest with what you actually want to, you know, get away with, right? Or what you want to happen, right? If you don't want the drag show to happen at all, then say that. Don't like start off with the, well, I don't like the fact that they're going to bring all these little babies in there and turn them into like trans fucking children with their titties chopped off before they had an opportunity to have them. Like nobody is saying, number one, that that's going to happen, but also like nobody like is going to like necessarily disagree with that. There's going to be some people that disagree with it. I could go either way on the all age drag show stuff. I don't know, right? But you can't start off with that and make it sound like at least like you can see where the like reasonable take is in there, and then like move like once you achieve that after they relent, you're like, oh, actually, we actually don't want you here at all, motherfucker. Get out of our downtown. Just start with that. Just say we don't want you fucking here. We don't fucking want you here because we don't like the gays. Just fucking say that. Don't start off with like the smaller ask and then move on to a bigger ask afterwards, right? It's like the you give a mouse a cookie type thing, you know? So like you mentioned, we countered, we mobilized, blah, 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 blah. And it was within 1,000 feet of a church and a school, so these were breaking basic ordinances. Oh, I don't know enough about the town. I was about to ask, like, why the fuck was there a school downtown, but I don't care about that. So she continued, we gathered, and for 2 hours from 5 to 7 p.m., a group of Christians and myself, we prayed over out front of the theater and read scriptures. Holy scripture and prayed while no less than what was equivalent to an exorcism was happening on the other side of the police tape and the, you know, relentless Christophobic anti-Christian hate speech being spewed from a group of, well, if you guys are spewing anti-LGBTs hate speech, then you can just like, you know, you can't expect people to be okay with that. You should expect people to say the same shit back to you. I go get coffee for 5 minutes and now things are being chopped off. Yep, exactly. That's what those leftists fucking do. But let's see. As much as these aggressive leftists want there to be an attack on a drag show, they can't seem to get the Christians to attack. Well, I mean, like there was a fucking LGBT fucking shooting the other day, so, well, maybe It's just because that's not what Christian conservatives do. And so if they can't have us attack them, they will invent an attack, and that's what happened next. The FBI is well, you are the only one. Nobody else would have made the connection except for because of your post. You are the reason that that happened. The FBI has joined the investigation after crews responded to the outage, found signs of potential vandalism at 2 sites. Fields said multiple gunshots appeared to have been fired at 2 power substations. No group has claimed responsibility for the attacks. The attacks left tens of thousands without power and many without heat on a night when temperatures were expected to dip into the 30s. Cell phone and internet service were reportedly down for most of the county, and school was canceled Monday. Okay. Here, 1 second. Let me see if this... Add to Opera. Let's see if this extension will read the next article to us. Okay, so that's the first one. Now this one. Oop.
In Moore County, North Carolina, a series of power outages over the weekend may have a sinister source.
Oh my God. Hold on, I'm changing the voice on this. All right. We got to get a sexy voice. Options. Voice auto select? No.
Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension.
No.
Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that...
Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology to convert web page text to audio.
Let's get a British person, huh? No? Oh, none of the British voices work, of course. What about Australian English? Nope.
Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses... Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox... Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses...
Okay, we'll do it like this. Okay, we're going to suffer through this. Okay, because I just want to play my game.
In Moore County, North Carolina, a series of power outages over the weekend may have a sinister source. During a weekend in which anti-trans activists threatened to harm a doctor administering gender-affirming care to patients at Boston Children's Hospital and gun-toting protesters showed up at a drag queen story hour in...
Never mind. I'm sorry. This is fucking aggravating. I'm just going to read it, okay? I'm just going to fucking read it. During a weekend in which anti-trans activists threatened to harm a doctor administering gender-affirming care to patients at Boston Children's Hospital and gun-toting protesters showed up to a drag queen story hour in Ohio, right-wing militia in Moore County may have intentionally gunned down power stations to protest a drag show. So when was this one posted? December 5th. The last one that we read. So the one, it's just 3 days later. This was written. Who do we have? Is it by the same person? Oh, no, it's an opinion by LGBTQ Nation. Got you. Now the FBI is involved. Alejandro Caraballo. I don't know this person, but past 48 hours, a man was arrested for threatening to murder a doctor in Boston. Fascists showed up to armed to drag it. Okay, we already saw. Got you. This is why you should fucking listen. This is why you always need to like wait for more information to come out. This is why I didn't want to have any like debates over this topic. This is why I didn't want to have any like I wanted to wait until there was more this is why I wanted to have more information before I like talked about this. That's all that was in the Annie No clip? Oh, no shit. Of course. Like, misinformation just, like, pops out all the time. Hello? That's not what I wanted. Group of Christo-fascists has shut up power substations in Moore County to shut down a drag show happening in town. This is the Aaron person that Sleepy was talking about. I've never heard of this person. Wait, hold on. Do they do this Aaron in the morning? Let's see if this person has like a do they have a video over it? Oh. Do they have a YouTube channel? Sleepy, do they have a YouTube channel? Is it all one word? Oh, no YouTube channel? Of course. Oh, wait. If we look up Aaron Reed, I'm just curious. Oh, no. All these crafting things mixed in. Okay, we're just going to keep on reading. Yesterday was one of the most intense national showings for right-wing militias targeting LGBTQ people. I'm left with the only conclusion: it was coordinated in response to Club Q to double down on the fear campaign directed at the LGBTQ community. But there was no evidence for this. Jesus Christ. The drag show in question was an 18-plus event, which, well, that's after they protested it, but okay. Which means that the right-wing militias have stopped pretending that their problem is with drag queen story hours exclusively. It's not surprising, of course. Only last month, Tennessee legislators started a crusade to make drag shows illegal. Is that actually true? Oh, this is their fucking website. Tennessee... Oh, is it 2 N's? Whatever. Tennessee drag shows illegal. I'm pretty sure there's no way that could possibly fucking happen legally. To prohibit drag entertainers from performing on public property or at private functions where their performance may be viewed by a minor. Where their performance may be viewed by a minor. Important there. If the message they're still clinging to is drag performers are pedophiles. God, their entire sourcing for this is just this Aaron Reed's fucking quotes, isn't it? Holy fuck. Targets a place, and that place gets bomb threats, harassment, and now possibly overt terrorism. We know the motive for the attack, but it's suspicious that it occurred at exactly 7 p.m. when the drag show was to begin. Is that correct? That it happened exactly when the show was supposed to was supposed to begin? I don't fucking know, but in the replies to her targeting of the Moore County event, multiple violent threats were made. Look at this one, still available on Twitter, where someone posted a picture of bullets calling the performers pedophiles. Firearms were used on these substations. Oh, because there were firearms used on the substations and there were bullets. Okay, that's a fucking stretch. Okay, thanks for posting the exact same tweets twice in a row. Fucking excellent. Wow. Actually, no fucking evidence whatsoever that it actually did happen that way. I fucking love it when people just post shit with no fucking evidence. Literally ever. Holy shit, my browser is going slow as fuck. Let's see here. What's next? What do we do next? Let me look at the Discord content suggestions. Destiny reacts to Bad Bunny's apology stream. Wait, when was this? 10 months ago. Here, let's watch this one first.
If you can't get a girlfriend, become the girlfriend. To most, this phrase is nothing more than a funny quip. However, one man's meme is another man's maxim. And in 2018, an individual on 4chan took this idea so seriously as to try to turn every self-loathing, lonely anon on the site into a cute femboy, even if it was against their will. In the process, he turned the internet against him, starting a manhunt to dox him, track him down, and hold him accountable for his crimes. This is a story about incels, shills, sissification, grooming, and blackmail. This is the story of Reiko's trap harem. And before we begin, I'd like to clarify that the purpose of this video is not to make any political statements or push an agenda, and the various viewpoints expressed by all individuals I'll be covering are not necessarily my own. While most people on the outside probably think of 4chan as a whole as an incel site, particular boards represent that demographic far more than others. Case in point, Robot 9001, better known as /R9K. While not its original purpose, it has, in effect, become a board dedicated primarily to NEETs, or those who are not in education, employment, or training. To put it simply, it's the hikikomori, guys living in their mother's basements, or people who are otherwise socially withdrawn, and they call themselves robots. Robots come together to discuss their lives, or rather, their struggles, such as not having friends, a girlfriend, or any life prospects to speak of. Even the more mundane aspects of their lives are often the topic of conversation, because of the unusual challenges they face. A lot of humorous green texts have come from this board as a result. Had an itchy bottom for weeks. Notice when I wash more, it doesn't itch so much. Wash every day, itching goes away. Stop washing every day, and itching comes back. I think I've found a good reason to wash every day, bros. Never used to bother me, sitting around not washing for a few days, but maybe it's age. What things have you learned about yourself lately, R9K? You people are absolutely disgusting. Local Anon discovers that hygiene has actual functions. B11, store all my Legos in the closets in a room that no one uses. One day, sister's friend comes over. She finds the Legos I've built and collected, destroys all of them. Find out about it after she leaves. Fall into a Great Depression. Quit Legos because of it. That bitch. You should find her and stalk her. Build a Lego hammer and beat her to death. I once pretended to have a psychotic episode and smashed a MacBook with a bat to keep my brother and his fiancée from stumbling across pictures I photoshopped of her giving birth to me. Of course, we can't forget all the notorious...
Wait, no, say it again, please.
Hammer and beat her to death. I once pretended to have a psychotic episode and smashed a MacBook with a bat to keep my brother and his fiancée from stumbling across pictures I photoshopped of her giving birth to me. Of course, we can't forget all the notorious images of people's piss jugs and catastrophic looking rooms from their absolutely demented lifestyles. But it's not all fun and games. As much as we like to joke about them, these situations take their toll on people. Robots are understandably desperate considering their living conditions, so threads on the board often have a depressing undertone, or a resentful one, where people turn their hatred towards women and so-called normies, who unfairly get to enjoy the perks of being well-adjusted while they don't. Though the stereotype has always existed, R9K set the gold standard for the loser archetype, a guy obsessed with those who do better than him, usually ranting about Chads, Alphas, Stacys, and a dictionary's worth of other newspeak you've probably heard before. And sometimes, their frustration takes a drastic turn for the worse. Multiple mass shootings have been associated with 4chan, but one case was connected to R9K in particular. You may have seen the post in question before. Some of you guys are alright. Don't go to school tomorrow if you are in the Northwest. A thread will be posted tomorrow morning. So long, space robots. This post, made on September 30th, 2015, wasn't just an edgy troll, as the next day, a shooting would take place at Umpqua Community College, with the perpetrator taking 9 lives and injuring 8 others. In another case, a teenager named Shuab Aslam shot himself on livestream, holding up a paper that read, "By R9K." All around, it's a terrible state of affairs. Worse still, certain risks are posed by congregating such a large pool of people with poor mental health. They're vulnerable to manipulation or being taken advantage of. If someone wanted to, they could promise these Anons what they want most in life: companionship, validation, even an outlet for their sexual frustrations. All a thinly veiled disguise for... On 4chan, shills are commonplace. If you've ever gone on it to ask a question, you've probably been called one. But what is a shill? Well, a shill is someone who tries to engage in deceptive or covert advertising. Shills pose as regular posters to appear natural and blend in, as if they were unrelated individuals, while promoting something they're associated with. However, the people labeled as shills usually advertise something that goes against a board's typical ideology or set of values. So it's used pejoratively against them when observant Anons notice their mischief. Maybe someone's trying to promote their Discord server when people are just trying to talk on the board. Or perhaps it'll be an individual attempting to push leftist ideas on a far-right board, or vice versa. Some shills just want to derail conversations and threads by starting pointless arguments. Do a little trolling, if you will, merely for its own sake. Others make what is called a slide thread, a meaningless thread meant to decrease the quality of the conversations happening on the board. It fits the board's purpose just enough so that it doesn't get moved to another board or deleted, with the sole intention of making other threads slide down on the board's catalog, hence the name. But not all shilling is created equal. Some shills are more creative and unorthodox than others. Sure, you could just promote your Discord server or your ideology, but what if you promoted a Discord server with an ideology that's consisted exclusively of compelling lonely men to cross-dress cross-dress. It sounds weird, but in 2019, R9K became flooded with so-called trap threads, which proselytized the benefits of becoming trans or just cross-dressing and being a femboy. Let's be clear here, we're not talking about the trans threads on a board like LGBT, for example, which serve as a forum for trans people to vent and share information. The threads on R9K were attempting to market the transition to lowlifes and outcasts by pandering to their insecurities. If intrusive gay thoughts were ever a thing, these certainly read like them. So why haven't you become a cute girl yet, Anon? It's so easy to do. HRT is actually ridiculously cheap. Already looking pretty feminine just from some light exercise and a decent diet. Time to leave the male gender behind. He hasn't taken the trap pill yet. Why do you want to be lonely? So why haven't you taken the pink pill yet, Anon? It's extremely cheap and easy to get. Girls don't have to be lonely. So why haven't you become a cutie girl yet, Anon?
There are some people that like really do this shit. Like these might be jokes. They might not be jokes. Who knows? But like there are some people that will unironically do some of like the weirdest like trying to like quote unquote like crack people's egg in a way that I think is like really fucking weird. Like sometimes people just aren't trans. Sorry to break it to you guys, but like sometimes there are people that just end up not being trans like at all, right? And that's okay, believe it or not. It is actually okay if someone is not trans. It is not like a moral failing on their part. It is not, you know, it's not a bad thing. But people will sit there. I feel like people tried to do it to me before. Lady Raincloud tried to like get me to crack my egg. And I think her evidence for it was like that and like, to be fair, I've heard that there are like some people that are trans that like found out that they were trans because they like played as like female characters on their games and shit, and like they just like kind of like realized through playing video games that they were trans somehow, right? But like, yeah, I feel like there are a lot of trans people that will do that. Like, oh, actually, like you're like a progressive leftist, and I'm and you know what? You're like very pro-trans, and you seem to know a lot about these topics. Like, you must be trans yourself, and it's just like it doesn't work like that, you know? It just doesn't work like that.
It was sold as a way to get laid, with the catch being that you're gonna get laid with another dude. If you can't attract a woman, become a woman and attract men instead. As ridiculous as it sounds, R9K is a red board, meaning it allows not safe for work content. Add to that the pre-existing popularity of anime and fetishistic content among this demographic of men, and this material infested the board with ease. Just post a thread with a picture of a cross-dressing male, a trap if you will, and start selling transitioning as the solution to every robot's woes. The shenanigans didn't end there. There were also guides and instructionals, such as how to achieve trap mode aesthetics. This image includes diet and exercise recommendations, including but not limited to eating more soy, drinking water from plastic bottles with BPA, eating less meat, and drinking semen. Of course, much of this material was more explicit in nature, but we can't get into all of it. Now, a lot of people were not happy about this. You can see them in the replies to these threads, being annoyed by the incessant posting of topics which they were at best uninterested in, and at worst, repulsed by and ideologically opposed to. R9K is a board for original content, same threads day in, day out. I mean, the board has clearly failed to do its job, so just delete it already. You're all going to get tired of spamming this, and everyone's going to go back to posting. But who was behind such a ridiculous effort, and why? Was it completely organic, or was someone trying to convince presumably straight men to become gay? And how could that even work? Were Anon suddenly discovering their true sexuality en masse? Was this a sinisterly orchestrated plot, or just a troll of some sorts to make the board so flooded with homoerotic material as to make it unusable for the average denizen? Whatever the case was, robots were getting fed up. They wanted answers, and answers they would soon get. It was suspected for a while that this was a coordinated effort organized in Discord servers to overrun the board. Later, in March 2018, these suspicions would be confirmed. A tidal wave of information would emerge over just a few days, exposing what had been brewing for the past several months. The exact order in which the leaks were made is unclear, since this disorganized investigation took place on 4chan. But one of the first iterations of the story as we now know it was made on March 24th, 2018. An anonymous user posted the following. Reminder that Redacteds have been on a campaign to psychologically brainwash young and vulnerable males. Attached to this post was a screenshot of Discord messages sent by a user named Reiko. They're talking to someone else named Haruka, saying, "First victim of the night. I won't rest until every sissy boy on R9K has started HRT, or at the very least cross-dressing. Less jeans in the world, and more traps for me. Attached to Reiko's message was an image of someone responding to him on 4chan saying, "Thanks, Anon. I'll think about it more seriously," presumably referring to the prospect of transitioning. Either this screenshot was a fabrication, or there was indeed someone trying to push cross-dressing on R9K to satisfy their fetish. As more screenshots of Reiko leaked, the internet would soon find out that it was the latter. Another image was posted of Reiko listing all of the threads he started on R9K. Why haven't you transitioned yet, Anon? You won't have to be lonely anymore. What's stopping you from becoming the girlfriend? When will you take the trap pill, Anon? I decided to become a trap a few years ago, and now I stopped being a hikikomori and am enjoying life to the fullest. These are all of our current threads. Again, he was discussing this with Haruka, who said, they are onto us. In that same screenshot, Reiko says, lol, laughing at the following angry response to his shilling. 3 of these threads are up right now, asking the same thing in the catalog. You are a predator, and I hope no joy ever comes to your life. You motherfucker. You can psyop your shit at Pol or Soch, but to push your sick fish on these lonely, depressed robots personally disgusts me. The third screenshot takes place in a channel called #TrapShill, suggesting that they dedicated a whole server to these activities. Reiko discusses how their operation is going with another user named Sorion. Sorion, really, it's unbelievable how they think it's just us. It's so dumb how they haven't figured out that there are loads of people.
This feels like shit that I would hear like Keffals say. You know, like this is one of those things that like when you see it happen online and you're on the left, you're like, LOL, kind of funny joke, right? Especially if you're on the further left side of things. But like these are like actual human beings, right? These are actual human beings, and like a lot of them are like autistic and like probably pretty impressionable and very, very fucking lonely. And you're not actually doing them any fucking favors. Like, you're not doing them any favors whatsoever by saying that you're going to turn them fucking trans and shit, right? Like, you're like, best case scenario, they fucking forget about it in a couple of days, right? Or a couple of months or whatever, right? It just becomes like one of the things that internet historian goes over. Worst case scenario, you get them to fucking hate trans people even more. Like, you're not doing yourself, you're not doing them, you're not doing anybody any favors. You're just being kind of a douchebag.
I've got just to shill. So, Ray, how do you want to switch up the trap threads to avoid being filtered? Reiko, yes, we should do that. It's not very difficult to get past filters, to be honest. Just put random spaces, misspell things, etc, etc. Sorion, true. Really, R9K is so dumb, they'd probably suspect us of making it so our trap threads don't get filtered. Lol. Though I'm still wondering about the loyalty of the people I've hired. Reiko, I mean, you're paying them to do such an easy thing. I don't see why anyone would go against us and f that up. Free money, pretty much. Sorion, while that's true, lots of people want to work for both sides to gain the benefits of the two. They want to gain my show money while gathering info. Some screenshots dated a few months earlier show the beginnings of this operation and the philosophy behind it all, if you can call it that. Reiko, want to join my harem Discord? You can help convince the femboys and traps there to take HRT. Screen cap everything the non-believers say. We'll have the last laugh. Haruka, yes, this operation will be kicked into overdrive once I get enough money to pay shills to tell people to transition. Then we will create a world where everyone gets laid. A paradise. Reiko, tears of joy. Haruka, the world is poised to turn all beta males into those who will die as virgins or become redacteds and get laid. We will accelerate this future by converting all robots on R9K into male to female girls. Our job is to accelerate human evolution. In the future, 60% of all born men will be converted into T-girls with HRT and surgery if they don't have enough masculine features, or if their genes predispose them towards a life of rejection by women if they grow up as men. They are not men. They are girls. Parentheses, male. Haruka, in the future, there will be no Huns, and all traps will have a big set of nice boobs and curves and female bone structures. It's too late for the majority of us. I, for example, cannot transition since it would compromise my life socially. But other than that, I really believe I should be transitioning. We must encourage everyone who can to do it. Everyone who can pass should be doing it. Many people don't get laid because girls are hypergamous, mostly because they're soy boys, and soy boys are basically closet redacteds. Haruka, when you post trap threads on Pol, some of them will say, I want a trap girlfriend. The idea is inside everyone. We target these Pol redacteds and use it to turn Pol into redacteds. It will spread from these to the others. Haruka is talking about the prospect of the far-right users on the board /Pol becoming fashy femboys. I don't know what's more cataclysmic, this or the time when /MLP and /Pol fused into ML Pol and became a hateful brony board. In any case, there was some question of how long all of this had been going on. If you were to look up the Discord username Reiko3333 on Discord, you would find that he'd been shilling, presumably the same Discord server, on R9K for quite some time. Most recently, in March 2018, he posted, recruiting traps, redacteds, and females for my harem Discord. Add me up. But it went all the way back to November 2017, when he made a thread saying, hey, any traps want to join my harem Discord to fluff up the numbers so I don't look pathetic? Apparently, this really was an operation to turn the robots gay, orchestrated by a clearly demented man with too much time on his hands. But what were his motives? Well, it's actually not hard to guess. Dated September 2017, we have the following work of literary horror and hilarity from Reiko himself, though there's some question of this being a copy pasta. My ultimate fantasy is kidnapping a cute boy and locking him up in my basement. I will let him consume nothing but soylent, estrogen, and milk mixed with my... Every day when I catch him about to sleep in bed, I will enter his room, manhandle him into a chair, restrain him, and put him in front of a monitor that is showing terabytes of sissy hypno videos. As he falls more and more for my psyop, I will leave adult toys around his room for him to play with. Near the end of his training, I will remove all the toys from his room and leave makeup, shaving tools, and dresses in his room. I will deny him any kind of pleasure for a week straight, but when he is completely lust-filled, I will descend into his room with nothing but a mask on. Haruka, on the other hand, explains their actions with the following. Most actual trans people need a push to end repression, and by giving that push, we can save them from, even worse, Hun status. Since you can't actually make someone trans, giving the wrong person a push is fairly low risk and harmless. Ergo, it makes sense to push and push aggressively. Point is, I think most of us wish we'd figured it out younger and would have appreciated someone pushing us. So we try to make the world a better place by pushing others. But the most insane and anime villain-esque explanation of all came from a user on the server named Malfian. This same guy seemed to believe he was a wizard, which honestly is on brand with the message that follows. Those who find me often ask, will the spam stop? And what will it take for this to end? And I have an answer. The spam will never stop as long as normies infest my board. I've been here 10 years, and I intend to be here 10 years longer. The changes I see are ones of calcification and drifting towards the normalcy of Google, YouTube, etc., where everything is sanitized and frozen in time. I do not care one way or the other about the current zeitgeist of transgenderism, just like I did not care back in 2014 about cuckoldry or Gamergate. What will be made clear, however, is that if you decide to visit this ancestral land of filth and decay, that you will not leave unchanged. You shall become something that you once hated, and forevermore shall you be that twisted and horrid thing. No, I do not care for simply victory over this invasion. I shall see minds warped and bodies mutated into purposeless forms by the changer of ways. With the consent of those weak-willed enough to heed the siren's calls, I fill the board with. There is no victory over the chaos we presently represent, but there is victory over the souls and minds of the visitors and the casual users of the board. I will not stop until every man who dares enter this holy place of ours is faced with a wall of knives, onto which he shall willingly fall upon, or a wall of needles, which will close in and mutate him into the abominations we love to laugh at. The trap spam has threefold purpose: to normalize the idea of trans people as a force in their lives, to confuse the users into seeing femininity and masculinity where there is none or both, and to convince the users of a prevalence of these ideas in outside society. Those that actually do go outside and see the world for what it is know that there are nowhere near as many traps as are presented, but chances are if they go out that frequently, they do not have the time or alignment to argue against it with their likely liberal views and busy schedules. If the mods act against us, there are countless countermeasures against them. If the users act against us, they shall not emerge unchanged and unbroken in spirit. If the newest and best
Jesus
abominations
Christ,
change,
why do
then
they
we'll just
fucking
change gear like when we stop.
What is this fucking manifesto shit, dude? God damn, I swear to God, I simultaneously fucking love the internet and fucking hate the internet. This shit's so unbelievably fucking cringe, dude. Holy fucking goddamn. It's like amazing, but also fucking god awful at the same time. I can't even fucking choose which it is. I can't decide. Genuinely. Fuck me.
Stops the cuck spam to start the redacted spam. No singular act can stop us. No group of people with the knowledge of our deeds and plans could ever hope to stop it any more than a storm spotter can stop a hurricane. We have been denied our home for too long now, and this present pain we all feel will be from places upon the backs of those who stand against the primordial. With this determination, we shall shatter Overton's window and scream to the highest heavens and lowest hells until the decision is made to turn the damned hole into a wall. And once more, may we know the peace of isolation. Along with these screenshots was a collection of 9 Discord accounts supposedly involved. R9K had all but confirmed the allegations of shilling at this point, which, all in all, seemed like a perverted, but mostly harmless and entertaining ploy. At the most, it was annoying for R9K users. And who knows, maybe a few people were converted into Reiko's femboy religion, but altogether, it looked more like basement dwellers trolling other basement dwellers and acting like Machiavellian puppet masters in the process. But the story doesn't end there.
Oh,
it would
no.
be mere days before more sensationalistic and sinister accusations about Reiko and his true motives started cropping up. On April 4th, an Anon made the following post on R9K. Join Trap Discord group. They asked me for a picture of me dressed up in order to join, showing face. Is like a cult. Everyone worships some redacted called Reiko. Turns out they've doxed me and have all my info. They're blackmailing me with the pic, saying that if I don't take HRT, they will mail it to my family and friends. They've done this shit to numerous other people. What the f do I do now? Now, this post could be fake, but if it was to be trusted, the same Reiko that had been exposed before for shilling was allegedly blackmailing unsuspecting people into transitioning IRL. Now, there was only one message from Reiko about this in the original leaked screenshots, saying, at Waseru, if I don't have another picture of your thighs by the end of the hour, I will be messaging your mom about your little secrets. Although, considering Waseru was supposedly one of the people involved, it was probably a joke. However, in another screenshot, Reiko mentions he has 3 servers, one being the trap posting server, and another one he calls the harem. This recalled his earlier post on 4chan about his Discord trap harem, which lends more credibility to the idea that he was rounding up people in servers to exploit them for his own gratification. However, Anons needed much more evidence than this. Well, another person, also on April 4th, posted something slightly more concrete, an image of them with the name Reiko written on their chest, as well as the phrase PSN owns this, with an arrow pointing down into their pants. Along with this, they said, here you go, Reiko made me write his name on my body. I literally don't know what to do. Other images also surfaced of people writing Reiko's name on their bodies. These rumors and allegations spread like wildfire. People hated the trap posters already, and this justified their loathing and suspicions that these people were unhinged creeps. Plenty of threads were started on R9K to discuss, investigate, and collate info about the subject. Anons made videos and posts on other sites to summarize and further propagate the story about Reiko and his harem. Guy called Reiko and his pals gain the trust of boys with physical insecurities and get them to dress up in girly clothes and send pictures. Once these people have been doxxed, they are blackmailed to take HRT, or else their pictures will be sent to friends and family. We all have friends, family, and colleagues who browse R9K, an image board for young lonely lads to talk about despair and cry everywhere. But they are at horrendous risk from scammers. Yes, that's right. These furiously fetishing fiends are seeking vulnerable R9K bots to turn them into their little sissy boy slaves, using all sorts of emotional manipulation, threats, and dox. They're turning the freaking robots gay. It's developing, it's happening. Bussygate 2018. The theory was that Reiko and his gang had chosen to conduct this psyop on R9K because the men there had a lot of pent-up desire, and they just wanted some kind of intimate interaction or validation, no matter what it was. It didn't matter if they had to get that validation by cross-dressing, and it didn't matter if it was coming from a guy like Reiko. Internet sleuths dug up Reiko's other accounts to find any other details about the man that could potentially dox him. He had a Twitch account, a profile on Steam, and a YouTube channel. Oh, look. How to draw an anime trap. Yeah, I'd say that sounds about right. People were already far, far into the land of speculation at this point, which ties back to the case of Shuab Aslam and his death. He took his life just a few weeks before, in March 2018, so people tried to connect his death to Reiko. Remember that boy who skullcapped himself the other week? Apparently, he was caught up in it. While it was during the same period, and he was on R9K, there's no evidence of a connection other than that, and it ended up being nothing more than a rumor that spread solely because people kept repeating it. However, if true, it would explain why he did it, since, as his name indicates, he was either from a Muslim family or a Muslim country, and cross-dressing would be frowned upon to say the least. However, until then, there was no solid proof that Reiko had been blackmailing anyone. Running a sissy hypno psyop? Sure. But coaxing people into taking HRT, threatening to dox them, forcing them to write his name on themselves as opposed to them doing it willingly, there wasn't much of anything to back those allegations up. Well, until the following thread was made. Hello, I have proof of blackmail. My friend Yozam was caught up in the Reiko drama. They tried forcing him to take HRT and post pics or they would dox him. He was smart enough not to and tried to retaliate. Here's the logs. Please do not let Reiko do this to you. Linked in the thread were Discord logs. The logs themselves, however, tell a bit of a different story. Reiko was indeed trying to pay someone to get the dox of this individual, whoever he was. But apparently, it was because Yozam had tried to swat Reiko. Now, even if that were the case, it could be retaliation against Reiko for attempting to force him to take HRT. And even if this Yozam guy made a swat attempt, it wouldn't necessarily justify Reiko trying to dox him. Yozam, they tried doxing me. Anon. Was that before or after you tried to swat him? Yozam. After I provoked him. He also posted some not very legal things, which drew the ire of Haruka. Anon. So basically, how did you find out about this stuff? I heard they were paying you to post threads, but you went turncoats. Yozam. What? That's a myth. Haruka and Reiko hate me. Reiko hates me because I wanted to swat him. Haruka hates me because I posted some not very legal things and I'm friends with a scammer. In other screenshots, Yozam affirmed the claim of HRT blackmailing, but did not provide any proof other than his testimony. Anon. So they did try to blackmail you into HRT? What age were you then? Yozam. This was a couple months ago. Actually, more like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Yozam. After they threatened me, I retaliated. It's why they hate me. Yet again, the investigation was inconclusive. The person that would show up to help try and settle the matter after days of controversy was, surprisingly enough, Reiko himself. He gave an hour-long interview on a Discord server, wherein he gave his own, obviously biased and potentially dishonest, account of events. He came clean about many things. They were, indeed, paying people to spam the board with trap threads.
But like we found out that Mongo is like...
Yeah, there's a lot of ifs, but like the thing about it is that they, the way that there's no way to fucking prove that any of this shit happened because it all happened on fucking 4chan because all these people are fucking insane people, right? And they don't want to like actually like post proof of any of these things happening. They'll like post just enough proof to like blow out the other person, but they'll never like there's no way to know if this is just like a bunch of autistic fucking crazy people like trying to like meme on each other or something like more sinister or whatever. Like the guy said earlier, like this could just be a whole bunch of like weird people like trying to meme on each other, and it could be like something actually happening. Who knows?
Rich off crypto cash or something. She has paid people to post. I don't know the payment details. I don't know how she pays them. I don't know if she pays them by thread. I don't really question her too much because she kind of, I don't know, she's nice, but a little also to it.
Where did the money come from? A rich, neat girl named Mongo who made $70,000 off of crypto. On the one hand, I'm thrilled that not everybody has access to money when this is what this sick freak did with her cash, as opposed to literally anything else. However, I also have to appreciate the James Bond villain endeavor she undertook to finance trolling on an industrial scale. Reiko also gave an estimate of how much of the trap posting his server was responsible for.
Okay, and to give people perspective, what percentage would you say of the trap threads were yours?
I would say probably 15 to 20%.
As for the images of people with his name written on them, he confirmed they were real and that he wanted them to do so. But according to him, it was entirely voluntary.
Yeah, he's basically just asking why there are loads of traps with like your name written on them and like other people's names and things.
That's not like a malicious thing though. It's not like I'm forcing or blackmailing them to write their names. Like I mean, I really like thighs, and like people to or traps to write my name on their thighs. It's not like a blackmail thing or like a threat thing. It's just, I've gotten them to do that. Like a lot of them are willing to do it for whatever reason.
He went on to give a rundown of his various servers and their functions.
We had a RGTOW. Like, I'm not going to really give the full server history on that, but
just give us a quick rundown.
It's just like it was pretty much for a while. The main owner was Hyruka. It was just like it was mostly it was just like a regular online case until like the trap posting started, and then like we got leaked and we decided to make the trap showing the score we refer to as Operation Traptopia.
Noise cancellation.
Or
threshold,
more serious than the trap posting in RGTW?
Yeah, that was like more secure and more serious, just because at that point we didn't want to really like get leaked anymore, draw any attention, because obviously that was a very good idea. And then the harem Discord, which is something completely separate from both of those that I had for a long time myself. That it was just mostly like female and like trap friends in the server. And like it was kind of dead, honestly. It was just like fucking around. We would play games and it really wasn't that special. There was no blackmailing or like manipulating. Most of the people in there were like my age or older, teenager.
He claims that the youngest person on the server was 17, but that it was okay since he was 19.
I mean, I wouldn't really call that pedophilia, considering there was, like I said, it was a sexual server, and he never made any sexual posts. He was just a friend. Like, it's not like it's a fucking age gap between us. It's not like I'm like 30 years old hanging out with like 17-year-old. Like, it's like I'm only 19.
Reiko also gave his version of the Yozam situation. According to him, Yozam was a 15-year-old, and the not very legal things he referred to as having posted were CP. Reiko supposedly only wanted to dox him to contact his mother and get him off the internet. However, that's relatively easy to debunk from the Discord logs, which don't show him being concerned at all for Yozam's well-being, just vengeful over the swatting attempt. Reiko, of course, denied blackmailing anyone or doing anything criminal, but he still stated what he did was maybe kind of wrong.
I mean, I believe for the most part, like, I did wrong, like, I'll admit that, and like that's mainly because like I came back to like a bunch of other people in the end, just like random people. Like I think that my intentions may have been extreme, but really for the best overall. I mean, my intentions were for the best. Obviously, did not work out very good at all. It just made the board even worse. But I mean, I don't know. I just want the board to be better at the end, really.
Just a little oopsie, right? All in all, it came off as pretty convincing. He denied some stuff, but he also confessed to other counts, and it seems like a believable story, that he was indeed a shill, but people fabricated the worst stuff about him to take him down. Or maybe not. The following screenshots from Reiko's server leaked. Reiko, bullshit level 100 right now. Hee Renee. Lol, yeah, they're buying it. Reiko was lying through his teeth for the entire duration of the interview. When the people in the server found out someone had leaked Reiko's confession, they started freaking out, saying, Reiko, he leaked you saying that you lied about everything. Once Reiko found out, his reaction was what you'd expect. Okay, well, I'm legit screwed. Like, this actually really screwed me. He linked a thread on R9K about how the blackmailing was real and said, these leaks legit killed it. Like, it's completely lost. To some, this affirmed that he had indeed been blackmailing people the whole time, and he was having a mental breakdown, realizing now that his lying had been exposed. I'll be homeless, I have no family. If I get swatted, unironically, I think I'm going to pretend to reach for a gun. There was no proof of blackmailing at that point other than him saying that he lied, which could have pertained to any of the numerous claims he made in the interview. To many Anons, this reaction is what ended up sealing his fate and entirely exposing him. However, another attempt was made at a cover-up by Reiko's associates in an article by the Daily Dot. They admitted to doing trap shilling, of course, but the blackmailing was the real issue at hand. One person from the server confirmed the accusations, while another denied them. They also claimed, as Reiko had, that the people with Reiko's name written on their bodies were just Reiko's friends. However, at this point, it didn't matter how convincing a cover-up you could put together. People were already wise to Reiko and his associates' antics, and weren't open to reconsideration. There are plenty of different angles to take on this situation. This whole story is dubious from the get-go because it's documented almost exclusively through Discord messages and Reddit threads. These could easily be falsified by anyone with a moderate aptitude in Photoshop. It's still unlikely that everything that went down was fake, but that fact certainly casts doubt on nearly every aspect of the incident overall. One possibility is that all of the allegations were true. Reiko was blackmailing people into transitioning by threatening to dox them and share whatever images he had already obtained of them. Evidence in this corner are those who claimed he did so, as well as his own admission that he 100% lied in the interview, and his freakout when he thought people had confirmed the blackmailing allegations. Another option is that Reiko wasn't blackmailing anyone. Other people started that rumor. For example, people who were sick of the trap threads and created a conspiracy to shut the whole trend down. However, why would he say he lied in the interview? Still, another possibility is that Reiko himself was the one to start the rumor to make himself look like an anime villain. Although, how much 4D chess can we expect of a robot that's so dysfunctional? He spent the good part of a year trying to make random strangers on the internet cross-dress. Maybe he could have wanted to create a drama or controversy to get himself recorded in the annals of internet history. Perhaps he was the one who made the post starting the rumor, the one who posted the pics of people with his name written on them, and maybe he even faked his confession to having lied to implicate himself, and in some way saw all of that as beneficial. He would have to be off his rocker for the last option to be the case, but hey, no one can know for sure. The last leaked message from the servers I could find was from August, after everything went down. And with this in mind, I think we have our answer. I need to get those thigh pics. I only have 5. I need to expand. Well, 5 when they wrote my name on them. I need mentally ill, insecure traps to harass so I can boost my ego. Discord
I need
servers and
those
4chan
thigh
boards
pics.
are home to depraved
Thigh
enough activities
pics
on their
now.
own, but somehow get orders of magnitude worse when they join forces. Feeding 4chan users, especially from one of the more notorious boards like R9K, into a Discord server is just asking to create a cesspit of troubled individuals who are up to no good. That, or a group of mentally ill outcasts who can easily be manipulated and exploited since they have no support system, friends, or family to check in on them. In fact, one of the first steps cults take to prepare their victims is to isolate them from their loved ones and society as a whole. Lucky for the psychopaths of the world, there's a large demographic of people online who are already isolated, with no effort on their part. On that note, let's just pray we won't see any more crossover episodes of these two platforms in the near future, because, while intriguing, they're also highly disturbing. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching.
Of course,
And
it's
until
a Turkey Tom video. Jesus Christ, shit's fucking crazy. What is this? I just opened it, okay? I was just finishing the fucking video. Wait, hold on. Bob posting was involved with this? Do you guys believe me if I said me and Raiko used to talk back like in 2016? Okay, content warning for others reading the thread. To my knowledge, this was quite a few years ago, so I don't remember too much. Raiko was an early notorious Discord groomer. He basically got a bunch of underage boys, though some may have been eggs, to start sending him lewd cross-dressing photos and such. Eventually ended up getting the doxes of a lot of them and threatened to contact their parents about the endeavor unless they started HRT and continued to be basically his slave. Jesus Christ. Yep. Killing themselves, when I remember, was on stream in a call in his server with a pump shotgun to the head. Later on into the stream, their mom walked in on the scene and wept for minutes on end. I'm sure there's more to the story, but that's what stuck. Wasn't this mostly fake? Yes, it was 99% fake. Worst thing Raiko and his friends did was try and dox his Civcraft enemies. Wait, what does Civcraft mean? Of course it was. Of course Bob posting had some shit like to do with it. Jesus Christ. See, like, this is the thing. When we look at, like, especially when we look at, like, the, okay, I need one more of this. Let me copy. Just this. If we look at like the allegations that were happening with like Keffals and the Catboy Ranch stuff and all of that shit, like the reason why people got so mad about that, and like the DIY HRT memes that came out of all of that shit, right? The reason people got mad about that is because it felt like when you looked at their post history on Twitter, there was so much going on in the way of there was so much going on in the way of like joking about like force feminizing people, and it like gave the appearance of like actual fucking grooming that was going on, right? Like that's why people were upset about it. And I don't think that you can give all of these like indications that like, yeah, we're grooming and we're proud of it, right? Like, yeah, I totally give minors HRT against their parents' will. Oops, right? Like if you say that, you're literally playing into every single right-wing like straw man talking point that that they say that like all trans people do, and you're not helping trans people. You're hurting trans people. You're not making anyone's life better by doing this. Right? Like maybe it's funny in like private messages, right? And you can like maybe make those jokes, right? But I don't think that you can like make those jokes for any like any amount of time without making people like actually think like, oh God, all these people are actually groomers. I think I'm going to have to destroy an entire line of these solar panels, just so that I can have a clean 4 and 4. I think I can take that. I think I can handle that. Anyways, like if we don't want people to think that trans people are groomers, why would you then like make a fuckload of jokes about like trans people or yourself being a trans person being a groomer? What is the fucking point of that? Like actually, like what is your end goal Again, I think it's a little bit more acceptable in private. Like, there's all sorts of like jokes that we make in private, Pepe, you know. But like, if you're gonna be talking about like real shit that's going on, especially if you're gonna be like Bob posting, right? Someone who's in charge of like the DIY HRT directory, which has like both like positive and negative applications, right? Like you could either be like you could be one of the good ones, or you could be one of the bad ones. Are we the baddies, right? You could either be like telling people that it's okay to be trans, or like be giving people who are you're actually going to have to be the longest one, aren't you? Like people who don't have access to HRT in the first place, like you might be like giving them the healthcare that they're like trying to get in real life, right? And that's a good thing. Poggers, excellent work. You've done some activism, right? But like if you're going to like then play into all like the stereotypes about like trans people or groomers who are trying to like force feminize all of our sons to like destroy Western society or some shit, like who are you helping? Like actually, who are you helping? I wonder how that site's doing now. Oh, the DIY HRT directory. I'm pretty sure it got shut down, right? Like they shut it down to like protect themselves from the groomer allegations, right? Or am I wrong on that one? Oh, is there another tweet that you want me to read? Where the fuck was this cult when I needed them? Where was this cult when I was 12? Presumably on Ryko's Discord, depending on your current age. IDK if anyone has actually watched this video, but it's just a bunch of screenshot of Discord convos of Ryko and his shills talk about how they are manipulating people. IRC was the hot shit when I was 12. I don't know what IRC is. Let's see here. They changed. Oh, they started like deleting a bunch of fucking shit after the Keffals manifesto came out. Yeah, actually. What is... Oh, of course. Keffals is on the genocide train. Oh, let's see what she had to say.
The government of Texas has put up to 16,000 people, trans people, on a registry. So I want to get into that. Fuck Ken Paxton. He's such a piece of shit. This is something that, especially if you live in Texas, you should be terrified about, and you should be considering making plans. There is no situation where a government entity starts creating registries of minorities that end well. Yeah, no, Texas and Florida governments suck. A lot of people are going to die. People have already died. In states specifically where anti-trans legislation has gone through. And as I said earlier, like when I was on a stream with Matt Binder, our community is small and we don't have a lot of resources. But we have each other and we need to stick together through this and we need to help each other out. Because let's be honest, this is a fucking terrifying thing to happen. If we just like say it out loud, this is what will happen. When you make these lists, if you're in Texas and you can get out, you should. I can't tell how long things are going to be safe.
What is happening?
No point in history has this shit ever had a positive outcome. This is the inevitable result of the groomer rhetoric. Once you are able to convince large swaths of the population that
you played into it. You played into it yourself. You made those jokes too. You made those jokes too. I want as many as possible. I want as many as possible. I want as many as possible. There we go. Why are my robots not like doing anything? Did I fuck something up? Wait, hold on. Why are my like logistics robots not doing like fuck all? They have electricity going into them. I have logistic robots in there. Does anybody have any idea? I just added requests for these things. Oh, personal logistics. Why was that canceled? Cool. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go back. But like the idea that like you can blame anyone for yourself, but yourself for like doing the cringe thing, right? Is fucking just like massive amounts of copium. 1, 2, 3. Okay, should I do... Oh, I know what I should do. Okay. I know how I'm going to do this. I'm going to have to delete all of this really quick. But yeah, like if you're going to like make the jokes about like doing the things that people like are accusing you of doing, like, oh man, like optics check, fucking Keffals. Who would have fucking guessed that people are going to like think that you're a fucking groomer? Like no fucking shit, dog. Like no fucking shit. Who would have guessed that like I know I've been saying this for like the past like 20 minutes, but it's just like fucking insane to me that they act surprised when people accuse them of being groomers and shit, when they actively make the allegations against themselves, you know? That's just like fucking crazy to me. Hello? Can I not just like, okay, cool. Okay. I'll figure out in a second. Let's keep playing.
It will happen when you make these lists. If you're in Texas and you can get out, you should. I can't.
Wait, you skimmed her VOD and she used the info she used was from Aaron in the Morning's website. A fucking course. Wow, it all comes together. It all comes full circle. Every stream comes full circle.
Tell how long things are going to be safe there. No point in history has this shit ever had a positive outcome. This is the inevitable result of the groomer rhetoric. Once you are able to convince large swaths of the population that a minority group is all pedophiles, things get violent very fast. And we've already seen where this is headed. The only lists we should be having are lists of white nationalist terrorists who need to be locked up or eliminated. Like, yeah, that's all fun and good, you know? Ideal. That's ideal. However, that's not the situation we're in. We are far from that situation. The situation that we are in now is that people are going to fucking die. Like, if without sugarcoating anything, taking away all of the services that support the trans community, there's an uptick in suicide. But putting trans people on a list in the same place where there is a huge escalation against the trans community, comparing them to child groomers, people are going to get killed. Like, I cannot sugarcoat that this is the situation that we are in. There is no way to vote your way out of this situation. The best thing that you can do in this situation, if you're in Texas, make a backup plan. Make a plan so you can figure out what to do. And if you're not in Texas, do what you can to help them. Another thing, and I'm planning
Tell
on
us what the actual,
writing
like,
up a document
thing that's happening
and putting out a segment about this. A lot of people, even people in this community, have fucking terrible infosec. And you need to actually take infosec seriously, because having bad infosec in the current political climate that we are in could actually get you killed. Infosec, information security. If you have good infosec, it's hard.
Why are my trash slots not being emptied? I just don't understand. Like, what am I doing wrong? Like, it was working for like the longest time, and now it just seems like like out of fucking nowhere, like my logistic network is like completely shot. I don't fucking I don't get it. Are they all coming from like all the way down there instead of like the closest ones? She's so boring. Here, we can speed her up. She is human Ambien. Sorry, I'm gonna listen now. Actually, I'm gonna go back a little bit. Sorry, I keep on having to go back, but
against the trans community, comparing them to child groomers, people are going to get killed. Like I cannot sugarcoat that this is the situation that we are in. There is no way to vote your way out of this situation. The best thing that you can do in this situation, if you're in Texas, make a backup plan. Make a plan so you can figure out what to do. And if you're not in Texas, do what you can to help them. Another thing, and I'm planning on writing up a document and putting out a segment about this. A lot of people, even people in this community, have fucking terrible infosec. And you need to actually take infosec seriously. Because having bad infosec in the current political climate that we are in
people even know
could
what that
actually
means?
get you killed. Infosec,
Like the average
information
person?
security.
Oh,
If you have
there
good
we go.
infosec, it's harder to dox you. It's harder to SWAT you. It's hard to figure out where you live. You need to be able to protect your identity and your information online, because in the worst case scenario, not doing so, it will result in you dying. When the midterm elections ended, I was convinced that this would just be the end of trans rhetoric, right? I thought that, okay, this is just an election talking point. But Elon Musk buying Twitter, and one of the sole reasons being because he was mad about censorship of anti-trans sentiment, cozying up to lids of TikTok and Babylon Bee, putting out Q conspiracy theories on his Twitter, forcing the former head of Trust and Safety to flee their home after Elon pedo-jacketed him. Things are going to get fucked. And I know that a lot of people are listening. You're going to be doomering about it. You're going to be saying, okay, well, everything's fucked. There's nothing I can do. But you need, regardless of the situation, to have hope. You need to, because if you don't have hope, the people around you in your community are going to get demoralized. So if you're not doing it for yourself, at least do it for someone who you think might be a bit more scared than you. Because this fight, unlike what people say, it's not about special rights. It's not about special interest groups. This is a fight for survival. If you're in a place right now that's safe, do what you can to help
Well,
people.
what's
who are
going
in
on?
places that
Tell
aren't.
us
There are a
what's
lot of
going
places
on. You
right
haven't
now
really
where
even
things
said
are
anything.
Much worse. I know personally where I live, it's fine for now, but it won't always be. You know, if there's something we can do to help. We're going to see in the next while more and more trans people asking for support in leaving their states. Things are going to continue to escalate.
Tell us
and when
what's
those
happening.
escalations happen, we need to do what we can to make sure that we support people in getting out. And unfortunately, a lot of this isn't going to be covered. You're not going to see a lot of this in the news, because let's face it. Let's face it. Outside of trans people, people generally don't give a shit. They don't. It's going to be a blip. It will be one blip in a news cycle, and then they'll move on to the next thing. Meanwhile, this is still going to be an ongoing thing that will continuously escalate and get worse. The only way that we can move forward, because I haven't seen, if I'm being honest about the situation, if I'm being completely honest about the situation, I don't think that this is a winning fight. It's not looking good. And I've always tried to be optimistic, but at this point, I think what we need to do is make sure that we support as many people as possible and do as much damage control as possible. They already pre-filed the bills. You're right. They're planning shit, because that's the thing. The right in the United States today is a massive, well-oiled machine. They have billions of dollars at their disposal. They have tens of millions of people that support them. Meanwhile, our community makes up a fraction of a percent, constantly dealing with infighting. Most of us live in poverty. The only thing that we could really rely on is the support from allies, which make up such a bigger group of people than even our own community. But it's hard to say how much that they will actually be there. As things
We're 6 minutes in. She might have mentioned it for like a quarter of a second that they're making a list of trans people in Texas, or they attempted to. I'll read the article that Sleepy sent me in just a second. But the cam doors on Treblinka is yeah. Shut up. I just don't know how the fuck you can go through this and like raise this much of a moral panic without like actually stating what happened. She hasn't like read off an article. She just like made a statement as fact without like showing any evidence for that. And let me be like completely honest. She might be right, but like, why the fuck would you just like make a statement without like giving any actual evidence? Also, how the fuck do I get rid of these deconstruction planners? They're taking up slots in my fucking inventory. I don't know how to get rid of it.
Escalate. We even saw earlier this year, as Hillary Clinton suggested in the 2024 presidential election, that trans people are such a divisive issue that they should be thrown under the bus in order to secure the Democratic presidency. And that's the situation. I know that in the worst case scenario, I know that I'm already planning on sponsoring people who want to flee to Canada. That's at least my plan, what I can do to help people on the ground. See what I can do to bring more people in. Because I predicted this basically back since March, as this continuously lurched forward with seemingly no end in sight, that things would get this way. Today it has been reported that Attorney General Ken Paxton in Texas attempted to get a record of all transgender people
Finally.
who have legally changed their gender on their driver's license in the state. Although the initial request only asked for the monthly numbers of those who changed their gender markers, the request did state that they may need driver's licenses and ID numbers later, some of which were eventually delivered. This comes months after Paxton sent a letter to Governor Greg Abbott that stated the parents of transgender children in Texas should be investigated for child abuse. This policy has been nearly universally decried and led to harsh investigations and suicide attempts among young trans people. And we know it. We know. We've been following. The Washington Post reports that a public information request revealed that Texas was attempting to get a summary database of transgender people in the state, and that this request could be de-anonymized. Texas Department of Public Safety did ultimately pull records, manually, including names and driver's license numbers. Importantly, the records were not limited to just driver's licenses. They included other documents, including learner's permits and ID cards available from birth. Ultimately, they determined there were 16,466 people who changed their gender legally in the last 24 months. The data was shipped off in August to Paxton's office. So they already have the data on 16,466 trans people in the state of Texas. Now, this is so much worse than you can possibly imagine, because depending on what legislation goes through in the future, depending on what they want to do, this list could be used for such nefarious purposes. This list could be used for fucking black vanning people in the middle of the night. It could be used for setting up camps. It could be used to send everyone to jail, depending on what they manage to weasel through. And they've tried to weasel through some insane legislation. This is just a really terrible thing to have to say, because I know a lot of people come to my stream because they're looking for hope. But if I were to lie to you all and say things are good when they're not and you should prepare for the absolute worst, I would be letting you all down. It's gotta be
Jesus Christ.
They don't give a shit.
Like, what is like the number one thing everybody talks about with trans people? They talk about like the suicidality, right? They talk about like how trans people are more likely to commit suicide because like you know they're socially ostracized. They're like if we're scared about like trans suicidality, why the fuck are you terrifying people? You're scaring them to fucking death for fucking what? For fucking what? This is fucking insane shit, dude. This is fucking unhinged. What the fuck, dude? Oh, they're gonna black bag you in the middle of the night? Dude, fuck off. Fuck off. You are unnecessarily like causing this fucking panic in the same way that like conservatives like rely on moral panics for fucking literally their entire party platform. What is the actual purpose of you doing this? This is fucking crazy. You know what else is crazy? I'm going to delete all of these. I need extra room. I'm creating a megabus that I'm then going to split up. I have to get rid of all of these. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to all of my solar panels. Oops.
About the laws. Do you think Trump cared about the laws when he encouraged the insurrection? Do you think libs of TikTok cared about the laws when they encouraged their followers to threaten to bomb children's hospitals? No, they don't care. They absolutely don't care about the law. And they have so much money and so much institutional power that they don't have to give a shit. The amount of harm that Paxton and Abbott can do with a database like this is immense. Should he have or gain access to individualized records? If Texas prevails in its child abuse investigation initiative that is currently working its way through the courts, Paxton can bulk pull anyone who had their gender changed under 18 years old and target their families for further abuse and harassment. Gender affirming care is indeed judged to be child abuse by Texas. Many trans youth may be taken from their parents. This will be aided by the database polls like this. Furthermore, if authorities have access to trans people's gender change records, this can be used against them in other laws that Texas is proposing. Things like criminal drag bans that also target trans people, bathroom ban proposals, and laws designed to eliminate gender affirming care entirely. Texas isn't the only state considering this. 8 months ago, I said that the way that things are progressing, there's going to be another Pulse nightclub shooting. And a whole bunch of people said that I was alarmist. Guess what? It happened. Things are getting worse. And based on the things that are happening, it's really easy to see where things are going. Other states have considered creating registries of transgender people. Earlier this year, Florida's medical board convened to ban gender-affirming care for transgender youth. This board, handpicked by DeSantis, voted to mandate doctors no longer prescribe puberty blockers and hormone therapy, curtailing the rights of transgender people in one of the largest states. During the hearings, one of the board members openly proposed creating a registry of all transgender youth across the state. Ohio, earlier this year...
The Pulse shooting wasn't even anti-LGBT? Wait, hold on. Are you sure? I don't know. Seemed pretty anti-LGBT to me, but like maybe I like it happened before I was like super big into politics, so maybe there's something I don't fucking know. But it seems like to me like that it might be a little bit anti-LGBT. Oh, he didn't even know it was a gay bar? Huh. Interesting.
Also proposed a
Go back a
register
little
board
bit.
handpicked by DeSantis voted to mandate doctors no longer prescribe puberty blockers and hormone therapy, curtailing the rights of transgender people in one of the largest states. During the hearings, one of the board members openly proposed creating a registry of all transgender youth across the state. Ohio, earlier this year, also proposed a registry for transgender youth, a registry that would be comprehensive, including the numbers of minors treated, birth, sex, age that the treatment began, mental health conditions, and more. And the registry was attached to a bill that would ban gender-affirming care for transgender youth and would draw them from their current care, forcibly medically detransitioning them. I have nothing left for any of this. They're winning. That's not a call to give up, though. It's not a call to give up. Never give up. Never concede. They want you to give up. They want you to lose hope. They want you to sit down and take it, as they take everything from you and they kill everyone you care about. If it gets to the worst, you have a choice. If it comes to the absolute worst,
don't.
would you rather die standing up or die on your knees? Because that's the choice. If things get to the absolute worst point that they can get, and I know that I would rather be standing. Eventually, they'll go full mask off. Hopefully, the normies realize how insane they are. I'm hoping too. We've seen a lot of things like this throughout
God
history.
damn it.
The moment that they start putting people on lists, when the government starts collecting this kind of data, is
every single fucking time one of these fucking lunatics goes on like this, they are giving more and 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 more ammunition to the fucking far right. They are giving the far right exactly what the far right wants when they talk about like LGBT people. What the fuck is wrong with them? These people want to kill you. These people, they want you dead. They like, that's what the right says to them, or it says to their people. Why? Because they want to radicalize them. I say the right. I'm talking about like the extreme far right, like the people that are like the, you know, stochastic terrorists, et cetera, right? I'm not talking about like your average rightoid, like fucking Trump supporter doesn't necessarily think this. But like, holy shit. You can't expect for like larger and larger creators to say shit like violent action is becoming necessary without eventually violent action happening. Yes, Vosh is the first person I've seen use this rhetoric, and then everybody else followed. It is so fucking disgusting. It is so fucking disgusting. It is so fucking disgusting. And it shows that they have no fucking care whatsoever for the actual people that they're like claiming to care about. Like none whatsoever. They don't give a fuck. What they care about is those sweet, sweet subscriber numbers, bro. They care about those sweet, sweet subscriber numbers, bro. Those like sub numbers, they gotta go up. They gotta go up. Ah, fuck me. I'm so fucking disgusted by this shit, dude.
Is the moment that people should be very alarmed and people should start working out plans on what to do if things start to escalate.
What to do without like actually like giving any actual like real prescription. Like maybe she will in a second. Maybe she'll say like no violent action. But it sounded like a second ago she was talking about violent action. When you give someone, when you like put out a message, right? And you say like, there is no other thing that we can do. They've taken all other options from us. We can't run. We can't vote for ourselves to have any like legal representation. Like what are the alternative what are the alternative things that can happen? Like the only thing that you're leaving people with is violence. It's like when the white nationalists said, like, they're trying to replace you. They're trying to take away everything that you hold near and dear to you and your family, et cetera, et cetera. Like they're trying to like kill you or whatever the fuck their rhetoric was, right? Stop. Let's go up and down. So I know we're going to need a lot of these. Let's leave 1, 2, 3 spaces. We're going to go fucking hard in the paint on making copper wires.
Transitioning them. I have nothing left for any of this. They're winning. That's not a call to give up, though. It's not a call to give up. Never give up. Never concede. They want you to give up. They want you to lose hope. They want you to sit down and take it as they take everything from you and they kill everyone you care about. If it gets to the worst, you have a choice. If it comes to the absolute worst, would you
Yeah, it
rather
sounds like
die standing
violence.
up or die on your knees? Because that's the choice. If things get to the absolute worst point that they can get. And I know that I would rather be standing. Eventually they'll go full mask off. Hopefully the normies realize how insane they are. I'm hoping too. We've seen a lot of things like this throughout history. The moment that they start putting people on lists, when the government starts collecting this kind of data, is the moment that people should be very alarmed and people should start working out plans on what to do if things start to escalate. I know that I'm going to do my part. And when I
Tell
start
people
to
what
see
they should
people
do.
needing support to get out of either their state or their country, I'll do
Okay.
absolutely everything that I can. The fascists regain federal control. Blue states aren't going to be as safe as they are now. If the Republicans win the 2024 presidential election, things are going to get significantly more fucked. We have from now until then to come up with some plans, to do what we can to get people out of states that are affected. What Taylor is saying, make sure to update your passport. Being able to actually get out of the country will be paramount. Absolutely get a passport. If you don't have a passport, start working on getting your passport. You don't have a passport, you can't leave the country, and you never know when you need to leave the country. It sucks to have to say that when I know that during these sort of situations, there's so many people who just want to give up. They want to just like crawl into a ball and just try and ignore it and wait it out and hope for the best. But once again, that's what they want. They want you to give up. What point do those of us in safer states start going full Underground Railroad to get folks out? Once we start to see that there is actually an exodus of people leaving, and I know the news of this registry has made more people consider leaving because we don't know how far these kind of registries can go or what they're eventually going to be used for. So these in turquoise, the safest states, and in deep red, the worst active anti-trans laws. If you were wondering where to go, here's a good idea of where things are. I know that Aaron consistently updates this map, so it's best to keep an eye on it. Yeah, before we consider an Underground Railroad type deal, network with queer and trans people. Like we don't need to do anything grand like that. We need to start by just helping people in an individual way before we start doing it in a more organized way. Because we haven't seen at this point a huge exodus yet. But once we do, that's when it's going to be more important. They used to arrest people for cross-dressing back before Stonewall, but the penalties were very minor, and they only really went after people when raiding gay clubs to extort the owners. I'm not sure when things loosened up. And it's looking like it's about to reverse. Things are going to reverse course. Things are going to be worse than they were before. The anti-drag law in Texas is so broad that it would basically ban trans people from public life. Basically, since Stonewall, there's just been this huge push to integrate the LGBT community into the establishment. In some ways, that was good. In some ways, that worked. In some ways, that kept us safe. But that's not going to help us once the establishment turns on us. I think I've gone over everything with the registries.
Okay, Casey, like I said before, yes, obviously, like trans people do have it the worst now, but like, do you think that this rhetoric is helping them? Do you think that like the rhetoric of like they're leaving us no other option and like, do you want to die standing up or do you want to die lying down? Like, do you think that that rhetoric is helping trans people? Because I don't think it is. I think what that is doing is fear mongering them into a position where they're going to like, where eventually someone who has nothing to lose is going to go through and fucking like blast a bunch of fucking conservatives because they feel like that's all they can do.
That it would basically ban trans people from public life. Basically, since Stonewall, there's just been this huge push to integrate the LGBT community into the establishment. In some ways, that was good. In some ways, that worked. In some ways, that kept us safe. But that's not going to help us once the establishment turns on us. I think I've gone over everything with the registries. It just hit me by surprise, and I didn't expect to be this serious about it, but I also felt that it was important to be this serious about it. I really don't want to give anyone a false impression of how bad things can get and how necessary it is to prepare for the worst. I have never in my life seen it this bad for trans people, and I'm really scared. I'm scared, but I know that if I show how scared I am, if I show that I'm nervous about the situation, if I start doomering about it, other people who are even more scared and doomering even harder about it are going to lose hope, and they need that hope more than me. So please don't give up. Please keep fighting. And if not for yourself, for other people in the community. There are a lot of people who don't have a lot of resources, who are basically stuck, and we need to do what we can for them. When the time
idea
comes.
that like she explicitly like said like we don't need to start organizing any kind of underground railroad shit. Like number one, comparing like the situation of trans people to like black people under slavery, like number one, that's kind of like a Pepe fucking thing to say. All right, not gonna fucking lie, that's a little Pepe. But like even past that, like the saying like no, not this peaceful action. You want to die standing up, don't you? Like it just like what is the other message that you're supposed to get from that? Bro, state lines. Yeah, exactly. Like, even if you want to like do the fear mongering stuff. Like, number one, I don't know like how necessary that actually is, like personally. But like, you know, maybe things do get like significantly worse than they are now, and like that sort of thing will be necessary for people to completely leave their state, right? Could be the case. I want to keep this like largely contained as opposed to my last endeavor. Okay, so we've got that. And then I want to come over here and I want to make some... Here, you fucking dudes need to destroy this. What time is Dylan Burns talking to Keffals? I saw on Twitter that he's talking to her today. Okay, one second. While we're waiting on this, one second. Texas Attorney General sought to round up list of all the transgender people in the state. On Wednesday, the Washington Post reported that... Wait, can we... I want to read. I'd rather read something from this. State data on transgender Texans. From Houston. Oh, wait, listen.
This news story was written by Molly Hennessy Fisk. Texas Attorney General's office sought state data on transgender Texans. Houston, employees at the Texas Department of Public Safety in June received a sweeping request from Republican Attorney General Ken Paxton's office. Compile a list of individuals who had changed their gender on their Texas driver's license and other department records during the past 2 years. Need total number of changes from male to female and female to male for the last 24 months, broken down by month, the chief of the DPS's driver license division emailed colleagues. After more than 16,000 such instances were identified, DPS officials determined that a manual search would be needed to determine the reason for the changes, DPS spokesman Travis Considine told the Post in response to questions. A verbal request was received, he wrote in an email. Ultimately, our team advised the AG's office the data requested neither exists nor could be accurately produced. Thus, no data of any kind was provided. Asked who in Paxton's office had requested the records, he replied, I cannot say. The behind-the-scenes effort by Paxton's office to obtain data on how many Texans had changed their gender on their license came as the Attorney General, Governor Greg Abbott and other Republican leaders in the state have been publicly marshaling resources against transgender Texans. In October 2021, Abbott signed a bill banning transgender youths from participating in sports that align with their gender identity at K-12 public schools. This year, he ordered the state to investigate the provision of gender-affirming care as potential child abuse. State lawmakers have already proposed more than a dozen anti-LGBTQ measures ahead of the next session in January, including criminalizing gender-affirming care and banning minors at drag shows. Public records obtained by the Post do not indicate why the Attorney General's office sought the driver's license information. But advocates for transgender Texans...
Is there a way? Yeah, pause. Okay. Fuck, trying to pause it, I completely lost my train of thought. Fuck my life. What was I about to say? Motherfucking gender affirming care. Oh, fuck. Can I like roll it back? Like,
say,
where are we at? This year, he ordered the state to investigate the provision of gender affirming care as a potential child abuse, but that already was like struck down. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Fucking, okay, notice this. Every single thing that's coming out of, like, conservative fucking lawmakers right now, like, it's literally all just culture war issues that they read off of fucking Twitter. That's literally all it is. Have you seen anything else from lawmakers from the conservative side? Oh no, where am I gonna put the... I fucked up. God damn it. Irritating. Like, what fucking policy have they put forward that's like economic? Like, besides like cutting taxes on the rich? Like, what is the conservative policy on fucking anything nowadays, dude? Like, it's all fucking memes that they saw on fucking Twitter. That's all it is. That's all it is, dude. They saw someone say, "Oh man, did you see what they're doing to kids on oh, there we go. That's what I want. Ha 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 ha. Have you seen what they're doing to these kids recently? Isn't that horrible? Like, we should do something about that," they said on Twitter. And then all of these like lawmakers, because they have nothing, they have no answers for any of the economic problems that people face nowadays. They have no answers for any of the the real issues, whether it's foreign policy. They have no fucking solutions because they don't want to like go against like the Trump, the Trumpian kind of feel of like, you know, Vladimir Putin is actually like a base kind of guy, you know, like what's wrong with Vladimir Putin? I think that like he actually has like a lot of good points. Like they don't want to go against that because it'd be too mean to Daddy Trump, right? So like, what are they doing instead? All they can do is shit that they see off of Twitter. Their entire policy is shit that they see off of fucking Twitter. And it's fucking infuriating. It is infuriating. How do you have no solutions, but still have so many people vote for you? You have no solutions. These people, like poor conservatives, they have real problems. But instead of like trying to find answers for any of those real problems, they instead focus on all these like fucking loser issues that they're not actually being subjugated in any real way over. Like nothing. It's so fucking aggravating. Like, I gotta at least like hand it to someone like Ben Shapiro, because Ben Shapiro will actually sit there and say like, we need to take like government out of everything. As long as the government's not in it, then that means that we're doing good. Like, at least he'll fucking do that, right? But like these other conservatives, they want to have their cake and eat it too, where like it's all illegal. Like all of the like LGBT stuff is illegal, and also like freedom of speech is also supposed to be a good thing, and also like they want to have like no government, but also like some sort of like theocratic fucking like Christian nationalism, like, and it's all based around these fake issues. It's so boring. This is why I feel so disconnected from the news cycle now. Because it feels like there's no real issues that conservatives push for. What do we argue against? It just fucking feels. I just feel like there's groomers. I just feel like, but there's nothing actually going on that they're hurting. Like there's not actually speaking to anything that's like actually making their lives horrible. Check your DMs, because one of her scary points was debunked about 3 hours ago. Okay, we're going to finish listening to this one and then...
Paxton could use the data to further restrict their right to transition, calling it a chilling effort to secretly harness personal information to persecute already vulnerable people. This is another brick building toward targeting these individuals, said Ian Pittman, an Austin attorney who represents Texas parents of transgender children investigated by the state. They've already targeted children and parents. The next step would be targeting adults. And what better way than seeing what adults had their sex changed on their driver's licenses? Alexis Garcia, 34, of Austin, a trans woman who changed the gender listed on her driver's license from male to female a year and a half ago, said the Attorney General's office inquiry made her feel terrified. It's very specifically targeted, and the one person I don't want knowing about my gender status is Ken Paxton, said Garcia, a software engineer who worries state officials might try to switch the gender listed on her driver's license back to male. I don't want a cop pulling me over and knowing I'm trans. That is why I changed my gender marker extremely quickly after transitioning, she said. Paxton's office did not respond to requests for comment. The records obtained by the Post, which document communications between DPS employees, are entitled AG Request Sex Change Data and AG Data Request. They indicate that Paxton's office sought the records a month after the state Supreme Court ruled that Paxton and Abbott had overreached in their efforts to investigate families with transgender children for child abuse. Paxton's office bypassed the normal channels, DPS's government relations and general counsel's offices, and went straight to the driver license division staff in making the request, according to a state employee familiar with it, who said the staff was told that Paxton's office wanted numbers and later would want a list of names, as well as the number of people who had had a legal sex change. During the following 2 months, the employee said, the DPS staff searched its records for changes in the sex category of not only driver's licenses, but also state ID cards available from birth, learner's permits issued to those age 15 and up, commercial licenses, state election certificates, and occupational licenses. The employee spoke on the condition of anonymity to avoid retaliation for describing internal state discussions. DPS staff members compiled a list of 16,466 gender changes between June 1, 2020, and June 30, 2022, public records show. In the emails, DPS staff members repeatedly referred to the request as coming from the Attorney General's office as they discussed attempting to narrow the data to include only licenses that had been altered to reflect a court-ordered change in someone's gender. DPS staff members did spot checks on the data, examining records that included names of specific individuals, according to records and the state employee familiar with the inquiry. But it was hard to weed out driver's licenses that had been changed in error, or multiple times, or for reasons other than gender changes. It will be very difficult to determine which records had a valid update without a manual review of all supporting documents, an assistant manager in DPS's driver license division wrote in an email to colleagues on July 22. On August 4, the division chief emailed staff members, "We have expended enough effort on this attempt to provide data. After this run, have them package the data that they have with the high-level explanations and close it out." On August 18, a senior manager emailed to say a data engineer had provided the data request by the AG's office, attached. Last month, the Post made a request to Paxton's office for all records the Attorney General's office had directed other state offices to compile related to driver's licenses in which the sex of the driver was changed, as well as related emails between Paxton's office and other state agencies. Officials indicated that no such records existed. Why would the Office of the Attorney General have gathered this information? Assistant Attorney General June Hardin wrote in an email to the Post, later adding, "Why do you believe this is the case?" If they did, Hardin said, any records were probably exempt from release because of either attorney-client privilege or confidentiality. Marisol Bernal-Leon, a spokeswoman for the Attorney General's office, later emailed that the office has reviewed its files and has no information responsive to your request for either records it had requested from DPS or emails between the Attorney General's office and DPS. Separately, DPS provided the Post with a half-dozen documents spanning 3 months that referenced the request by Paxton's office. When the Post shared copies of the records that had been provided by DPS, Assistant Attorney General Lauren Downey noted that none of the records provided by the Texas Department of Public Safety are communications with the Office of the Attorney General. Our response to your request was accurate. Downey did not reply to questions about why the DPS emails refer to the request as originating from the Attorney General.
Hold on, I need to think for a second. Okay, so if I want all of these things to be 3 spaces apart. Okay, 3 spaces apart. So let's put a 1, 2, 3 spacer here. So that means that the first U are going to be here. Then we're going to have 3 spaces here, which means that you can go down here. Nope, not what I want. And then we're going to have 1, 2, 3. We can go there, we can go here. We can go here. We can go here. Cool.
General. Paxton's office has yet to respond to another public records request for any records of its contact with DPS concerning driver's license changes via means other than email, including phone calls, video meetings, and in-person exchanges. The earlier attempt by Paxton and his allies to direct state agencies to identify parents of transgender youths and investigate them for child abuse has mostly been blocked by the courts. Last year, lawmakers in the Republican-dominated legislature failed to pass a measure that would have criminalized gender confirmation care, which major medical associations have deemed science-based medical.
Can you imagine, like, I just want you to imagine for a second. I'm actually going to make this go a little bit close. No, I'm not actually. No, yeah, I am. Just imagine for a fucking second, like, in any other fucking context, the government coming in to step in to tell people what healthcare they can and can't give their fucking children, and the conservatives in this country being okay with that. Can you imagine just for a second? Can you like think of a single fucking like situation in which like the conservatives in this country would be okay with the government like stepping in to tell them what they can and can't do with their kids? I wish that there was just like some amount of principles in the fucking world, just like some kind of principles. Like if they were actually like this like liberty and freedom for all type thing, like you'd be able to fucking see that reflected in their politics. But there's like no consistency. I don't know. Sondsol, you support chemical and surgical medical mutilation of children on the altar of gender ideology. You're a fucking retard, and you couldn't even like keep the race realism in your pants yesterday on the fucking whatever you call it, on the Crucible. All right, buddy, that's not my problem. If you're too retarded to actually understand what my position is, that's like not my problem at all. That's something that you need to work through yourself. Maybe like get your IQ tested to see if you're like actually as remedial as everybody like seemed to think you were yesterday. Like, I don't know. Actually, Sondsol, you just want to chemically castrate all these fucking children. Oh, wow, dude, you fucking found me out. Fucking report me to the police then. Oh, no. I can't believe I was actually found out by some, like, fucking lunatic on the internet that, like, suddenly, like, feels like he knows everything about everything. Oh, man. Oh, fuck. What am I going to do? There's a guy that has completely found me out. What a fucking retard. Literally, if you haven't thought about killing yourself, now's the time to start thinking about it. Not that you should do it, but you should think about it. And then think about why you should start thinking about killing yourself, all right? I don't condone killing yourself. That is a very bad thing to do, and lots of people would be sad, I'm sure. I'm sure there's lots of people in your life that very, very deeply care about you.
Medical care. Afterward, State Representative Matt Krause, Republican, chair of the State House Committee on General Investigating, contacted Paxton, who issued a legal opinion that gender-affirming care for minors could be considered child abuse. Days later, Abbott directed the State Child Welfare Agency to investigate parents facilitating such care for their children, sparking several investigations within days, according to public records. After Abbott issued the directive, agency staff members were told not to communicate in writing about it, including emails and texts, according to public records.
Weird.
Some of the families sued, winning a temporary statewide injunction in Doe v. Abbott, blocking the investigations until the lawsuit reached the state Supreme Court in May. The court overturned the injunction on procedural grounds, but found that Paxton's legal opinion was not binding and that Abbott did not have the authority to direct state child welfare staff members to initiate child abuse investigations of families with transgender children. And either the governor nor the attorney general has statutory authority to directly control DFPS's investigatory decisions, the court ruled. But Pittman, the attorney who has represented Texas parents of transgender children, noted that lawyers for the Attorney General's office later argued against what the Supreme Court had determined, that Republican leaders had political tools but they could not direct the department in that way. He said they appeared to be ignoring direct Supreme Court statements. The American Civil Liberties Union and Lambda Legal also sued to stop the investigations on behalf of PFLAG, an LGBTQ advocacy group with more than 600 members in Texas. A county judge in Austin ruled in their favor in September, blocking the state from investigating PFLAG members. That covered most of the dozen families the state admitted to investigating, but not necessarily all, said Shelley Skeen, a Dallas-based senior attorney at Lambda Legal working on the PFLAG and Doe v. Abbott cases. Skeen called the Attorney General's inquiry into driver's license records a gross violation of privacy intended to target one group of people to fire up their base while transgender people are just trying to live their lives. The constitutional issues that this raises are equal protection and due process under the 14th Amendment as well as discrimination based on sex, Skeen said. Some Texas judges seal or restrict access to court records of gender changes for privacy reasons, but also because transgender individuals have been harassed online and faced threats of violence, Skeen said. If you do not have access to identity documents that match who you are outed every time you show an ID, Skeen said, and this is what leads to the discrimination, harassment and violence that transgender people face. Smith Porta of Austin, who identifies as transgender and non-binary, changed their Texas driver's license from female to male about a year ago. Porta, 34, who works in client services at a tech company, has been training with their wife of 5 years to foster an LGBTQ teen and figured they had a better chance applying as a male, although there were risks. You definitely out yourself by changing the documents, said Porta, who has had surgery, takes hormones, and said they often pass as male. In a state like Texas, you don't always want people to know you're different, Porta said, calling the Attorney General's inquiry horrifying. It's scary to know what he would want to do with that data, they said. Porta, who moved to Texas from Ohio 9 years ago, said they worry Paxton and other Republican leaders who have attacked the rights of transgender children are preparing to target transgender adults like them when the legislature reconvenes. It's a constant conversation between my wife and I, Porta said. Every session we hold our breath, kind of watching what horrendous bills get filed, and wonder how much longer can we stay here. Sokolde Garcia, who also takes hormones and had gender confirmation.
I genuinely do wonder, like, what would be the effect? Like, what is the, like, intended outcome that they're looking for? Like, is the, like, intention to try and get people to, like, just leave the state? Or are they, like, because it feels like, this is what it feels like to me. It feels like the real intention is just like to completely just like completely virtue signal to their base. Like that's what it feels like their entire goal is. Like they don't really have anything else going for them. Again, like the thing that I was saying that irritates the fuck out of me, that they like have no fucking policies except for like stupid fucking shit that they've seen on fucking Reddit or fucking Twitter, right? Oh god, I'm gonna have to delete all of this too. If okay, it's all going to the trash. Good. If their intention is just to like virtue signal to their base, it's like I guess like it's evil either way. Like as much as that word doesn't like really mean much, or maybe it means too much in the conversation that's being had. Like it's just like so evil. Like whether you're just trying to signal to your base and so you're putting all these other people's lives on hold like completely, or you're trying to signal to your base in a way that's fucking up these people, or if you're trying to rather get them to leave your state. Like either way, it's like a really fucking evil thing to do, in my humble opinion.
Surgery demonstrated against anti-trans legislation at the Capitol.
Black Mask, you can jump into my Discord and we could talk about it in a couple of minutes, all right?
Last year and called the prospect of what lawmakers could do next year very nerve-wracking. In Austin, we have a vibrant trans community, a beautiful queer community, she said. But it's also scary, because it feels like you have a big fire burning all around you and you don't know where it will spread or if it will burn you. A previous version of this article misstated the year that Governor Greg Abbott signed a measure limiting the sports teams on which transgender youths could play. It occurred in October 2021, not this year.
Can we also talk about race realism? No, I'd rather not because I don't care to talk about that right now. I'm already going to have to deal with like retarded fucking ideas about what it means to be a man or a woman or like or whether people are like grooming children. I don't think I want to like deal with that much brain rot, okay? Jump in. You're more than welcome to now. The article's over. Yes, I know about the bell curve. I just don't care to talk about it right now. Read my new article? Oh god, cool. Does this one have a auto listen? Yeah, it does.
Ohio's horrifying transgender sports ban, which originally required forced genital exams for kids, is effectively dead for this legislative term.
Base.
HB 151, the Save Women's Sports Act, said that no school or athletic conference shall permit individuals of the male sex to participate on athletic teams or in athletic competitions designated only for participants of the female sex. The bill would have overridden the Ohio High School Athletic Association's (OSA) current policies which allow trans athletes to participate if they submit annual blood work showing lower levels of testosterone. The OHSAA says only 15 trans girls have joined teams since the policy began in 2015. Only 3 trans girls have played at the high school level, out of about 400,000 other competing student athletes. If an opposing team's coach, player, or parent questioned any competitor's sex, the bill would have required the competitor to undergo a medical pelvic exam of their internal and external reproductive anatomy, something that can require a doctor to put their hand or an ultrasound wand into a girl's vagina, as well as an analysis of their genetic makeup and testosterone levels, or all three, in order to confirm the
These
girl's sex
conservatives
assigned
sound
at
like
birth.
fucking groomers to me. I don't know about
Melissa
you guys.
Worvey Arnold, CEO of Ohio's chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, said such examinations aren't standard practice for pediatric care and can be psychologically harmful or even traumatic for young girls. Several doctors told her they'd refuse to conduct such exams. Democratic State Representative Beth Liston, a professor of pediatrics at Ohio State University, said such exams would likely not be covered by insurance since such exams are completely medically unnecessary. Such pelvic exams and testing can cost up to $1,000, the Columbus Dispatch reported. Even
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you on in just
conservatives
a second,
like
buddy.
Ohio Senate President Matt Huffman, R., and Center for Christian Virtue President Aaron Baer, called the examination provision unnecessary and unhelpful, the publication added. The genital examinations provision was later removed. The bill underwent a lot of last-minute changes before it failed to receive a second House vote on Thursday morning, marking the end of the state's legislative session. The state Senate removed the pelvic exam requirement but also introduced and then removed a provision that would have allowed competitors to show a birth certificate to prove their sex assigned at birth. Another provision, requiring public and private colleges and universities to follow the law, was also removed. Despite these changes, the state's Governor Mike DeWine, R., still opposed the bill. He stated, "This issue is best addressed outside of government, through individual sports leagues and athletic associations, including the Ohio High School Athletic Association, who can tailor policies to meet the needs of their member athletes and member institutions." The OHSAA also opposed it. In a statement, the
Okay.
group said, "The OHSAA
No.
believes that our current
Pause. Okay, we'll talk to this guy really quick. Hello. Hello?
Yeah.
Is
Am I
your you sound very muffled. Say something again?
Hey, am I on?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So you seem to talk like, let's put aside other Republican policies. I don't really want to debate tax policy, or I mean, we probably agree on free trade. I've heard you say you're pro free trade, so we probably agree on some things or whatever, and disagree on other things. We might have some agreements on economics. We're gonna have some disagreements, but you seem to act as though like there's no reasonable way to be concerned about like transgender stuff, at least particularly for kids, and not have it be either like transphobic or not even transphobic, but like just bad. Like I don't know
you
why.
you can be concerned about it, and there are things that you can be concerned about. Like, at what age are we going to like there?
Well,
there are
how
certain...
about this? My position is if you're talking about medical transition, you should be 18 and up. That's it. So if you want to identify as transgender below 18, whatever, but you can't medically transition. I think that's a reasonable position that most people have.
Okay, so if you're going to say that like medically transitioning, does that include like hormone blockers?
Do you know
Or
who
are you
Chloe
only talking
Cole
about
is?
are you only talking about like the like
Do you know who
surgeries?
Do you know who Chloe Cole is?
Answer my question first.
Okay, I'll answer it after. Do you know who Chloe Cole?
No, that you can't say like, okay, I'll answer your question, but answer my question
so
first.
medical transition, I would create 18 and up age of consent standards.
Okay, medical consent standards do not start at 18. Do you realize that?
Well, no, specifically for transgender interventions.
Why is a kid less able to like consent to some sort of like hormone therapy than they would be able to consent to like chemotherapy? Both of these things are going to have like crazy effects on your body.
Okay, so chemotherapy is to prevent cancer. One is gender ideology. One is like cancer treatment.
Okay, gender dysphoria has been something that has been studied for like what, like nearly a fucking 100 years.
Okay, so it's a psychological condition, and it's not like they can't get it. You just have to wait till they're 18 and up. But you can't choose to reverse cancer. Once you have cancer, you're going to die from it. You can choose to reverse it, and it's really reversible. It's just waiting until you're 18. It's not like, because if you have cancer, as soon as it like metastasizes or whatever it grows, then you're gonna die from that. And there's no way to reverse it when you're adult. There's an easy way to reverse it when you're adult for this. So there's also that difference.
No, it's harder to treat gender dysphoria if you wait. You realize that, right?
Yeah, but you can still do it. You can't treat cancer if you wait because you're gonna die.
Because like. So someone goes through their full fucking puberty up to the point where they're 18. Now, like they have like extremely broad shoulders. Now they have
I'd
like
say the majority of people probably wait till they're 18 before they medically transition.
The majority of people
like Caitlyn Jenner and Blair White, many of them waited till they're 18.
Caitlyn, okay. Do you think that Caitlyn Jenner and Blair White are the majority of trans people alive today?
Well, do you think the majority of trans people have done it over 18 or under 18?
I don't know. I honestly don't even know what the like statistic would be right now. Like right now, it's actually like such an infinitesimal fucking number of people who are getting this like hormone treatment, and even fewer that are getting the surgeries, that like it's really a fucking non-issue in the country. But if you're able to like start, hold on really quick, I'm almost done. Like if we start someone on like puberty blockers when they're like, let's say they're like 12 years old, and then at like 16 they like get cleared by a psychologist to start taking HRT. Why are you more qualified to say that they should not be getting that care than the fucking psychologist who went through all of this fucking
Can you listen
training?
for 1 second? You keep interrupting me and grandstanding low V.
I'm not grandstanding on anything. I'm asking a question.
So if you're talking specifically why I believe the medical age of majority for transgender medical procedures specifically, it's because A, it's relatively new. B, there are many risks and harms to it. And C, any and all like consequences of not doing it at a younger age can be reversed easily when you're an adult. If you are a male to
say that last part again.
female,
Sorry.
If you're a male to female,
wait, no. Say the last point again. I couldn't hear you.
This is my last point.
No. The one that you were saying just before you started this last one.
Well, because I said because there are harm and long-term consequences and it's reversible. Can I please finish it? Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I just couldn't hear you.
Okay, so specifically, if you're a male to female transitioner, there's no harm in waiting till you're 18. The only harm would be specifically for female to male transitioners, if you're talking specifically about chest surgery. Although even then, that's only going to be ones who opt for chest surgery and for female to male. So like the amount of trans people who would not be able to have the same sort of like development as a transgender person when they're an adult is pretty infantile, because infinitesimal or whatever.
Infinitesimal,
most
yeah.
trans people could wait until they're an adult. So I don't know why it's egregious.
What do you mean by harm? What is your definition of
First
harm
of
in
all,
this situation?
Breast and mastectomy surgeries will prevent them from breastfeeding. That's thing one. And second of all, failure to lower bone density, and also altering of the secondary sex characteristics.
Okay, so the expected results from these things are the harm.
Chloe Cole, let me explain because I brought her up earlier, is a when she was 18 now, and she's a woman, and she was diagnosed as a female to male or a trans boy, but she was not, and she got a double mastectomy at 15, actually, not 16, 15, and now
I don't support surgeries for people that are under 18. I don't support surgeries for people that are under 18.
Okay, so wait, I thought you said you were against banning the stuff. You said you wanted to leave it up to doctors.
I think that like the hormone therapy is probably like a lot more defensible than like the surgeries for under 18s.
Wait, what? So wait, is your position it should be left up to doctors, or that government should regulate it? It's just to regulate the things you like. This seems pretty contradictory.
Because so like in terms of harm, you're right. There is harm that like could happen to people, right? I don't think that anyone would deny that, right? I think that there are a lot of lefties that would like look at all detransitioners and they like talk about them like they're like literally fucking Hitler. That's fucking stupid to me. I don't agree with that. But what I do think is that like there are some things that you can look at from a harm perspective that is.
The issue is earlier you tried to clump conservatives over to Liberty Head and say, oh, conservatives don't believe in liberty because they believe in 18 plus the age of consent, and you just said you're fine with having an 18 plus age of consent. So it seems like your concern isn't, oh, well, the government regulating it is liberty. It's just government regulating the ones I don't like.
Because there's a difference. There is a difference in the amount of like harm that like someone can do to themselves through like taking puberty blockers and HRT, right? Like someone can desist off of that and then like their life will resume as normal and like their body will like.
No, I don't. I can link in numerous medical European medical associations in the UK to ban puberty blockers. If you want me to show you UK studies.
There is a possibility of like not a guarantee. All right. Just like with any medicine, there can be side effects that can lead to like loss of bone density, like you said, right? But that is not, number one, a guarantee.
So wait, is it liberty or no? So if your principle is absolute liberty, then you don't want the government to regulate.
No, I don't believe. No one believes in absolute liberty, right? Like absolute
that's not
liberty would mean
liberty,
that I could go down to the
about
fucking Walmart and
unconsenting
start shooting people up and say like, well, it's my liberty right to fucking own a fucking AK-47 and fucking unload on people. But obviously, I'm not gonna fucking do that, right? Because number one, it's against the law. We don't have unlimited fucking liberty, right?
Well, no, it's against the liberty of others. So this is what's called an externality. It's not a violation of your liberty to prevent you from violating the liberty of others. So protecting children from child abuse, as in the whatever transgender medical procedures, if you believe that to be child abuse, is not anti-liberty in the same way it's not anti-liberty to ban surgery. If you're talking about why I want to ban all and you for some reason only want to ban surgery, I can link you to many harms in terms of bone density and other things. For specifically, I can link you to Heritage Foundation and all sorts of things.
I accept that there is the possibility of having bone density issues.
Okay, so you want me to link the Heritage Foundation?
Wait, why are you linking me something if we agree?
No, including on puberty blockers and cross-sex hormone.
Yes, I'm agreeing with you. That is a possibility. It is not a guarantee.
What do you mean? I can give you the guarantee if you let me link it.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying that there is a guarantee that you're going to have like weak fucking bird bones after you fucking like take HRT.
Yes. Let me if you want me to give you the Heritage Foundation.
You can link me something, but like again, I think that there is a difference in the like children have the ability to consent to certain medical procedures under the age of 18. Nobody disputes this. This has happened for like the past whenever like we started actually following medical ethics instead of just like using the same blade that we cut someone's hair with 20 minutes ago to cut someone open and remove a gallstone, right?
Well, it's less so that the kids have the right to consent. It's more that we allow them to consent as a society because of the fact that we believe there's going to be net benefit for the kids, or there's not going to be harm enough to ban it. So
Okay, so if you're going to, if I can concede the fact that yes, there is the possibility of bone density loss as a result of. Hold on, wait, hold on, let me finish. Okay, if I can admit right now that there is the possibility of like some sort of like negative side effects of HRT if you desist from it. Okay, like can you admit to me that there is a plethora of research that shows that there is positive outcomes for people that go through like gender affirming care?
Yeah, so I said the issue is nuanced. I never said it's 100% it's going to be bad or 100% good. I just believe it's
okay. Then can you past that? Can we both agree that there is a lot of research that shows that not only is this gender affirming care really good for people who are trans, right? But that starting at a younger age before puberty changes your body significantly. Right, that especially for like male to female trans people, right, that allowing them to take puberty blockers to see if they
female to male would be worse, because if you're female to male, you'd get breast development, so that would actually probably be worse as well.
I'm sorry, but like the idea that like a mastectomy is a more intense surgery than like surgeries that don't even exist to like reduce the size of your like shoulder width and to like widen your hips.
Wait, so what's your point?
My point is, like, your body goes through a lot of different changes during puberty. I know that you said that you're pretty young, so like this might be a pretty difficult thing for you to understand, right? Maybe you don't have good sex education. Inshallah, the liberals will take over and you'll actually understand like what happens to your body after after you hit 13. But like when you're a guy, right? When you're a guy and you go through puberty, guess what happens to your body? Your shoulders, they become more broad. Your chest becomes like more like more barrel chested, right? You have narrower hips. When you're a woman, your hips widen and shit like that, right? Leading to a whole bunch of like secondary sex characteristics that are associated with people like being upset with their body as a result of their gender dysphoria. Do you agree?
I mean, I'm not trans, so I don't really know what it's like. But I mean, I presume if gender dysphoria is real and it makes you upset in like whatever your natural born secondary sex characteristics, I would imagine that might be daunting. But I'm not trans, so I can't really speak to that.
Okay, so if we can both hold on.
Okay, I want you to quickly.
I just want to ask you, like, this is like super simple question. If we can both agree that like trans like the concept of gender dysphoria, right, is what's the best way to ask this question? The concept of gender dysphoria is a mismatch between someone's mind and someone's body, right? Then like if you go through all I'm almost done. This is, I finally formulated the question. So if we can accept that gender dysphoria is a mismatch between like what your mind feels and what your body is, right? And you undergo the like massive changes that your sexed puberty is going to do to you, right? If we allow someone to go through the full puberty that they had from their sex that they had at birth, right? That's going to lead to more gender dysphoria, worse feelings towards oneself, right? If I'm a transgender woman and I have broad fucking shoulders and narrow hips and fucking giant bulging fucking biceps, I'm probably going to be a lot more upset than someone that was able to go on puberty blockers.
Okay, so can you tell me what your point is? I want you to
I just gave you my point right there.
So if your point is there might be harm to some transgender identifying individuals,
it's going to be literally to like I'm pretty sure that there's way more male to female trans people than female to male, right?
Well, no. So actually, most statistics show that the majority of young people who transition are female to male, and male to female is mostly adults.
Hold on. Are you talking about like people who identify as fucking non-binary?
No, the majority of transgender self-identification under 18 is female to male transgender self-identification, and the majority of adult transgender self-identification is male to female.
Right. So that's why I'm specifically asking, like, because I've heard this.
No, it's transgender self-identification. It's transgender self-identification.
Yeah, but people consider like non-binary people to be.
I don't know. This is the statistics I saw.
Can you send me that statistic? Because that would be a really important thing for both of our case here.
But also, I was saying that I said it's nuanced, and you kept bloviating as if I didn't know the argument for puberty blockers. You want me to send this study in the Discord? Is from the UK.
The reason that I'm
Okay, let me send
bloviating
this
is
in
because
Discord.
you sound incredulous that I would be saying the things that I'm saying.
Okay, where do I send this?
Yeah, just DM it to me.
I'm pretty new to Discord. DM you.
Yeah, just like click on my. I don't know if you're on your phone or.
Okay, message here, there. Castindependent.review.uk interim report. I can also link you to the Heritage Foundation if you want.
Okay, hold on. Is this the one about like bone density, or is this the one that I just asked for?
I keep asking.
You're cutting out. Where are you?
These trans people
Wait,
might
hold
have
on.
some
You
issues
cut
because
out
they're
for like the
people
past
that
30
shit.
seconds.
But my point is,
you cut out
believe
for the
that
past 30
you're-
seconds. I couldn't hear anything that you said.
Okay, sorry. So you kept bloviating and as if this is new information. Oh well, some trans people are reformed by having natural puberty. No shit, Sherlock. My point is, if you're an adult, you can do what you want, and boom. If you're a kid, let's just create age of consent standards because there are good potential harms to doing these medical procedures, and to the extent that there's any negative externalities, most of those can be reversed as an adult. You can still do HRT and surgeries and whatever as an adult. Just for kids, I specifically want laws creating a medical age of consent standard for 18. And the thing is, there are medical regulations we put on certain medicines kids have. Like, it's not like a doctor can prescribe anything they want to a kid. It's just, in my opinion, I would just go first. So you and I both agree on the principle that there should be some government regulation of kids, like in a medical intervention or whatever, to prevent harm and externalities. But I just go one step further with this. So you're acting as if though it's a unique concept.
So you've completely like started the entire conversation over again. Okay. I've already said, number one, if you have a problem with the like medical associations like standards for people's ability to consent, right?
No, what's beneficial, not consent. You're saying consent. No, it's what's beneficial for kids.
If the medical associations
The
have
medical association, it tells you what's good or not for kids. It doesn't tell you what kids can consent to. It tells you what's good or bad.
I know medical associations have like, I'm pretty sure overwhelmingly or almost unanimously said that gender affirming care is okay for kids.
Again, well, then why do you support banning surgeries? Because the majority of them support surgery.
Gender affirming care is a blanket term for not only surgeries, but also hormone replacement therapies and also
so
puberty blockers.
Okay, no, I want you to listen for 1 second, please. Please, so you keep interrupting me.
I didn't interrupt you just then.
Okay, so if your argument is that the medical associations say X, the medical associations say that surgeries are also beneficial, but you oppose surgeries, so you don't even believe you should defer.
I'm pretty sure. Okay, my opinions are in line with what medical associations like prefer.
Except for surgery. So the thing is, okay, the point I'm trying to make is you're saying medical associations shouldn't say X, but you ignore medical associations when they say other things you don't like
No, you're not listening to me. I am saying that medical associations are fine with like HRT and puberty blockers. They are not fine with, like, broadly speaking, except for in like edge cases, with there being like surgeries on kids. This is what I'm like broadly understand about
that's not true. Most medical associations recommend mastectomies for kids. So this is not accurate.
What do you mean by kids?
Usually the line is like 14 to 16, usually female to male mastectomies.
15 to 16?
Yeah, so like usually in your teenage years, most medical associations recommend mastectomies.
After how long of being on like being like diagnosed with puberty blockers? Or
When you
I'm sorry,
diagnose with
I'm sorry. I said the wrong word. After how long of like being diagnosed with gender dysphoria?
well, presumably, if you go on puberty blockers at the onset of puberty, if you're a girl, like if you get diagnosed with gender dysphoria at the onset of puberty, like 8 or 9, and if you're a boy, 12 to 13.
No, that's
So
not what I'm asking. For how long does someone have to be like shown to have gender dysphoria before they'll like recommend these kinds of surgeries? That is important.
probably more than a year. So
I'm going
but
to
again,
guarantee you it's going to have to be more than 1 year, probably more than 3 years, and possibly up to 5. I would have to see exactly what like the like medical standards are,
okay, so
but they're not allowing
my
people.
point at the end of the day is, do you still oppose surgeries for kids?
I think that like there is a like a middle ground that we can make to like let conservatives like jerk themselves off that they saved all the fucking kids, where like the mastectomy at like fucking 15 versus a mastectomy at fucking 18 isn't going to make much of a fucking difference, right? Getting a boob job at fucking 15 versus 18 isn't going to make much of a fucking difference.
Yeah, I don't know why you don't treat. But the thing is, I go one step further than you. This is the
Because
issue.
the HRT is time sensitive and the surgeries are not. You will start puberty at a certain age. And if you don't either block it or start HRT or like some sort of like hormone replacement therapy at a early age, then like the surgeries that you're going to get down the line are going to be way more painful. They're going to be way more expensive. They're going to be way more like intrusive into almost every in almost every gender affirming like surgery or like plastic surgery or anything like that.
That's only really going to affect female to male transitioners.
No. What are you fucking talking about? Do you know the kinds of surgeries that male to female trans people have to go through?
Most male to female transitioners don't have bottom surgery.
Do you think that's the only surgery that they get?
I don't see what other surgery a male to female would have.
Facial feminization surgery. If they go through they have to get like literally their jawbones and their fucking cheekbones shaved down. They have to get like fucking like surgeries that I think like there are like some surgeries where you're able to like reduce the broadness of your shoulders by like 1 or 2 inches. You might be able to like breast implants and shit like that. Like, do you not know anything about the kind of fucking healthcare that you're so fucking against? Female to male, female to male. Hold on. Last point. Female to male trans people have to go through way less intrusive surgeries, I believe, than male to female trans people. Significantly less intrusive.
So if you're okay, so again, this just goes back to the belief that you hold the empirical belief that is a net good for kids to get gender affirming care, and I believe it's a net harm. So it just goes back to an empirical disagreement.
Okay, well then you're gonna have to show me like
I just gave you the Heritage Foundation. That's the empirical evidence you have, and the interim report from the UK.
Okay, let's read these fucking. Where's my fucking browser? Okay, if I look up right now. Before I read yours, okay, wait, hold on. Why is only one open? I opened both of them. Heritage Foundation and CAS. Okay. These 2 sources, you say, are evidence, they show evidence that there is a net harm done to children as a result of like any amount of gender affirming care.
I mean, yeah, the Heritage Foundation makes the argument against it.
Okay. I don't have fucking sources at my fucking disposal right now. Do you disagree that the overwhelming amount of medical associations across the United States and like most of the Western world agree on the fact that gender affirming care is a benefit to people who are diagnosed with gender dysphoria? Or am I gonna have to fucking sit here and go to fucking Google Scholar right now and fucking pull up like 5 million sources to fucking convince you? Because I don't have fucking research documents in front of me.
Okay.
Oh, you're cutting out if you're talking.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So
Yeah,
what were you saying?
I was saying, do I need to have like, do I need to go to Google Scholar right now, or can you
Okay,
like
so what-
admit
okay, so your
that if
point
I
is
were
that
to
the
like
majority of
Google, wait, why are you going to interrupt me right after you ask me a question? All right, this is what I'm asking you. Do you accept that like the overwhelming majority, almost a like super majority of medical associations agree that gender affirming care is good for people with gender dysphoria, even minors?
Yes, the medical association is, and at least in America, generally support medical transgender interventions. So, what's the point?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again. I was trying to read
So,
your.
you're trying to say that the medical associations in America say that they support medical transgender interventions, and yes, that's what you're saying. So, do you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just trying to process what you're saying. So you do agree that that most medical associations in the United States and across the Western world.
No, not across. I said the United States specifically. I'm not gonna. I never said the across the Western. In the United States specifically, the majority or plurality or whatever of medical associations say transgender medical interventions are good.
Okay, this fucking heritage.org isn't a fucking study. This is a fucking commentary by someone.
Yes, but it also links the CAS report.
Center for Education Policy. This isn't.
Yeah. What?
Wait, hold on. So this isn't like a medical association. Like he's linking to things. Hold on.
Okay, so that's an appeal to authority fallacy.
Hold on. It is not an appeal to authority to point out. No, wait, hold on. You're doing the appeal to authority. You're saying that someone who is is writing a commentary piece that is an expert in education, writing about healthcare, I should listen to them about healthcare. That is your appeal to authority. That is a fallacious appeal to authority. Me saying that you should be linking me to something by like a healthcare researcher is a non-fallacious appeal to authority. You realize that, right?
I'm not trying to appeal. I'm not saying that they're the only ones who have the correct opinion. I'm saying they give a commentary which agrees with me, therefore I'm going to link them.
But it's not evidence.
Well, they link evidence. The article has citations all throughout it if you want to read more into it. I'm just giving you an alternate perspective. I never said that this was the only source I have.
You said that I have two sources that will show like evidence that like there is indisputable harm being done to children.
Okay, so you're not listening to me, and I don't know what to do. So in the Heritage Foundation, it creates links which are evidence, citations.
Why wouldn't you link me one of the things that actually like helps your point?
I did. It was the CAS interim report.
Okay, I'm gonna look through this. Okay.
God damn.
The CAS review is reported in NHGC, which that's how it works. 1 second. Give me like 1 second.
Again, you act like I'm anti-trans, which I'm not.
No, I'm not. It's just that you're accusing me of doing things that you're literally doing in this entire debate. You keep on asking me a question, and then I start responding, and then like halfway through it, you say that I'm interrupting you after I've been talking for like 10 seconds. Okay, and then and then you're saying that I'm doing an appeal to authority when literally the article that you send is a fallacious appeal to authority. So it's starting to like irritate the fuck out of me. But let me read this, okay? Give me like 30 seconds or give me like 2 minutes, okay? Like look at your clock. 2 minutes from then. Oh God. Okay, the just reading through the key points, the context, and the key points moving forward, none of this is saying anything that there is harm being done to children. This is talking about the procedures and the like tracking of the like positive or negative. Like they're saying that they don't have the resources or the infrastructure in place to even track whether there are positive or negative outcomes. That's what this cast report is saying.
Okay.
This is not a dunk on the concept of giving gender affirming care to kids. It's gender affirming care and like how we don't know what the outcomes are going to be because they don't have the infrastructure for it. Number one.
Okay, so since we don't know, I just believe that we should wait until they're 18.
That's not
just
what this
my-
is saying. It's saying that we don't have that the UK doesn't have they're just saying that they need to like reorient how they like, because things have like grown organically and they've kind of mishmashed their like new doctors in and different services in, instead of like taking a like targeted approach at this. So this is less of a attack on gender affirming care and more how to do it better in a more like cohesive manner and in a way that like data can be tracked long term.
Okay, so yeah, and that's what their that's what their recommendation is. That's just not my personal recommendation. But a big reason why the UK has talked about it is because of the what do you call it, the main concern that most people have with puberty blockers is specifically bone development. And
This
even recently,
the
New York
thing
Times,
the thing that you linked me doesn't talk about bone density in the main takeaways.
well, but why would they have to be more, what do you call it, restrict or more specific in their guidelines if they're not as concerned of risk? Like, if it doesn't have risk at all, then why would they be concerned about like making sure it goes to the right people?
Everybody acknowledges that there's like the possibility, like there's risk, there's the possibility of negative externalities from these things. But that's
Okay,
not the
exactly.
conversation.
Yeah, in my opinion, is those negative externalities make it so that way it's unethical to do these
We
on
don't
kids.
know if there are negative externalities. That's the entire point. We don't know what the negative externalities are or how bad they are.
You're right. So let's prevent them from happening. Let's prevent them.
Why would you do that? Okay, answer me this. When in history have we ever created a medical, like, a medical step forward that, like, we were like, oh, you know what, but, like, we don't have enough evidence for this, so we're just going to not do it to anybody?
Well, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it to anybody. I'm just saying we should do it on people who can actually
on people that are, like, past the age at which, like, how do you give puberty blockers to a fucking 18-year-old?
You can't give puberty blockers to an 18-year-old. So if I'm saying you can, right?
So why do puberty blockers exist?
The goal nominally is to extend puberty for multiple reasons. Puberty blockers have been used in cisgender medical treatments mostly to prevent early puberty. Now, that's a legitimate use of puberty blockers because there are physical harms to going through early puberty, which is why it's been used for cisgender medical procedures. Puberty blockers in the context of transgender, at least the theory is that the goal is nominally that you want to prevent them from going through cisgender puberty because it's going to make them increase their gender dysphoria. My opinion is the negative externality that comes from gender dysphoria is outweighed by the negative externality from potential risk from the puberty blockers. That's just my opinion, though.
Okay, but what is the opinion informed by?
The opinion is informed by numerous harms, and the main thing is bone and organ density.
Should we? Okay, wait, organ density?
Like, yeah, like because like your organs have to develop just like your bones do when you're when you're going from a kid to an adult, right?
Like organ development or organ density?
I mean development. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I was just trying to.
So yeah,
sure.
mainly your body development. So mainly.
Oh, hello.
Sorry to cut that there. I'll come back. So my main concern is that because you're not going for traditional body development, that like you don't want a bunch of midget people growing up.
Hey, do you? Is there evidence that like people are growing up as midgets as a result of cross-sex hormones?
What do you mean evidence? Yeah, if there have been studies that have shown decreased bone density in
No,
from
that's not
puberty.
what I asked. You said that people are growing up as midgets.
Oh, that was hyperbole.
Okay. So so the claim is that, again, because even though this medication, like puberty blockers, has been shown to help kids in the past, and we've assessed. Hold on, wait. We've assessed the risk of like what the
I'm just saying your premise is faulty.
Okay, in what way?
So if you're saying that we've assessed the risk of or the risk of puberty blockers, the use of puberty blockers has massively increased. We don't know the risk, so that's just not accurate.
How do we not know the risk?
Because the use of puberty blockers has massively increased. Right?
But they've been using them since the 80s. Do you think we don't have enough of a sample size to know?
Well, first of all, they've been using it in different things. If you're talking about
to block puberty.
I'm talking about transgender use of puberty blockers, not all use of puberty blockers.
Do trans people have a different biology than like normal humans?
For cisgender people, they use it to go to 13 or whatever the normal puberty is. For transgender people, it's going to be for much later.
Up to like fucking 15 or 16.
So, okay, so let me explain this right now in a way so that way we don't get bought up in another 10 minutes. If you're cisgender and you go to a really early puberty, like you're 3 or 4, you're going to go to puberty. They put you on puberty blockers until you're 9 if you're a girl or like 13 if you're a boy. So that's how they lead to normal puberty development. If you're transgender, as soon as you go to puberty, you are extending puberty for 2 years. So cisgender kids go on normal, like average human puberty, and transgender kids go to extended puberty for like several years. So that's not a one-to-one comparison, first of all.
It's not a one. We're talking about like what the possible negative side effects are, right?
Yes, so I'm explaining what the difference between transgender and cisgender. The reason why for cisgender people, extending puberty at a young age is good is because if you go to an early puberty, that can cause massive psychological and physical distress. If you go to puberty at a normal time,
but
like
what if
9 if you're a girl.
Okay, what massive physical and like mental distress, psychological distress. What do you think is happening to trans people?
You don't think a 3 or 4-year-old going through puberty is going to have
I agree with you. No, I'm not trying to disagree with you on that. What I'm trying to say is you're totally fine with like keeping at bay the like psychological harm done to like a 3 or 4-year-old, right? But not to someone who's trans and like in their late teens, and they're watching, like a trans woman or a trans girl who is going through puberty, and she's watching like her face start to sprout hair, even though like she could have been given puberty blockers, and they're like, we've already done like risk assessments. We've already done risk assessments by doctors who know more about fucking medication than me or you.
Okay, if she goes, holy shit. If they take puberty blockers at 13, then what my point is, the reason why there's different is because they're going to go to extended puberty until they're 15 or 16. So this means they're not going to be like a normal like size developing kid for several years. You know that, right? So that's the main difference, is that they're waiting, so they're not going to be able to act like a normal kid because they're not going to normal kid development in terms of their body.
Do you think that they don't know that?
What do you mean they don't? Yeah, so what are you talking about?
Do you think that the doctors who prescribe this are like going to prescribe this for like 5 or 6 years?
Well, so if you're when you take out puberty blockers, you don't take out puberty blockers until when? I don't know how long people usually stay on puberty blockers.
I think it's like maximum like 2 or 3 years. This is usually like used as like a holding action when someone gets diagnosed with gender dysphoria when they're like fairly young, right? They usually let them go until they're like 12, and then they'll put them on on puberty blockers. They don't put it on them so that they never go through puberty. They put it
You
on
know,
them
so
when they-
that's a straw man putting words in my mouth.
I'm just explaining how it works. I'm not trying to assign a position to you.
Okay. So yeah, but I'm saying, so for 2 or 3 years, you're not going through normal body development, and you think that's okay.
It's not. It doesn't matter whether I think it's okay. It matters whether the doctors think it's okay, and whether the parents and the child who
No,
are.
it matters whether or not it's okay, or if it's child abuse. Right?
These
So,
things
no.
had to go through multiple fucking ethics boards in multiple fucking countries before they could be approved for anything like for use for fucking transgender
So did
kids.
surgeries, but you said you don't want to ban that. So again, you are fine with the principle the government should regulate affairs concerning children's
It
health
might
care.
be medically okay. I've already given you my position. How do you not understand my position on the surgeries?
You said you want to ban them. So I'm saying I
I
want
said
to
I
this
don't.
too.
No. Hold on. I said that like in order to get everything. Oh my fucking god! In order for us to like find some legislative fucking ground where the conservatives will stop fucking screeching about how horrible like the trans epidemic is, maybe we can find some like middle ground where like 18 is where we like draw the line for surgery, since that's like the big fucking boogeyman to them, right? Not that it's like not medically okay, because there might be situations in which it is, right? According to a doctor and a psychologist and everyone around the child that knows their fucking situation much better than either you or I do. But the reason why I'm like more okay with like putting surgeries off is that like the surgeries can wait. The surgeries are not as like time dependent as the hormones. Because again, you can't, it is not as easy to reverse your fucking shoulders getting super fucking broad and you getting a fucking like deep ass voice. Like, I don't think that, I don't even know if there is a surgery for like vocal corrective shit like that, right? Like the sorts of things that you like undergo through puberty are significantly like harder to correct after you're 18 for the surgeries. The surgeries are easier after you're 18 if you undergo some sort of like hormone replacement therapy.
So it's just, yeah, again, so that just goes but that assumes that like these kids are going to kill themselves if they go through normal puberty.
No, I have not said anything about kids killing themselves, because I think that's a shit fucking argument.
Yeah, so okay, so since kids aren't going to kill themselves, they can just again wait until they're 18.
We should just let them. But what you're advocating for is, well, they're not going to kill themselves, so we can just let them suffer because I don't have enough evidence, despite all the plethora of fucking evidence out there and all of the fucking countries that have approved a hormone replacement therapy for kids under fucking 18, right? Despite all evidence to the contrary, you're willing to allow people to suffer.
All evidence to the contrary. I provided this. I just provided the New York Times article if you also want to read that. A liberal New York Times article.
Okay.
But the point is,
Jesus
again,
fucking Christ. Oh, god damn it. There's a fucking...
like there's like
there's
100 times increases in transgender self-identification per year. You know that, right? So it's like-
Okay, I asked you for that stat earlier. When you say that, I have seen that stat too, but it includes people who are calling themselves non-binary while they're fucking like 15 years old. And like I think that like there are people that are non-binary, but I also think that there's like a huge amount of people who think that like being non-binary is like the cool fucking thing to do right now. So like people are identifying as that, and there might...
It's a social contagion. It's rapid onset gender dysphoria. That's what I'm. That's
You
what
don't require gender dysphoria to identify as non-binary.
Yeah, no, so the theory presented by a lot of conservatives or anti-trans people, like, oh, not even anti-trans people, just gender-critical people like myself and others, is that it is a social contagion. So you're just making the conservative argument that the like increase in terms of self-identification is a social contagion, which I agree with you on. Right?
There might be an aspect of social contagion to it, but that doesn't mean that because there's a social, like there are like kids that think it's like trendy. Shut the fuck up. You're gonna let me fucking finish my statement, okay? Just because there might be like some aspect of like people thinking it's like trendy to be like non-binary and bisexual when they like may not actually be that, right? Doesn't mean that all these people are getting fucking gender affirming care. Do you recognize that?
So if you're talking about bisexual people, LGB is not the same as T. First of all, transgender specifically.
I'm talking about like the increase in people identifying as LGBT, and the overwhelming majority of people who are
it's
like
not people identifying as LGBT. So I want to give you my position. If someone identifies as LG or B, that's substantially different. If they identify as T specifically, that's going to have a lot of medical baggage.
People consider non-binary to be trans.
So wait, is your point that like the 100 times increases per year per month in transgender self-identification is all a bunch of non-binary people who are never going to see medical
I have
things?
seen one study that has said that, and they included people who are calling themselves non-binary in that. Yes, which is why I'm asking you what your source is, because there might be something that shows that there is like this like 5 million % increase in the amount of transgender people, and that might be fucking true, and I just don't know it. But the study or the fucking thing that I saw was a bunch of fucking cringy fucking 13-year-olds who are calling themselves non-binary because they see it on fucking Twitter and Tumblr.
Okay, so if you want to look, increased rate of transgender, are you going to read that New York Times article?
I can't. There's a pay there's like a paywall in front of it. So
well, Matt Walsh also did a thing on that. If you want to look at that,
well, I can watch that video after we're done talking.
Okay, increased transgender self-identification. Like yeah, the stats I've seen have been pretty crazy.
How about this? Has there been a massive increase in like psychologists diagnosed gender dysphoria?
Okay, well, from the New York Times, number of transgender identify, the number of trans people.
Is it New York Times again? Because I don't. 1 second. Let me see if I can fucking.
Here, this is it from the Williams.
Let me.
Okay,
1 second. I'm
gonna
change. Wait, give me like 2 seconds. I just need to concentrate on my. I need to change. This okay. I'm gonna see if I can log into New York Times. 1 second.
Here, this is a Williams Institute at UCLA. Okay, so I'll read the stats
again. I have it open. 1 second. What I'm asking for is not identify as transgender because that might include people. 1 second.
Can I read this for you? Because you keep saying this and you're not letting me read it, and then you can respond to it after. Can we just read it and then we can respond? So that way we don't keep
sure,
talking.
I'm reading it along with you.
So using the data from nearly 1 in 5 people who identify as transgender are ages 13 and 17. So most increases in transgender self-identification are going to be because the 1 in 5. So this is mean because let's say previous stats were 1 in 10. Now there's a massive proportionate increases in trans youth compared to trans adults, and the percentage of and number of adults has remained.
I don't want to hear your extrapolations. Let me just read it, okay? I have it up, right? Let me see here. Executive summaries. Here, I can change my scene back on OBS. Okay. Okay, it is 6:57 now. Give me 5 minutes to read through this, okay? 8:03 or 8:02. Okay, so 25.6 reported they are gender non-conforming. Overall, based on our estimates from 2016 to 2017 and the current report, we find that the percentage and number of adults who identify as transgender has remained steady over time.
There's adults. I'm talking about kids.
Right, but again, like I said earlier, they're including people who say that they're non-binary in this.
Yeah, but are you just gonna pull out of your ass say all these people are non-binary?
No, not all of them. 25% of them.
Okay, so that means what? 75% of all what? Like near double increase in self-identification. So how many people are those that are gonna go? And
No,
prove that
not double. There's over 1.6 million adults 18 and over and youth ages 13 to 17 identify as transgender in the United States, or 0.6 of those ages 13 and older. So this is 0.6% or less than 0.6% of the population, because it's not counting people under 13. 1.4, about 300,000 youth identify as transgender. This is the fucking moral panic that we're talking about. 300,000 people.
Yeah, but I'm saying for a per capita. The thing is that's per capita massively increased. So you're right. It might be a low percentage of the population, but per capita mass increasing.
Wait, what do you mean per capita?
So the per capita rate of transgender people has massively increased. So previously, let's say there was like,
hold on, use the stats that are on the page. Maybe I'm missing something.
Okay, can I just give you a hypothetical?
No,
So,
because you're gonna use like fucking crazy numbers. I understand what a per
I'm not gonna.
capita
I'll
is.
use. Okay, so let's say previously there was like 0.2% of youth identified as transgender. Now, if it's 0.5 or 0.6%, then that's still gonna mean like near double increase. Right. So
I'm sorry. Say the last part again. Sorry, I had to.
So if the previous numbers for people who identify as transgender who are underage is like 3 or 4%, and now it's like 5 or 6%, that's still like or like
No,
especially if it's like 2 to.
It is 1.4 now.
Yeah, but what was it previously?
I'm trying to find that.
But I'm saying if it's 1.4 now and previously it was 0.7%, that's like a double of the population. So I'm saying it's a per capita increase. So I'm not saying the population of transgender people is the majority. I'm saying
no,
for
I understand
the minority, that. I'm saying it's per capita, the rate of transgender people is massively increasing.
Oh, I don't fucking disagree with that.
So I'm saying,
and you're also saying massively, but again, we're talking about like a fraction of a percent.
Yeah, despite making up like 90% of online discourse.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded. Yeah, that's why I fucking hate conservatives, because they take all these fucking like niche fucking issues.
And no,
the trust me, the overwhelming majority of trans discourse pushed online right now is done by conservatives who are saying that trans people are fucking grooming children into becoming fucking like trans fucking like pedophiles themselves.
Okay, trans pedophiles again. You're using very
no. I'm not assigning that position to you. I'm saying that's what fucking conservatives are saying online right now. Do you disagree?
I'm a conservative. Nobody's saying every trans person is a pedophile. That's straw man.
That's not what I said.
You said grooming to become trans pedophiles.
The overwhelming majority of conservative talking points against trans ideology right now is that there are trans people who are like going into schools and teaching this gender ideology in order to like groom children for nefarious reasons, whether to turn them trans themselves or to become pedophile, or to be like, or to fuck them. Yes.
Yeah, no, conservatives don't believe trans people are out to fuck. They are trying to push Soji curriculum. I don't think.
Do I need to pull up the fucking Balenciaga fucking shit right now?
What does that have to do with trans people?
The entire thing about the Balenciaga stuff is that they're lumping that into the LGBT fucking groomer shit.
Wait, so Balenciaga is cisgender like people who mostly run it.
They are saying that the elites are using this gender ideology in order to groom people so that they can fuck them as children.
I mean, some crazier people on the right might, or not even crazier, because
literal
there might be
thought
some
leaders on the right. Fucking James Lindsay.
Yeah, actually, there are trans people, a lot of them, who are, especially male to female, who want to
go
into women's
okay,
spaces.
you can't hold both positions simultaneously. You can't
Well,
simultaneously
some are.
say hold on.
Not all trans people are pedophiles, but a disproportionate percentage of them are.
Do you like wait, hold on. Where have you ever seen data on that? I want you to
Well,
tell
so,
me right
like,
now.
what happens a
When
lot
have
of
you? No,
times
no,
is
hold on.
that
I want you to tell me
trans
right now. No,
women
no,
will go
no.
on
Don't tell
system
me. Don't
spaces.
tell me fucking extrapolations from stuff that you've heard. Okay. I want you to tell me, where have you heard like this idea? What stats have you ever
This
looked
from
up?
the commentators I listen to.
Commentators that you listen to, do they ever cite their fucking sources? Because I've actually
Yes.
looked into the idea that like whether or not like trans or
But I
gay
don't
people
even
are
believe
more
trans
likely to
people
be
are
pedophiles.
Okay. I don't even want to debate this right now because trans people mostly aren't pedophiles. So what? There's no point in debating it.
So was your entire point of saying right there that there are like trans people who are pedophiles?
There aren't. There's some are, some aren't. But it doesn't matter because most aren't. The main concern is not that they're pedophiles. The main concern is that they're harming children. But it's not pedophilia.
No,
So
the main concern in conservative this doesn't even matter because I'm trying to argue against you, and I'm not trying to assign all of those positions to you. But like the idea that you're going to like sit here and like pretend like this isn't what is driving the overwhelming amount of fucking like discourse online about LGBT people right now is
mostly
fucking
people
insane.
like want to say there's a trans genocide. Like they're also pushing that equally.
Do you think that if I Google right now trans genocide versus like LGBT grooming, which one do you think I'm going to get significantly more fucking hits on fucking like Google News articles?
Probably equal amounts.
You're fucking insane.
And also, that's only for news articles. That's not even including online pundits.
I'm going to assume that like online pundits are writing articles as well, right?
But either
like
way,
Ben Shapiro
since
writes
you're arguing,
articles.
you're not arguing against prominent conservative intellectuals or whatever the fuck. You're arguing against me. So
Right, which is why I just said that I want to move off of this. It's just fucking insane that you'd like fucking deny that. Okay, what was the thing that we were looking at?
So
we're trying to
is,
see if
my
there's like
belief is that
actually
since
a
there's
massive fucking
increase in. Okay, so since there's a massive increase in transgender self-identification per capita, it's pretty easy to conclude that it's largely a social contagion, and you're going to see mass regress in the
Okay,
transitions.
let me ask you this. So in the past, before like anybody had the the word transgender was not in like common lexicon. There were
Actually, it's been in common lexicon since at least Caitlyn Jenner. So it's.
I know. I'm talking well before that.
Well before that, yeah.
Okay, I'm talking about like in the like, let's say like 2010 and before. Okay, before then, there were a lot less trans people. But as soon as like trans discourse started like popping up on Tumblr and then on Twitter and then on all the hold on, let me finish. Okay, wait. Please. After people get the language to describe some like internal feeling that they have, right? They're more likely to identify with that. A lot of adults came out as transgender when they didn't understand or like didn't know that the concept of transgender existed because they always had like some internal feeling that like something was wrong, right? They thought they were cross-dressers, but it was like never enough. And then they start like reading or hearing about people talking about transgender topics and like what it means to be trans and like other people's like trans experience. And they say, oh, this is exactly like the same thing that I'm feeling. Then as a result of that, more people start like coming out as trans because they now have a word to describe what it means to be trans, and they realize that there are resources for them to like try and transition from being like male to female or female to male. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Would this not be an alternate explanatory factor for why there are more transgender people now than there were pre-2010?
But the thing is, it's not pre-2010. And that now there's a sharp increase. There's like per year, there's like 0.1% each year. Like there's like massive increases per month and per year. So like it's a lot quicker than just since 2020. There's an increase. It's like a sharp increase every year.
That doesn't disprove what I just said.
Yeah, but I'm saying some of that could just be social acceptance, and some of it could be social contagion.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, there's a large number of this that is non-binary people.
And so Caitlyn Jenner specifically, I think was probably the biggest starting off. But like, even trans topics weren't as discussed. At least most people really didn't even know what a transgender person was until 2010. And most people didn't even think about it until at least 2016.
I don't disagree with that.
And at least like from like 2019 to 2022 is probably like the biggest increase per capita, at least in terms of like what we're talking about.
Okay, and I like see where on the page it says that, but I don't like that doesn't sound
Well,
like it's
I'm
false.
saying
No, I'm
this is
saying
the
like
more-
I wouldn't disagree with that, sure, but it doesn't disagree. It doesn't disprove what I just said.
Yeah, so if you're saying that social acceptance might correlate with increase in transgender self-identification, then that's a no crap. But like people have known what being transgender is in Ohio, but you're not seeing increase in terms of self-identification in Ohio. People know what transgender self-identification is in Ohio as much as they do California. But in California, it's popular, and Ohio it's not. Maybe it's because in California.
Hold on. You're not. Hold on. You said you're mixing in two premises there. There's not only the language associated with it, right? But there's also, you said social acceptance. Do you think that there's as much social acceptance in Ohio for transgender people as there is in California?
Probably not.
Okay. Would that dissuade more people from coming out of the closet as trans?
I mean, very few, but
what do you mean very few?
Most trans people are gonna identify as trans regardless of their environment, I think. Probably.
That is absolutely not true. And if you talk to literally any trans person, literally fucking ever, you're gonna like hear them say like, yeah, no, like I was really scary coming out because I didn't know if my family was gonna kick me out of my fucking house when I came out to them. I know people personally whose family disowned them like the minute that they came out as transgender. Maybe they've reconciled like after like 5 or 6 years because the family like eventually like gets over it like to some degree, right? But like these are like massive fucking implications for like the entire family. Yeah, like people are very scared to come out because they're scared of the implications that their family might fucking like disown them. They might lose massive amounts of fucking social acceptance around them.
So is your argument just that the only reason why we're seeing transgender increases in self-identification, the majority of it is just more social acceptance? Is that just your position?
I think that the I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. I think that the like this is my position. I think that there is a certain like amount of like kids like under 18s that will identify as trans and then desist over time, right? Because it's like a trendy thing to do, right?
Yeah.
And fuck, you're 15. You probably know at least like one kid in your fucking high school that says like, "Oh yeah, I have multiple personality disorder. I'm a sociopath," and they were just like want to be edgy as fuck, right? Or I have schizophrenia, and that's why I'm so like artsy and shit, right?
I'm spectrum autistic, but like I don't go around advertising that.
Wait, say it again.
Probably on the spectrum autistic, but I don't go around advertising that.
No. Oh, okay. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Like they're like kids will like say that they have like mental things that they don't actually have because they think it's like edgy and shit, or they think it's like trendy. Like I know a lot of people like still unfortunately like at my age who will pretend to have fucking dissociative identity disorder, even though that's like not even well accepted in the psychological community. But like even past that, like I think that there's probably a certain element of that. I think that and because there is more social acceptance for people who are trans now, there's probably going to be simultaneously a growing number of people who identify as trans and then desist, and a growing number of people who are trans and come out because there's more social acceptance. But I don't know. I don't know if there are studies that show this is just showing like total number of people who identify, not people who are diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Number one, but like I don't know if this is like if there are studies that show whether it's one or the other.
Well,
I don't know if we ever could get those numbers.
I mean, it's not a study, but it includes other things. Abigail Schreier has talked and like has a whole book on it called what's it called? Like I forgot, but Abigail Schreier has a book on it, and she's talked a lot about it. If you want to read it,
I've heard of Abigail Schreier. I don't know a lot about her. Can I like make one observation? I think that we're this is kind of coming to a close at this point. But can I make like one observation?
Are you going to
really
read
quick?
the New York Times article on pure black, or you want to cite more? The point, point, William, is that I believe it to be unethical because of the harms of pure blockers to give it to kids. That's just my position. I'm not anti-transgender. I'm just
I
against
understand
medical. Right? So is that not, do you not think that's a reasonable position that is in line with freedom, just with some extra
I think
concern?
it's not based in, I don't think it's based in the research.
Yeah, but you earlier said conservatives don't believe in freedom because they oppose it. You didn't just say, oh, well, maybe they're wrong.
Because they completely oppose like any kind of gender affirming care whatsoever. right? I think that you could be pushed because you are someone that's like linking sources and shit like that. I think that you're someone that could be pushed, like if you were given adequate data to show that like there is less harm to children than like you think right now. And this is the observation that I was about to make. Like you're citing like the most like transphobic fucking like researchers. Like
You're using term transphobic there.
I'm not calling you transphobic. Do you think that Matt Walsh is transphobic?
Matt Walsh, probably, but yeah. No, I don't know. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he's like undoubtedly transphobic. He fucking hates
I'm
trans
socially
people.
conservative, so I'm against transgenderism, but I'm not gonna like shun people who are adults. But like, I still am against it because of my personal social values. But I wouldn't impose that on adults, just on kids.
Okay, would you still oppose? Let me ask you this: would you still oppose? Would you still oppose this if the evidence showed that it wasn't harming kids?
If the evidence showed that there was a like basically no harm and like massive benefits, then yeah. But like no, it's just for me, it's a bioethical concern about like should you allow like relatively new. And I'm not saying it's new in the sense that puberty blockers haven't existed. I'm saying transgender use of puberty blockers, which is relatively new in terms of the data on it, because it's not like there's mass studies of it beforehand. Most of it was very controlled before, and then since you're going to see an increase, by definition, you're going to see an increase in misdiagnosis. I just believe that it's unethical to give these to kids, and I would wait until they're 18. And if there's harm to people who are transgender but happen to have gender dysphoria underage, that's sad. I just believe that the externalities that are negative are outweighed by negative externalities from the reverse, from over-prescribing them or from having it too rigorous. But that's just my opinion, and this is why I linked you to the New York Times study, or not study, article, which I'm sure research has studies in it, which talks about it.
Well, I'll like again. I'm gonna have to get past the paywall. I'm not trying to like avoid reading the article.
Well, you
like,
want me to give you something on bone density, because I can also give you that.
well, no, I conceded the bone density stuff, but like that's like number one, not a guarantee from what I understand. And like,
well, I can. You want me to just link something on it, just so if you want to read more about it.
I mean, sure, if you would like to. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, like if we're going to, I would like to like base my policy based off of like what research says, right? But I also recognize, and this is the argument that we were getting into earlier, right? I also recognize that there are going to have to be concessions given to conservatives who are like crybaby about all of these different issues, right? Not saying that you're like crybaby about these issues, right? But there are people who are crybabies about these issues, right? I think that like there are ways that we can try to like meet people in the middle so that we can like get past this fucking like stupid fucking culture war issue with the like trans like the trans social contagion and shit, right? Like for example, like the fact that they're like less than like 1% of the fucking population is pretty.
If you want a medical association, this is the endocrine this is an endocrine, this is like a, what do you call it, endocrine.org. So I mean, it's a .org, and it's an endocrine thing, and it's talking about how it does lead to lower bone mineral density. So puberty blockers specifically, if you want to read more about it, and there are other harms as well. I was a bit hyperbolic when I said medical surgical castration. The only reason I put that on you is because you said conservatives don't believe in freedom, so I feel like I'd strawman you as self-defense. But yeah.
Okay, I got you. Well, I'll definitely read the articles. All right, buddy.
Okay. I mean, we can go on these another day, if you ever want to do it. But I mean, I'm not like someone who's like super invested in trans issues. But the way you're fucking talking about it was just so fucking not in line with what I think is reality.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna have disagreements over this because I think that there's like data-driven answers that we can look at, and I think that the overwhelming majority of scientists on this topic agree that.
I mean, there are people like Dr. Deborah So, Jordan Peterson.
Hold on, Jordan Peterson is not a medical expert on fucking HRT.
He's a psychologist.
He's a psychologist, but he's not a medical expert on fucking HRT, is he?
Yeah, but wouldn't he know about like things like gender dysphoria if he's a psychologist?
Yeah, it's possible, but also one fucking researcher doesn't like disprove all of the medical research that other scientists come out with, right?
Yeah, again, that just goes to like appeal to authority fallacy. I don't think
Hold
anything
on.
in X.
No, it is not an
Can I
appeal
explain?
to. It is not an appeal to. It is not. Okay,
Why
you need.
can I just explain? And
No,
use an
hold on,
analogy?
because you don't understand what a fallacious versus a like actual like reasonable appeal to authority is. That's what's like irritating to me. Okay, a fallacious appeal to authority is one where like I say like, okay, this person, they know everything about like the transgender groomer
Okay, so
stuff.
can I just
Wait,
give
hold on,
you
wait, really quick. I'm almost
okay.
done.
No, because I just want to respond to this real quick, so that way we don't go into another 10 minutes. So you're right. Listening to experts isn't necessarily bad. I never said that. The reason why I said it was an appeal to authority, and because I don't want you to drag this out, is specifically because if your argument is that it's widespread medical consensus that these things are beneficial, the apt analogy I was going to use was the fact that previous medical associations and previous consensus of doctors and medical experts said that putting cocaine in cough syrup was a medical beneficial, and we can see in retrospect that was actually very stupid. But so that's my main concern. You're saying that because the plurality or consensus of experts in this field agree with you, that therefore they're right.
No, you're going to trigger the fuck out of me. You just did the fucking Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Like, well, sometimes science is wrong. LOL.
Yeah, so you're right. Exactly. Sometimes science is wrong. LOL.
No, that's not how science works.
Right. So
do you think? What do you think about lobotomies?
Lobotomies? Wait, what's the lobotomy again? I forgot.
It's where they like stick an ice pick in your brain through your nose.
That does not work.
No, you're wrong. They did work, but only sometimes. But what we got out of lobotomies were like a plethora of like understanding about the human brain, so that we could do all sorts of like future things. And guess what? They still do lobotomies on people in like extreme circumstances. Okay, just because science is like has like is a process that like takes us through like multiple different solutions to problems over time doesn't mean that all of science was wrong, and therefore we can discount things that happen.
I'm just saying the issue with deferring to consensus or whatever is that consensus can be wrong. So you're right. The process hasn't gone through. The medical establishment says that gender affirming whatever things for kids are good, but they could be wrong and proven wrong through the scientific method later on. But in the same way that they could have, the evidence at the time could have showed that cocaine and cough syrup was good, but the scientific process has shown no, actually it's not a great thing to do for kids now. So we know that it can be wrong. So I'm just saying, like, you're using something, you're deferring to the medical establishment, which isn't always necessarily the smartest thing to do. So
what would be okay? My final question, and then we'll like actually like call this quits. What would be the alternative to listening to like leading experts in a given field?
Well, my opinion is not like, oh, you have to ban gender affirming care. Just
of course
create age of consent guidelines that if you're an adult, you can do what you want with your body, and below 18 because we believe that there might be harms long term, we're just going to say, hey, maybe just wait until you're 18. I don't think that's an unreasonable demand or even extreme demand. That's just my opinion, because I do believe that the harms are not a risk I would be willing to take, and so I just would wait until you're 18. But if you're talking about like what the long-term goal should be, the long-term goal should be what's most effective. I do believe it's more effective to just wait until you're 18. So that's just my final answer.
Okay, I got you.
Do you have any response, or?
No, because I don't want to like drag us into like another like 45-minute like diatribe, because there's something that I want to watch. And
Well, Matt, so I know you're probably not gonna like Matt Walsh, but like he has a whole video on the New York Times.
Literally everything that Matt Walsh says is fucking retarded. I don't think I could ever take anything that man says seriously.
Well, here. He covers the New York Times beauty blockers thing. Can you watch this after I hop off?
Well, there's something that I really want to get to before
Well, he has access to the New York Times, so he can read it on the air. Are you going to watch it, yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you link it to me, I'll watch it next stream.
No, can you watch it like afterward on the call?
No, because there's something that I really want to get to that's like live right now.
Okay.
but I will watch it. I'm not gonna like sit here and like.
Okay, well, I'll message it to you. So,
Okay.
if you want to know, it says that what do you call it? The New York Times finally admits beauty blockers bad from Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh obviously is a little bit biased, but there, if you want to check it out.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
So, are we gonna cover this on this stream or what?
I'm gonna have to see. I'm gonna. There's a thing that's live right now, and I'm 23 minutes late to watch it, so I'm gonna have to watch it at.
Is it trans related or no?
I think it actually is. It's Dylan Burns talking to Keffals, and I really want to like see what's going on over there.
Okay.
Catch you later.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah, nice
next
talking to you too.
Next time we're gonna talk to Royce and IQ.
Fuck, I just haven't talked about it in so long, and so I don't
Yeah,
have like
I'm
all
not
the
a race
data.
realist, by the way. I'm not a race realist, so don't worry. I'm not a race realist.
Well, do you have like the pro or con position?
Just one issue. I'm asking questions.
Oh my fucking god! Fucking get out of here, okay? I'm gonna watch the Dylan Burns thing, okay? Stay safe, all right?
Just kidding, dude.
I know, I
Okay,
know.
just kidding. Bye.
Bye. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. Can someone link me the Dylan Burns stream? Yeah, I just want to watch it. I'm just like super curious about everything. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Really? I can't like scroll back? VODs are unpublished, really?
Yeah, I would say so, because if I'm being completely honest with you, I had no I don't really pay too much attention to people's interpersonal drama unless I have to.
Damn it.
I had no idea that you and Stardust or anybody had any drama or beef about anything. I was just inviting people to a panel, and
Yeah.
I was really almost kind of like shocked when everything kind of went the way it did, because I had no reason to know anything about Flamenco or the situation, because I hadn't even invited Flamenco. Flamenco's never been on my show before. So it was like impossible for me to know. So I kind of was like, I was mostly confused at why everything was going the way it was. And I think the thing that really confused me the most, and I think is the one thing, like this is one of my bigger questions for you, is as everything continued to evolve and I like responded on stream, one of the things you said that I think was the thing that was probably the most personally hurtful to me. I don't know why we got straight into this, but I'm just like, you know, I'm just being honest. But like one of the things that was 100% the most hurtful to me was when you said I was a war tourist, right? Because, you know, my work in Ukraine like means a lot to me. I put a lot of effort to it. I've put a lot of my time allocated to it, a lot of my personal resources and money. I care about it a lot. And it felt like when you said that, like you didn't know anything about my work that I was doing.
I didn't.
And it just felt like you were just specifically trying to find the most hurtful thing you could say about something you knew I cared about at the time. Like, was there like any like thought behind that when you said I was a war tourist? Was there like any ideological backing there? Any reason you said that particularly? Like, why did you call me a war tourist?
Because
I
she was
actually
trying to fuck
know
with you.
very little about the work that you've done in Ukraine.
Oh, she's gonna walk back literally
I'll be
everything,
honest.
isn't she?
Okay.
Holy
I'm
shit.
yeah, I didn't actually know much about what you've done in Ukraine.
Why
But
do you think you called me like a war tourist? I mean, I'm sorry to get like,
I
straight
wanted
into
to-
it. I'm just generally curious.
I saw the video that you made, and I didn't watch it. I had someone else watch it and give me jot notes so I knew what to respond to, because I didn't want to watch your video. And I just saw the title that was like Keffals Stop Lying, and I got pissed, and I was thinking of ways to hurt your feelings.
Yeah, well, okay. I kind of assumed this at the time, and I said it because I think I even said at the time that I think it was just you trying to like just find for something that was hurtful at the time.
It's just gonna be. This is just like the Keffals apology tour, isn't it? Like I was just trying to hurt
I
your
had
feelings. I'm
just,
sorry.
Like, this was like when I just first got
Yeah.
into Ukraine. You know, I was in a foreign country. I didn't speak the language, right? I was just getting my feet adjusted, I was just getting used to the air raid sirens. I was just getting used to these new conditions, and I was putting a lot of work into it. And when you said that, it super got under my skin because like I had been super stressed out by like all these conditions. And I don't know if you ever watched the VOD of when I saw you say that, but like I got very visibly upset. It's probably the most upset I actually got on stream on like an emotional level in a very long time. Because it was like kind of like a lot of emotions I had of like missing my family, having personal feelings about my own like risk I was going into.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, how did you ever watch like me reacting to that? Did you ever see me like react to you calling me that?
No, I never did.
Okay, gotcha. I ended up not posting any of the footage because I kind of just wanted the whole thing to stop at the time because I knew if I perpetuated it, it would probably only get worse.
I mean, like, I just want to be honest with you,
Mhm.
and I want to just try and. I want to try and come at this as earnestly as I can because I know like I could grandstand and I could double down, and you know what, that might be the greatest thing for views because people fucking love blood sports on this platform, but I would
Goddamn
rather
right.
just treat you like a friend and try and just mend bridges.
Okay, now I will, and I'll be 100% upfront with you. I don't know if I would say you're my friend, right? Because I don't really know you that well.
Oh no,
and like after everything, obviously I still have some like personal feelings, because that was like a really vulnerable time in my life. But like I appreciate your like your 100% your honesty, and I see the effort you're doing. It takes a lot of work for somebody to admit they're wrong, because I've been in the position where I know I fucked up before, and I just had to like eat humble pie, and knowing like how difficult that can be, and like how reconciliation with people can be very difficult.
Oh no, absolutely. No, we don't know each other that well.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think that we would be friends. We don't know each other that
It's
well.
it's actually
I didn't know the right word for saying that I don't want to treat you uncharitably.
it's like the
in a
dance
moment.
of like two people who like don't want to reconcile, or one person that's like desperate to reconcile, and one person who's trying to be
not
nice.
assume other people's intentions, and trying to assume intentions are like the most charitable when I interact with somebody, right?
Yeah. If it makes you understand like the kind of mental state that I was in during this time, that was like around the time that my Kiwi Farms thread just started. I remember seeing, I think it was on page 2 or 3, a comment that had a lot of upvotes on it saying, let's see how many pages we can get before we can get this person to kill themselves. So I was dealing with people who very openly were trying to make me take my own life through harassing me relentlessly. And I feel like that the hypervigilance and the aggression that put me through really ended up bleeding into so much of my interactions with other people.
I could see that. It's kind of hard to explain to somebody who's not a streamer what it's like to have a lot of people come at you at the same time.
Oh,
Always
for
feel like
sure.
you're cornered.
When does Keffals apologize to KF?
Definitely
It's
when,
not gonna
like,
happen. You know that.
A lot of us like say like these words don't mean
And like I
anything,
honestly don't
but,
give a
you
fuck
know,
about
that's a
Kiwi
lie
Farms,
a lot
so
of the time when people say like, oh, these things don't get under my skin, it does get under the skin of a lot of people. And if a lot of people's coming at you at the same time, you're just gonna be like inherently kind of defensive to some way. And a lot of people, you know, and I think this is something you fell into, in an effort to like push back against that type of stuff, you start seeing like stuff that normally in other circumstances wouldn't be seen as like combative or threatening or like some plot or something against you. You start looking at it in a more like suspicious way, and then you start treating people differently, and then you get situations like this.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell people's intentions when you're interacting with them for the first time or what they know about you.
Since then, right? You haven't really like said anything about that about me since then. And I mean that's fantastic, obviously. But what would you say that has changed since then in your life that you're like, I'm not gonna like do that type of thing again?
I mean,
nothing.
I think one of the biggest things is just realizing
Nothing,
which
Giga
battles
Chad.
are actually important to pick. Like, why fight with you? What is the good thing that comes out of getting into a fight with you when you're obviously on my side on most issues? I don't I can't think of anything.
I guess like the main thing I guess people would probably say would be like, well, obviously like internet blood sports and fighting on the internet, like obviously that comes with like viewership, that comes with
No hard feelings, dude. Yeah, no, I'm not mad at you either. It was just
high
like,
numbers.
hold on.
Like if you
The apology fest is boring. No hard feelings. Conservatives are wrong or ignorant. You put lists that they are anti-freedom, and you couldn't say they're ignorant. I think that it's a combination of both. Like there's a huge contingency of people who are fucking completely for like Christo-fascist fucking like Christian nationalism, but
That's an incredibly short-term thing. Like, you get into that fight, and sure, you might have high viewership numbers for that day or maybe like the week following as people are waiting to see if there's more content related to that fight. But eventually, it's just going to drop off.
Yep.
And people are going to forget about it.
Absolutely.
It's not a good strategy for building a long-term dedicated viewer base.
100%. These like drama viewers will only be there when there's drama. And so if you like base a community around like having these kind of like spats with people like constantly, then you kind of created a system where you need drama, you need stressful situations, you need this type of interpersonal infighting, and then like nothing productive is ever going to be done, and it's always going to be these super stressful situations, and people are just going to kind of like nail you as the person who gets in fights over like interpersonal stuff all the time.
And it sucks because the way that it works too is that once you become known as that person, you're going to be rewarded for that behavior, and you're going to have to keep going and going and going if you want to see returns on it. It's an incredibly toxic thing to do.
Absolutely. I mean, in like making a shift away from any type
Come
of
on,
content is
Dylan needs
like,
to
for
like
me,
act.
shifting away from
I
panels
fucking
to, like,
hate like the fucking
more
apology
like,
tour
foreign
shit.
policy
Like
stuff and individual content,
someone's been like
more
super shitty to
long-form
you
stuff.
and almost
It's been a
every single
massive,
fucking
like,
person that you
difficulty for
know,
me.
and like you're
But,
gonna be like this
moving
like
away from,
chill
say, like,
about it.
drama
I don't
spats
fucking
to,
I don't
like,
know. That
normal
rubs me the wrong
political
way like
content
super hard.
or like these things that like are like super exciting to the more kind of like segmented day-to-day content is a very, very difficult transition for a lot of people. Would you say that like trying to like get in less of these types of interactions has affected your community at all in a positive or negative ways?
Like getting into less of those kinds of interactions?
Yeah, like how do you think that's affected your community and the way people in your community behave around you?
I definitely think that it's encouraged my community to have more positive people who aren't constantly seeking out drama. Like I see this because
was that a big problem before? People in your community just seeking out
Oh
drama?
yeah, that was. It's like people would link me tweets where people are shit talking me, and that would rile me up, and I would get into more fights. And I'm just like, no, actually, don't show me this. I don't need to see this. As I understand now, like I'm pretty divisive in some circles. As long as I have a presence on the internet, there are going to be people that hate me, and that's fine. They can do that. But I don't need to constantly be looking at it.
That's true. I can.
That's true. That's pretty
I
true.
can definitely relate to
That's
that.
fucking
where there's
true.
just because the thing
that's
is
pretty
the
fucking
people
true.
who and I mean
That's
I obviously
true.
can't speak for your instances in all these cases because I don't know all your interpersonal stuff, but a lot of the times, definitely in my history, in my experience, the people who hate you, you can't convince these people, right? I don't know if that's going to be, because obviously like your interactions are different than my interaction, so I don't know all the specifics behind whether you could convince or not convince these people or what could be done to change your interpersonal stuff. But when I'm like interacting with somebody who's like a hardcore supporter of the other side of this war, like I am somebody who's actively like tried to get money for like bulletproof vests for the other side. There's like no way for me to like reconcile with these people, so there's no reason for me to even attempt to. It's just like lost effort that could be spent somewhere else anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think that When do you think this
I
revelation?
wonder what her
came?
chat is
Where
saying
you're
about
like, this
him,
is,
like being a
the way I'm
bootlicker and like
interacting on Twitch, the way I'm interacting on
a
Twitter,
pro-fascist
like
or
this kind of,
something.
like, constant fighting with like anybody that I like that kind of gets in my periphery or kind of gets in your field of view. When was this like moment that you were like, damn, this is actually not gonna work?
Jeez, that's a hard question, but I think it might have been around the time that things were starting to wind down. Like I had just launched like this big campaign to get Cloudflare to drop Kiwi farms.
Mm-hmm.
And once the campaign succeeded and we decided to end the campaign, people were still obviously really mad at me. Lots of discourse. There was a period of time I was trending on Twitter for like 2 weeks straight just because people were fucking pissed at me from so many different
It's
sides.
got to be
of the
pretty
political...
surreal, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, no, it was.
He's like
surreal,
actually just interviewing
especially
her.
just because it was people mad at me from
That's so cucked.
all sorts of different communities for all sorts of different reasons, and I did not see. I didn't know
Why
how
is there
to
no more?
deal with that really, because I can't address them. They will never change their minds about me. And if I were to continuously engage with it, not only would it never
Oh,
stop,
that's
but
why.
it would mean that my content is literally just responding to people who are attacking me. So I was really burnt out, and that was basically the reason I decided to take 2 weeks away, because I couldn't even stream anymore. I was just exhausted.
When was it that you took this time off exactly?
That was, when was that?
Um,
I think that was last month. I think I left on the 11th or the 12th of November.
So that would be when you've made the shift. You would say like around last month.
Yeah, like I decided to make that shift. Like I'm still covering drama content, but I don't want to be a participant in that content. Like I don't want to.
She's
be
trying to
one of the people in
rebrand
the
so
fights.
hard.
What's your biggest thing that's telling you? Because I like if I was to imagine
Like she's
in my
super
head,
hard and
like, what gets the
trying to
most
like,
views or,
but like
what
if
has
she doesn't
brought
engage
about,
in that
like,
sort of stuff,
a
I
lot
actually
of
wonder like
viewership
how
on
long
my
it'll take her
channel
to
and other
like
streamers' channels
get
and your channel. When
any
I saw your
like
channel
traction back to
popping off
her.
the most, it
Yeah,
was when you were in one of these Twitter spats, whether it was
how
with
is she ever going
Bordering
to get
or Destiny
any
or
attention
with any number
whatsoever?
of characters on the internet. It was during these like interactions that you were popping off the best
Oh, yeah.
numbers. So, I mean, you were doing like 1,000 something plus on like a lot of these streams. You were pulling good numbers for definitely for political Twitch, which doesn't have a lot of streamers pulling those types of numbers. Is there any fear around that transition? Like the
Oh,
idea,
yeah,
like,
no.
if you can make that type of transition, because I had a lot of fear about my personal transition away from panels.
Yeah, no, that actually kind of weighed at me. It weighed on me a while because when I switched from doing drama content to just doing political coverage, I did notice that drop in viewership. People went to my channel because they liked to see me get into fights, but for my own longevity, I needed to stop. It's just not sustainable to constantly be doing that. The thing with the quartering, though,
When
I would
you say
do that
it's not
again.
sustainable, would you say like mental health wise, or would you
Oh,
say
yeah,
like channel building, community building wise, or both?
I think both. Mental health wise, yeah, it definitely was not sustainable. Because every time I get into a fight, especially with a bigger content creator, there's usually like an entire orbit of smaller content creators around them that also want to get into fights with me because of that. Just people circling the wagon, trying to see what they can get out of it. But as for channel building, yeah. Because you'll get all these drama viewers and you'll get all these follows because of drama content. And none of those people
the
will be
factory's
interested
looking
in your
good.
other content. They're only there because of drama. I see this with like
and
my
your-
friends too.
And I hate to interrupt, but your drama content wasn't like either like it wasn't like just either like normal drama content either. You were getting like articles in like the Washington Post and like you were fucking blowing up. Like not just in our space, but like in mainstream news channels and shit were like covering you, and you were getting interviews. And I know a lot of it isn't like just drama content and stuff you care about, but like you were blowing up at a very quick, like astronomical rate. So these were like
Great.
a lot more attention combined with
said
a lot of
wait.
drama. Is usually not like a good combination.
Misspoke.
Oh no, it wasn't.
You misspoke,
And I feel like it's
guys.
really, it made people have the impression that I was bigger than I am, because you can have so much attention in mainstream media without it actually translating at all to viewership. Because at the end of the day, all the people reading those articles or the people who saw me on CNN, those are all boomers for the most part who do not watch Twitch.
That is true. That is true. I saw that you were recently talking about like your YouTube channel. I saw like a few posts, and you were like really interested in like getting a lot more attention to it, and like there would be these articles and the stories around you would like blow up, obviously, but then like that wouldn't transform necessarily into YouTube videos. And I've had that happen a lot with my reporting in Ukraine, where I'll post the story on Twitter about like something I saw, but then the YouTube video where I publish the actual footage, it like doesn't perform the same as well. It's because it's like two different audiences. It just doesn't
absolutely.
translate. Would you say that's a big problem for you?
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, there are different demographics who are interested in different things that I'm doing. Like I find like my Twitter presence is my biggest presence out of all of the different platforms that I run. And I think that the demographic that follows me on Twitter tend to be older than the demographic that watches me on Twitch, and more interested in just politics without any sort of entertainment value added to it.
Interesting.
If that makes sense. Like they're not interested in like the political commentary that you see on Twitch.
True. And like the tenor of the political commentary too, right? I think a lot of it's like, for example, like I know you do this thing with like fishy time or whatever, like when you're away you just like play fish videos. Like I don't know if like 57-year-old Barbara from Santa Monica is gonna like want to sit through 10 minutes of that, you know, when she could just like turn on CNN and be told what told everything in a like much shorter like segmented way. Like streaming is for a very particular audience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's also why I've been trying to branch out. Like I've been doing really well on TikTok, weirdly enough.
Why do you think you're doing well on TikTok?
I think it's because I can condense the most important points of my coverage into a single TikTok, and there is a very large number of trans
if
people
she
on
gets big on
TikTok, and I tend to
TikTok,
go
that
very
means that like
in-depth
all the
on
Zoomers are
different
going to
anti-trans
like
bills
learn
or
about
attacks
her
against
fights with
different
Destiny and
community
shit.
events.
Oh no.
And that's something
Destiny's
that
screwed, guys.
a lot of political streamers don't do. Like they don't go into the same amount of depths. They cover it if it gets big enough, but they usually jump between topics to topics based on what's trending at the time.
So would you say that's what you specialize in? Like that's like your big I don't want to say like that's who you
for sure.
who you are, but like that seems to be like what consistently
What am I gonna do
outside
here?
of
How am
like
I
the
gonna do
drama that I've
this?
seen and like all the like the specter around you. Like if somebody was to turn into an average like Keffals stream, it seems like talking about LGBTQ plus issues seems to be like the main tenor of your stream.
Yeah, I mean that's actually what made me start doing politics on Twitch in the first place. Around the time that Greg Abbott decided to put the executive order through to have trans youth in Texas investigated, have their parents investigated for child abuse. That was the first time that I decided to step into doing politics on Twitch. And then from there, it just kept going and it went to other states. I started covering it in other countries as well. And it just got worse and worse. And it turned out that there was absolutely no end in sight for the amount of anti-trans, I hate using the word content, but anti-trans news happening.
Would you say that that's what you want to do with the future of your content? Like if somebody was to ask you like, what do you want to do on Twitch? What do you want to do on social
It feels like
media?
he's trying to save her.
What's your online legacy? What
Depressing.
What do you want people to remember you for? Because if I was to ask somebody what they know you for now, right?
Yeah.
It would most likely be the Kiwi Farm stuff, or possibly your back and forth with Destiny, or some of the dramas surrounding you. What do you want your legacy to be?
What I want my legacy to be? Yeah, it's weird because none of the things that people really know me for are the things that I'm proudest about that I've done in the last year.
I bet you wouldn't.
I think some of my proudest moments throughout my streaming career so far was that even though I have like a pretty mid-sized platform, I was able to raise $250,000 this year for 2 different trans charities that serve trans organizations in the South. And another thing that I'm really proud about is through organizing the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, I was able to pressure a $16 billion corporation to drop service for a website when they said they...
Yeah, that's fucking horrible. That's bad. That's a bad thing to be known for. Oh God, is it a commercial break? God fucking damn it. I was able to raise with my money. Okay, after I'm done with this little mini factory, I'm going to end the stream. This is fucking ridiculous.
Do you think that if I know this is a somewhat dark question, but let's say like tomorrow God like snapped his fingers and you just went poof, what do you think the legacy of Keffals would be?
I feel like if I were to actually die, people would probably look at the things.
I said poof. I didn't say die. I put it in a nice way.
If I poof,
okay?
I feel okay, but I feel like it's contextual. You know, if I just poof, I feel like it's gonna be who you ask.
She's so unfunny.
The people who only know me through the people who only know me through random live streamer drama are going to think I'm a shitty person. The people who are part of my community are going to think that I did a lot of good work for the community. But I have no idea what the general consensus about me is going to be.
Does that
really
concern you
that
at all?
Questions you?
Like you
You
don't
have a
know
question
what the
about
general
that?
consensus about you would be, or like how people would remember you.
No,
It's going to be an incredibly
there's
mixed
a lot
bag of people that
where
think you're
if
base and
I-
people that think you're cringe.
If I were to go away and people were going to talk about my legacy, there's going to be a whole lot of people who just call me a groomer.
Oh yeah.
And that's just going to happen. But I absolutely don't care because I know that I did the right thing at the end of the day.
When did you first start to see those? By the way, if at any point
Nope,
you wanna
my
ask
dad
me
agrees
any
with me.
question, You're free
Oh,
to,
sure.
Okay.
Are
Let me
you
just
back?
be
Are you
clear.
back from Ukraine?
Yeah, I'm back in Ukraine. I'm back in Maryland now.
Nice.
I
Wait, where is that in Washington?
No.
I have no idea. I'm bad at US geography.
Maryland is right outside of the capital, Washington, D.C. It's the old line state, one of the original 13 colonies. It's like right next to Washington, D.C. So we're like right there. I'm like near Baltimore City and stuff like that.
Okay, that makes more sense now.
I came back. I wanted to spend Christmas with family. I wanted to relax a bit. I also had some speaking arrangements and stuff, and then I'm gonna go back to Ukraine in January or February to film with IED crews and stuff like that when I get back out there.
How do you keep yourself from, like, how do you not get PTSD from the things that you're exposed to out there? What do you do to take care of yourself when you're not on the ground seeing some of the worst things that are currently going on in the world?
I don't really think there's a way to stop yourself from getting PTSD, and at least not and when I'm doing what I want to do, because I very much believe that sometimes like I believe that in order to get the stories that I want to report on, sometimes it's going to require like talking to people about very uncomfortable stuff, and conversations I've had with people about like I've a good friend of mine, Anastasia, about where I interviewed her at the site of her father's murder by the Russian army, where it's been a month and there's still like blood on the wall that she can still see, because this violence is just so common that they cleaned up as much as they could and then moved on, right? When like we go to like these mass grave sites in Bucha and stuff like that, there's not a way to there's a million things you can do to like desperately try to like grasp on to like your mental health, but ultimately I think having time to process everything, having people to talk to, being able to openly talk about these feelings and stuff that you've seen freely, I think is really important. And being able to know when like you've had enough and you need to stop. A lot of times, after I would go somewhere close to the front line or somewhere where there was violence or there was a lot of really sad stuff, I would go back to a place out I know around Kiev, where I'd sit with a buddy and we'd get intoxicated and just watch pirated movies until I felt good enough to go back out and do some more filming. And I don't think there's really anything I can do to stop myself from getting PTSD from the things I see, but I think there's a way for me to live with the things I see, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Of course. I mean, you definitely can't stop yourself from getting PTSD. I guess the better phrasing is, what do you do to take care of yourself?
Yeah, I would say like just making sure that I have breaks so I don't get like fatigued from everything that I'm seeing, and just general fatigue, because a lot of the stuff, just traveling across Ukraine can be quite exhausting. Going through all the checkpoints, you know, just the stress of it. It's quite a large country. There's a lot of traveling in it. Just waiting in line for gasoline. It can be quite a hassle. And so having downtime to relax, I think is really important. But it's difficult sometimes to talk to people about it, because it's a general doomer conversation. It's not like,
for sure.
like most, and it's hard to really relate a lot with people when it comes to this.
Boring. Wow. Imagine just interviewing someone after they were super fucking shitty to you. Anyways, how are you guys doing? Thanks for tuning in. All right. I'm going to end here. I'm going to I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow. I have to see. I don't know what's going on tomorrow. But yeah. Today was a fun stream. We had a lot of fun chats with people. We laughed, we cried. But yeah, I'm done for the day. I'll catch you guys later. All right.